The Broken Chain. Written and narrated by Timothy J. R. Raines. Chapter 1. Mist wafted over the mountain trail, gray as the brooding heavens, shrouding the deep valleys and black-treed ridges stretching off into the horizon. Heavy clouds tumbled overhead. Beyond the foggy peaks, the sky flickered with a pinkish light, echoed by a faint and distant rumbling. Cool wind blew through the evergreens, and Kerstin squinted against the cold spit sprinkling her eyes. Her hands bound around Sir Gilkrist's waist, she sat behind him on his horse, rocking side to side with the animal's sauntering gait, her brain full of the sluggish monotony of hooves thumping slow and steady on the hard dirt road. Each heavy clop was like the pounding of an executioner's drum, a constant reminder of what awaited her at their destination. There was a certain irony in being arrested by the man she'd recruited to assist her in her scheme. It was perhaps a greater irony still that the blackened besom broom, the source of her power, which she'd crossed mountain and valley to retrieve, was now in the hands of her niece. The niece who'd pried unforgivably into her secret affairs. The niece who'd bashed her over the head with a wash basin and stolen off with said broom to keep its power for herself. The niece she'd magicked off to Castle Stelkogade as punishment for her impetuous meddling, and to detain her in one place until she could arrive and seize back what was rightfully hers. Kerstin scowled at Hinkle over Sir Gilkrist's shoulder. Unable to ride, her niece trotted along a little way ahead, harnessed in tandem behind the princess's hackney on Gedja the black palfrey, a wisp of her blonde hair flowing out from the side of her dark, pointed hood. Gedja was Kerstin's horse, and since Hinkle had seen fit to hand the regal gown she'd mysteriously acquired in Stelkogade over to Princess Lymphina to make her look more like a royal member and less like she'd just crawled out of a well, she was also wearing Kerstin's favorite pea-green dress and the warmer of her two cloaks. Beneath the fanned skirts, she could see the black, withy head of her broom tucked under the saddle behind her leg, just out of reach. It was immensely frustrating that they would not see the futility in their chosen course of action. Worst of all was the suffocating helplessness. It made her want to scream and thrash about. But the last time she'd done that, Sir Gilkrist had threatened to make her walk behind him. She'd contented herself by nuzzling her nose into his spine. "Do you mind?" he growled. "My nose is itchy. It's not as if I can scratch it." He grumbled an oath under his breath and shook his head. He'd been rather sharp lately. He held the reins in his right hand. His left arm, broken in combat with the Prince of Stelkogade, rested in a sling. Though he was doing his best to hide it, she suspected he was in great pain. She intentionally resituated her arms about him, making sure to bump his injured elbow. If it had hurt him, he made no sign of it. Kerstin could withstand it no longer. "You know, my lord, I really cannot fathom just how stupid you can be at the most critical of times." Hinkle sighed but did not look back. "Has it been that long already?" Ahead of her, the princess was shaking her head. "For heaven's sake, Sir Gilkrist, will you not gag that awful woman?" "It's best to just ignore her. She'll tire of it soon enough." "Ignore her? Tire of it? Bloody Morag! How hard is it for you idiots to see things for what they are? Anyone with half a mind would look at our situation and say we ought to be splitting up. Hinkle and myself riding off to where we're needed most with the broom and the spear, while you, Sir Gilkrist, escort Her Highness back home. But no, you want to drag me all the way back to Amaral to stand trial, to be executed. The one person who actually— No one trusts you, said Sir Gilkrist. Kerstin shut her mouth, her eyes narrowing. Kerstin, said the princess, glancing back over her shoulder, after your actions, what makes you think we would let you out of our sight? You would murder your niece at the first opportunity, and run off to save your skin. Kerstin scoffed. Save my skin? You ignorant slut! Don't you know anything? What do you think is going to happen once they put me to death? Oh, 'twill be fine for a while, I'm sure, until the Grand Mage gets his way. Then where will you be? Indeed, said the princess, but it is not as though you're on our side. You are your own agent. Of course I am, Kerstin snapped. Nothing could be more true. No one had wanted her on their side, save to use her to their advantage. With all due respect, growled Sir Gilkrist. It sounded like he was gritting his teeth. You may well be our greatest hope to thwart the Grand Mage, but I will not allow you to go off alone with Hinkle. I would fear that you would turn on her the second the two of you were alone. Not to murder her, but to steal her soul to fuel your broomstick, and then do who knows what with the silver spear. Kerstin arched her brow as Lymphina glared back at her in disgust. If I was going to do that, my lord, I would have done it that night back at the parsonage, and saved us both a trip to Stalkogade. Sir Gilkrist said nothing. She felt him shiver, and caught Hinkle eyeing him with concern. Are you all right, my lord? She leaned out to one side to get a look at his complexion. He was fairly pale. He looked down at her out of the corner of his eye. I'm fine. Sit up properly. Frowning, Kerstin did as she was told. But as they trotted on for several paces, he began to slouch in the saddle. And Sir Gilkrist did not slouch. Sir Gilkrist? She gave him a shake. What is it? He growled. I said I'm fine. She could hear the shakiness in his voice. He was clearly in pain, and doing everything in his power to suffer in silence. No, you are not fine. You're being ridiculous. I could easily overpower you right now, despite being less than half your size. Knock you from your horse. Come now, this is madness. Let me go. I'll do no such thing. Now shut your mouth before I make you walk behind me. Very well, my lord. Have it your way. Might we stop soon, though? I have to water some plants. Sir Gilkrist did not look well at all. His eyes were sunken and weary. His skin was sickly gray and damp with sweat. He had a feverish look, and he'd begun to shiver more frequently. Hinkle watched him climb weakly into the saddle, steadying himself with his one good arm. Kerstin climbed up behind him, smiling sarcastically as she reached her arms around his waist. Hinkle looked up at him worriedly as she retied her aunt's bonds. She knew he did not like attention to be drawn to his weakness, but as they trotted on, she kept glancing over at him, afraid she might see him slip from the saddle. They had been riding for some time when ahead of her Princess Lymphina cleared her throat. Hinkle, was your mother by chance Sister Meredith? The question took her aback. She was surprised, shocked even, that the princess could make such an accurate assumption about her family, especially one which was known to only a handful of people. She was, but how did your highness know that? Princess Lymphina smiled over her shoulder. I'd met her before at the abbey. The princess paused, as though choosing her words carefully, and Hinkle looked back at Kerstin and saw her face was frozen. She had confided in me. I see, said Hinkle quietly. Based on her aunt's expression, she could only assume that whatever had been spoken between her mother and the princess regarded her uncle Fistram. That this was a sore subject did not go unnoticed by the princess, for she left it at that, and they trotted along in silence. Dark spots pattered onto the mountain trail, slowly at first, then faster and more loudly, until a great rushing sound rose from the mist around them. Cold rain flitted down through the trees, needling Hinkle's bare face and hands. She shrugged uncomfortably, drawing the cloak tighter around her shoulders, and squinted back through the pelting drops as Kerstin swore and demanded someone help her with her hood. Princess Lamphina drew her beast to a halt and twisted around in the saddle, shielding her eyes, water dripping from the edge of her hand. "Perhaps we should stop and wait it out." Hinkle reached out to pull up Kerstin's hood as they sauntered alongside them, and looked to Sir Gilkrist to see what he might say. He had not put up his own hood. He continued to ride in silence, soaked hair plastered to his pale face. Indeed, he did look very pale, and his teeth were chattering. "Sir Gilkrist, Her Highness is asking if—" "Sir Gilkrist, are you all right?" He made no response. Lamphina squinted back, glancing warily between her and the knight. Then, to her alarm, Sir Gilkrist began to droop to one side. "Whoa!" Kerstin braced herself, struggling to keep him propped upright. "Whoa! Stop! Now! Come on, you two! You must get him down! Sir Gilkrist! Wake up, Sir Gilkrist, you bloody idiot!" Hinkle scrammed down from her horse, nearly tripping in the mud as she got her foot tangled in the stirrup. Sir Gilkrist's chin was sagging to his chest. He moaned, and his head rolled against his shoulder as Kerstin gave him a jerk to keep him straight. Hinkle reached up to assist, but drew back as Kerstin kicked at her. "No, you little twit! Cut my bonds first!" Princess Lamphina steadied the knight's hackney. "And give you the chance to get his lordship's sword and chop at our throats while we're helping him down? Not likely." "No, your highness. What is likely is that the two of you will drop him, and he and I will both break our necks." The princess smiled grimly. "I'm willing to take that chance. Aren't you, Hinkle?" She looked up at her aunt through the pouring rain. Her black painted lips were drawn back into a scowl. Her blue eyes glowed fiercely through the black strands of wet hair sticking to her white face. Then she noticed the bronze ring on Kerstin's finger. It was a crude thing, with a flat, diamond-shaped head, and a turquoise eye set in the center of either an exotic S or a backwards Z. She was not sure whether Kerstin had always been wearing it, or whether she'd just recently put it on, but the sight of it made her heart burn. Adorning her hand with that, after the things she'd said, after the way she'd treated her. She might have pushed her off the horse, if she wasn't afraid she might kill Sir Gilkrist. "I am," she said bitterly, inwardly daring her aunt to do her worst, hoping she might pick up on her silent challenge. But Kerstin seemed to remain oblivious. "Oh, you little— Fine! Hinkle, see if you can get his leg up over. Then perhaps I can— Yes. Okay. Now I'll just— Okay. Just wait. Bloody hold him, Hinkle. Okay. Now— Hinkle braced herself, pushing up her hands against Sir Gilkrist's chest as Kerstin swung her leg up over the saddle behind him. "Hold that horse steady, Your Highness. All right. On 3, 2... Wait, what? 1! Hinkle cried out as Sir Gilkrist and Kerstin both dropped from the horse. Her heel slid in the mud and shot forward and she landed on her back with a wet smack that knocked the wind out of her. Sir Gilkrist groaned like a sick bull as he landed on top of her, squishing her with his dead weight, forehead knocking hard into her jaw. She lay stunned beneath him on the watery trail, blinking against the pelting rain. "Are you all right, my lord?" He made no reply. His warm head rested limply in the crook of her neck. Wet hair slicked over her chin and mouth. Above him, Kerstin jerked and wriggled as she hastily worked her bound hands over his hips and down his legs. Lightning flashed as her aunt stood up. Thunder rumbled. She glared down at her, her blue eyes cold and cruel. Her wrists tied together, one crossed over the other. She held Sir Gilkrist's dagger. The princess scowled from where she held the horses by the reins. "Didn't I say you would only care to save your skin? I suppose you'll demand your horse so you can ride off into the storm where we'll never find you." She raised her chin. "I'm afraid you'll have to cut our throats first." Kerstin turned toward her slowly. "Do you think I won't?" Hinkle expected that she would. But to her surprise, her aunt let the dagger slip from her hands. It glimmered in the grey light and hit the wet ground with a splat. "Do you trust me now, your highness?" Princess Lamphina put her hand on her hip, rain pattering on her hood and shoulders. "Certainly not." Kerstin ignored her and came around one side of Sir Gilkrist. She grunted with effort as she lifted him enough for Hinkle to crawl free. "All right, let's get him up. And mind his arm." Together they turned him over on his back and drug him off the road, propping him up against a tree. He stared at them with bleary eyes, his jaw drooping, his head rolling from side to side. Hinkle looked to Kerstin with concern as he muttered some incoherent slur. "What's wrong with him?" the princess called over the downpour. "Is he all right?" Hinkle touched the back of her hand to his forehead. He was hot as a furnace. "He has a terrible fever." "Did you say he's sick?" Kerstin shook her head slowly, her face set in a hard way, blue eyes glaring coolly down at the night from under her black hair and hood. "He's not sick. He's in tremendous pain from that fractured arm of his. I dare say this cold rain and the endless hours in the saddle aren't any help." Hinkle turned back to the princess. "It's his arm. He's in too much pain." "Oh, what shall we do then?" But what were they going to do? Hinkle was not used to being in charge. Perhaps we might—" She felt her aunt watching her from the corner of her eye. "Will he get better, do you think?" asked the princess. "If we rest for a bit and put a fire on?" "'Twill be better than keeping on," said Kerstin, "especially in this weather. But what he needs is medicine for his pain." Hinkle looked her aunt up and down. "Do you recall how far the nearest village is?" Kerstin smiled wryly and held up her bound wrists. "Have you forgotten I'm your prisoner? This is your dilemma. Yours and her highness's." Hinkle was about to snap back a reply when Princess Lamphina called out that someone was coming on the road. Sir Gilkrist hunched forward from the tree trunk. "Get the horses!" Hinkle placed a hand on his shoulder. "Easy, my lord." The knight shook his head. "No," he croaked. "We mustn't let them find the princess." "What? Why would he say that, do you think?" Kerstin narrowed her eyes. "Because he's an Acacian knight in Kudzir, and he was part of the Battle of Morua. That's why. But the man needs help. And now's your chance." "Yes, but—" The princess was looking uncertainly down the trail, the three horses stamping and shaking their heads. Through the dark trees and grey showers, Hinkle caught a glimpse of an approaching cart, a rickety, two-wheeled cart drawn by a pair of oxen, like the kind driven by the peasants in Sweetwater. The driver wore a straw cape and hat, and carried a long switch. His head was down, and his eyes were hidden by the wide brim of his straw hat. It was far too late to hide, but if the princess came off the road, he might pass by without saying anything, and merely nod in greeting. He might ask if they needed help, but there was no need to assume he would discover Lemphina's true identity, or find out about the silver spear. Then the sudden snap of twigs make her jerk her head. Kerstin was tramping off into the woods. What was she? She was headed straight for the cart. "Wait! Kerstin!" But her aunt ignored her objections and the whispered protests of the princess. Hinkle stared in disbelief as she stumbled out onto the road and held up her bound wrists and cried the codish word for help. Chapter 2. King Vashean exhaled very slowly, fists clenched at his sides. He stood on the long black carpet before the dais in the grand throne room of the palace of Zerai. A servant with a cloth and bucket was on her knees nearby, scrubbing a streak of blood out of the polished marble. Princess Pavienka, now Princess Regent Pavienka, sat on the Kerrigan throne, grim as death. She was still in her armor, the resplendent chain speckled with shiny dark gobs, her gauntlets smeared with red. Less than an hour before, her sister Narin Carey had occupied that seat. Understandably, Pavienka did not know who to trust. She was adopting a policy of suspicion, and as the one whose actions had brought about this whole affair, she was suspicious of him most of all. He'd been the one to tease the cobra out of his hole, and now she held him responsible for every one it bit. "Your Highness, I urge you to allow us to assist in your sister's rescue." He was cut off by the high tenor of a Kerrigan lord. "Do not listen to him, Your Highness. This uprising was his doing. Had it not been for him, it would not have happened, and your sister would still be safe." "Then the Grand Mage would still be in power," growled Sir Pilvenor, "and he would be a corrupt counsellor in our midst, along with all those who followed him, Your Highness, and the Queen would still be under his influence." "Yes, but King Vashean has proven himself to be acting in his own interests," came another voice. "These machinations of hiring an assassin to kill his own sergeant-at-arms." He winced at that. Sir Brock's death had never been his aim. Not in the least. "The plotting, the conniving," the nobleman continued. "His showing up on a whim, intruding on her Highness's, on her Majesty's, private gathering in the guise of a servant. I'd say he's just as much of a threat as the Grand Mage ever was." He squeezed his fists tighter, resisting the urge to scratch at the back of his hand. "Your Highness," spoke up yet another lord, stepping up beside the first speaker, "while it is not certain that His Majesty is a threat, it is evident he might be, given the confusion surrounding our current situation, and frankly, Your Highness, our vulnerability, and given that King Vashean's hand has been the cause of much death and violence upon the royal persons, it is my recommendation he be taken into custody." He was made to shout over the gasps of protest, which came mainly from Squire Blatchford and King Vashean's men-at-arms, who began to shift in a defensive formation around him. So that we might then negotiate with the Cos from a position of strength, Your Highness!" Esprenzo Vamir turned sharply toward the speaker, grey curls bouncing on the collar of his gold and black robes. "You must be joking. Your Highness,
Surely you realize it was out of concern for the royal persons that he did these things. He knew that no one would listen to him otherwise. I confess that I was skeptical when he first brought the matter to our attention, but to say his intentions were anything but benevolent. Why, the uprising only proves his purpose, and shows that he is, in fact, a true and loyal friend of Kerrigal.
Pavienka sat in silence, stone-faced, her eyes hidden behind the shadows of her disheveled hair. King Vashean took a step forward and extended his hand toward her.
"What say you, your highness? Will you accept our help?"
Her lip twitched into a sneer, and her voice echoed coldly throughout the throne room. "Why would we do that, when so far your help has brought naught but death and bloodshed, the murder of my father, the kidnapping of my sister, and the rebellion of her closest counselors? Your very presence is a plague on our kingdom." King Vashean lowered his hand, speaking softly.
"You don't mean what you say. I know you don't."
"I have seen the declaration of your intentions, and they are malicious." She dug her fingers into the armrests of the throne, lips curling back from her white teeth. "I will do what my sister should have done the moment you arrived. I will step up to your threat. Sir Pilvenor, arrest this enemy of Kerrigal at once, him and his men." He sighed. Around him, his men-at-arms were tense, ready to defend him with their lives. Squire Blatchford hunched forward in a fighting stance, hand hovering over the hilt of his sword. He placed his hand on the squire's shoulder and shook his head.
"Peace, my son. All of you, peace. We'll go quietly."
Reluctantly, the men straightened up and took their hands off their weapons, glancing uneasily at one another. Next to him, Sir Pilvenor stood still, his mouth partially open, hesitant to obey. His one eye shifted back and forth over the polished throne room. "Sir Pilvenor!"
Yes, your highness."
He turned to him, his face troubled.
"I am sorry, your majesty."
He smiled.
"No, you must do your duty."
The Kerrigan knight seized him gently by the arm, and with a whirl of his finger, a throng of green-turbaned palace guards closed in, glinting halberds pointing toward them. King Vashean looked up to the girl on the throne.
"You're making a mistake. I pray you see it soon."
"Enough! Take them away!" He glanced once more at Esprenzo as Sir Pilvenor and the palace guards began to herd them out of the throne room. The Codish emissary smiled sadly and lowered his eyes helplessly to the floor. "Back to His Majesty's chambers, then," muttered Squire Blatchford as they marched through the gilt palace corridors. "Or to the dungeon?" Sir Pilvenor gave him a sharp look. "Just keep quiet." The clop of boots on polished marble throbbed in King Vashean's brain. He winced at every squeak. His eyes were burning and watery, and he had a crushing headache. He'd fasted the day before in preparation for what he thought would be his demise, and when Sir Brock had given his life for him, he couldn't bring himself to eat this morning either. Nor had he slept. But now the confrontation was over, and there was nothing for him to do. Sleep weighed heavily on his brow. Pavienka might be blinded by grief, but in truth, he almost looked forward to spending some time in a dark cell, with nothing to do but rest and pray. And if there was a piece of bread for him there, all the better. He yawned into his fist. It would be a welcome reprieve. They came to where the palace corridor turned off in different directions, the left-hand route being the way back to their apartment chambers overlooking the garden. Squire Blatchford sucked his teeth as Sir Pilvenor directed the guards to keep right. "Dungeon it is." His heart skipped a beat. The young squire was assuming that's where they were headed. However, he was familiar enough with the palace of Zerai to know that this was not the way to the dungeon. He looked at the Kerrigan knight. His one eye was hidden behind a curtain of straight black hair. He was chewing his lip. He was nervous. King Vashean was unable to resist a smirk. He fixed his eyes straight ahead on the back of the man-at-arms in front of him.
Sir Pilvenor, where do you think you are taking us? Her Highness is... She is not thinking clearly, as one might expect. I know you are a friend of Caragol, your Majesty, and never more than now. To imprison you in our time of need would be, as you say, a mistake. The horses are being made ready for my knights and I to go in search of the princess. That is, in search of the queen. And there will be horses for you and your men as well. The city is blockaded, the gates at the port, but if you leave Zerai with us, you will be able to ride back to Akos without trouble. However, if I may say so, your Majesty, I had hoped. My men-at-arms and I will accompany you, of course. Squire Blatchford pumped his fist. Yes! The others exchanged confident looks and nods. Sir Pilvenor smiled nervously. Very good, your Majesty. He glanced over his shoulder. We'll ride first to the Tower of Nassar and see if the Grand Mage is there. King Vashean took a deep breath as they marched down toward the stables. It seemed there'd be no respite after all. Chapter 3. Sir Gilkrist squinted up at the dim rafters. Shadows twitched and shivered above in the light of a candle next to him on the bedside table. Rain still pattered away outside. It was the same day, then. Possibly. He couldn't be sure. What he did know was he was in an upstairs room he had no idea where. About time you regained your senses. Kerstin was sitting at the open window with her elbows on the sill, chin resting in one hand, long pipe cupped in the other. He felt about in the bed for his sword, but it was not nearby. He looked anxiously about, half wondering if he should call for help. Kerstin blew a puff of smoke out into the darkness. Easy now, my lord. You mustn't strain yourself. Not after I've gone to so much effort. What do you mean? He sat up. His shirt was off, and his arm was redressed with a proper splint, wrapped up tight in a linen sling. It seemed he'd been bathed, too, and for that he was thankful. Best of all, he did not seem to be in any pain. I made you a poultice, she said, gazing out into the night. From poppy seed. They grow them here in the mountains, poppies. 'Twasn't hard to get my hands on some dried seed pods from the locals. A valuable resource for its medicinal properties. Indeed. But why had she been the one to do it? Would you mind telling me where we are? And where be Hinkle and the princess? She slid her blue eyes toward him. The village of Barakad, in the mountains, a few days from the Kerrigan border. Hinkle and her highness are downstairs with Theodrock. He covered his face with his hand. Theodrock! If he so much as even caught a whiff of any of it, there was so much that could go wrong. If they learned Princess Lymphina's identity, was it too far-fetched to imagine the village might hold her hostage for ransom? And if they discovered he was an Akosian knight, or that Hinkle had the most sacred object in her possession, right under their noses? I see what you're doing, he snarled. Her eyes narrowed. I beg your pardon, my lord. Don't you play ignorant with me, he hissed. You've taken advantage of an opportune moment and turned the tables. Know that if anything happens to Hinkle or the princess because of this, I will hunt you down and make you wish I'd had your head off back in Stelkogade. Damn your selfishness!" Kerstin looked him up and down. Her black lips had curled into a frown. Now they spread into a wide grin that showed him her crooked yellow teeth. "Are you quite finished?" She set her pipe down on the windowsill. "I am aware that our present circumstances would stand in my favor, but 'tis only incidental. I assure you that my only aim was to help and get you the assistance required, which I have. If I had any intention of selling you out to this community, I'd have done so already and made my escape. I understand 'tis difficult, but you have to trust me, my lord." He eyed her suspiciously as he swung his legs over the edge of the bed, the porous stone of the floor cool and smooth against his bare feet. "Who would be stupid enough? Now where is my—" Kerstin nodded to a chest at the foot of the bed. His blue tunic, freshly washed, was folded on top, and his boots, scrubbed clean of the mud of his travels, sat in front of it. "And my sword belt?" "Confiscated by Her Highness. She didn't care for the idea of me getting a hold of it." "Yes, well—" He began the awkward process of struggling into his tunic with one hand. "She did leave you alone with me?" Kerstin smiled thinly. "Not so much. There be a man outside with a drawn sword." Sir Gilkrist looked to the door. "A sentry?" "Indeed. It seems Her Highness is quick with the story. I wouldn't have thought she'd stayed so sharp after 3 years alone in a dungeon. I didn't get much of a word in, once they saw my bonds in the village. To be honest, I doubt anyone would believe me at all if I told them who you really are." "I see." He shrugged into his shirt. "I'm going downstairs. Do you promise not to escape out the window?" "From the 3rd story? In the dark? In the pouring rain?" "I think I'll take my chances with the hangman." He smiled, then knocked on the door for the guard and looked over his shoulder. "By the way, I wanted to say thank you. I know you didn't have any reason to help me." Kerstin looked back out the window. "Who says I didn't?" Sweet smoke swirled around the dim hall. Long-bearded men in hats of fur or straw sat on mats on the floor, some of them smoking long pipes and hookahs. A fire pit crackled in the middle of the hall, casting an orange glow on their faces. Hinkle knelt on a silk carpet next to Princess Lamphina, who was speaking in Codish loudly enough for everyone to hear. On the other side of the fire pit, the village Adrock, a grey-bearded man with sharp blue eyes and many rings on his fingers, listened silently to her account. She thought she'd heard a bit of a Kerrigan flair in her Codish when she'd addressed the man in the cart after Kerstin waved him down. She assumed it had to do with how she learned it. But when they'd arrived, and Her Highness told the villagers she was a Kerrigan baroness married to a much older Codish lord, Hinkle realized she'd been putting the accent on. It was impressive, really, speaking Codish with a Kerrigan accent, when neither was her native tongue. It showed her intimate familiarity with both languages. It also showed she was quick with a lie. Hinkle was quick with a lie, too. But the problem with lying was you needed to keep on lying. And the more lies you spun, the more likely you were to get stuck in your own web. And right now, Princess Lamphina was making her very anxious. "You see, my husband turned out very much to be a disappointment to my family," said Her Highness. "One of those lords who put on a good show, but then once you've married them, you find they are steeped in debt and bad investments, and have no money at all. Hence his reluctance to travel. Well, that plus his age. But what with my little brother getting married, I simply could not be kept away. So I told him I must go to Zerai for the wedding. And do you know, he didn't attempt to fight me on it. I thought he would, but he didn't. I think he only wants me to be happy. But you know, if that's what he wanted, he'd have more money and more servants. The man has no staff in his house at all. Did you know that when I lived at my father's house in Zerai, I never went anywhere with less than half a dozen ladies' maids and a procession of men-at-arms? And here I am now, Lady of Talan, hiking through the wilderness with my only maid and a hired man.
Hinkle wondered if Talan was indeed a real place, ruled by an old, impoverished lord. The Adrock shifted his gaze between Hinkle and the princess, tapping his finger on his knee.
You are an important baroness, traveling with a light escort, yet you also have with you a prisoner. Who is she?
Oh, her. Yes, I'm glad you asked, for it gives me much satisfaction to say it. She was one of my maids who came with me from my father's house. I recently caught her attempting to, convince my husband to let her stay on. He'd insist that I let her go, you see. He couldn't afford to keep both, and Hinkle here has always been my favourite. So as punishment for her wiles, I'm taking her back to Zerai to sell at the pleasure district. If she wants to carry on like one of those women, she can go be one of those women.
The punishment fits the crime, said the Adrock.
Princess Lamphina smiled smugly. Indeed. The man grinned for a moment, but it soon faded.
So, what happened to your man?
Hinkle glanced warily at the princess out of the corner of her eye, wondering what outlandish explanation she might concoct, given the rest of her story.
There was a landslide on the trail.
She was sailing close to the wind. We only narrowly avoided it. If it wasn't for Sir Gilkrist's quick thinking and bravery, we'd all have been buried alive.
Sir Gilkrist. He is a knight, selling his sword for hire. And his name? It is not Codish.
Heavens, no. He is a Caussian.
The Adrock pointed to the ceiling. The man up there is an Caussian knight?
Hinkle held her breath. Close to the wind indeed. The hall had become suddenly tense. Firelight flickered in the wild stares of many sets of eyes. She would have liked to be quickly on their way. She knew now why even in his delirium Sir Gilkrist had been muttering for them to hide. Yet the instant change in the atmosphere did not seem to make the princess any more uneasy. I think you might say he was, but my husband spoke at length with him about this, as he was initially quite concerned with placing his young wife in the sole care of a former enemy. Naturally. But as Lord Talan understands it, he abandoned his vows after witnessing the atrocities of Morua, and has been wandering Codzier ever since, selling his sword. He came to the castle gates looking for work, the proudest beggar you've ever seen. He cocked his brow. And his lordship doesn't mind you travelling so far, with a handsome cavalier? Lamphina blinked and drew her shawl tighter about her shoulders. With all respect, in my country it is most improper for a village man to be so forthcoming with such observations where a noble lady is concerned. Oh, I am sorry. Madam, forgive me, forgive me. I do. And he is handsome, yes, on the rare occasions that he smiles. Not that he has much to smile about. I thought my husband was poor. Heavens, I'm sure tonight is the first time he slept indoors since before the war. And he's not the least bit charming. Of course, that has not stopped my maid from taking a fancy to him.
Wait, what? Hinkle felt her cheeks get hot. Your Highness!
She froze in horror, realizing what she had just said. Fortunately, the Adrock and those around him were busy looking toward the back of the hall and hadn't noticed. Hinkle followed their gaze and saw Sir Gilkrist weaving through the crowd toward them. Lamphina gave her a severe look. She winced. "Sorry, madam." "Never mind," she whispered. "Just try not to forget. And as I said," she continued, resuming her Kerrigan accent, "he did save our lives, and most bravely so, though we did lose our pack mules and nearly all our supplies and luggage. As I have mentioned, my husband is not a wealthy man, but my father is of great means and well respected in Zerai. He would be most grateful for any assistance you could provide us. Most grateful." The Adrock leaned back and began to confer quietly with those nearest to him. Hinkle felt her muscles tense as Sir Gilkrist slumped down next to her. "What have I missed?" She turned to whisper in his ear, her heart beating uneasily, and filled him in on what the princess had said. His expression turned very stern at the mention of Morwa, and his guise as a sellsword. He eyed those around him, rather more standoffishly than made her comfortable. She saw he'd gotten his sword belt back from her Highness's room. "Sir Gilkrist," said the Adrock, smiling, "I see you are feeling better." "Yes, thank you." The Adrock looked back to the princess. "Madam, it would be most pleasing to us to supply you with all the provisions you need for your journey. Food, clothing, gifts for the wedding." Smiling, Lamphina leaned forward in a bow and made a rolling gesture with her hand. "Many thanks. You are too kind." "And of course, a dozen of our best horsemen will escort you safely to Zerai." At this, Lamphina seemed taken aback. "Oh, please. No, I couldn't ask." "No, I insist. Such terrible rumors about your country have reached us even here." She squinted across the fire. "Rumors?" Hinkle looked at her in disbelief. Of course. She had been in Lestell's dungeon, and had not heard of the dark happenings in Carrigal or the influx of refugees. Fortunately, the Adrock seemed to dismiss this as the naivety of a spoiled baroness. "Ah. Well, never mind then. I wouldn't wish to upset you. However, it would be our greatest pleasure to be your protection. My son will go with you. He will be most honored." She laughed nervously. "Oh, no, I must refuse. That is too much." The Adrock shook his head, adamant. "Nonsense. What kind of men would we be if we did not ensure the protection of the noble lady in distress? You will have a dozen horsemen with you to see you to the border." The princess glanced at Sir Gilkrist with concern. "Yes, but I'm not in distress any more. And my husband—" The Adrock spread out his hand. "Your husband will be most pleased." The old men around him all began nodding, as though they knew with certainty that he would. Hinkle did not like the idea of a dozen Codish horsemen traveling with them for several days. It was one thing to maintain her lies for the brief period she was in the village, but out on the road? They would hardly be able to speak to one another for fear of giving themselves away. And that was without taking Kerstin into account. If this escort was not refused, their chances of being discovered were far, far greater, and the honor of the village would be offended. Hinkle jumped as Sir Gilkrist slammed his fist down on the floor. "No," he hissed through gritted teeth. "Her ladyship cannot accept your escort." He spoke good Codish, but his accent was heavy. The Adrock peered at him from the corner of his eye. "I alone have been hired to bring her safely to Carrigal. Madam, your husband has paid me to act as your escort. If you accept protection from these men, my presence will become superfluous, and my shame will be unbearable."
Lamphina nodded. "I understand. As you can see—" But the Adrock raised his chin. "Her ladyship says you acted bravely and saved her and her maids from the landslide. You have already earned your keep. But now you are injured. Your arm is broken."
"My left arm."
"Indeed," said the Adrock. "Your shield arm."
"I thank you for the hospitality you have shown us, but my protection will be sufficient." Sir Gilkrist hung his head. "Please, allow a disgraced knight to earn his living."
Hinkle stared at him. There seemed to be something more to what he was saying than what he was merely putting on for the ruse. Likely, he truly was ashamed of himself. He should be, the way he had treated her. The Adrock shifted his jaw one way and then the other. His blue eyes slid toward the princess. "If this is truly what your lordship wishes." "Indeed, I am afraid it must be so. You see, this is the man my husband provided. He is just one man, but if my husband was to hear you sent along a dozen men to guard me, he would think you presumed to know better than he what is best for me. I am afraid this would most deeply offend him. You see, it is his shame to be able to afford only a single man to be my escort. If you were to send these men with me, it would only serve to humiliate him." "Very well. We shall pray for you." "But if I could stay until it stops raining, I would be most honored." "But of course, madam. And now, I am sure you are exhausted." "Oh, yes, thank you. There has been too much excitement for one day." "Then we shall bid you good night." The Adrock clapped his hands twice, and the villagers began to stand up and clear out of the hall. Women in colorful headscarves came in carrying steaming silver trays. Pungent aromas tingled in Hinkle's nostrils. Whatever exotic seasoning had been used reminded her of the meals brought to her by Prince Lestel. Her gruesome discovery in the moonlit kitchen flashed before her eyes as the maids set the supper trays before them, and she felt a wave of nausea. Perhaps she'd just have a little bread. "Please," said the Adrock, rising to his feet. "If there is anything you need, please ask." Then he bowed low and exited the hall with the women. Princess Lamphina sighed with relief. "I'm so glad that's over." Hinkle was glad too. "Good work, Your Highness." She didn't dare mention they were likely in a more precarious situation now, if they were discovered, than if she told them who she really was. "Sorry I nearly gave it all away." He didn't notice. "No harm done." She reached for a dried fig. "But you, Sir Gilkrist, you were our salvation." "It was nothing, Your Highness." Sir Gilkrist stared absently into the fire. Hinkle had seen that look before. She thought again about what he'd said about being a disgraced knight. Perhaps being here brought up bad memories. Memories of the war. Still, it seemed something was weighing on him. He wasn't saying. Chapter 4. Lord Magnus Igornell XIV, General of the Igornell Army, to Dame Tanith Poella, Lady Marshal of Écosse. Excellent news! We have completed our march without incident or casualty, and have arrived at Castle Waz. Even now I can see it through the open flap of my tent, its ramparts visible in silhouette on the horizon. We made our approach from the southeast and took the column off the road when the scouts reported the castle was within imminent reach to advance along the high ground. We now occupy the hills and have a good view of the surrounding terrain. There is a vast forest to our right, into which we have sent parties of the ablest men to hunt and forage in hopes of supplementing their rations. There has been a shortage of volunteers, however, as the men do not seem keen to enter this wood. Rumors abound. None of it, of course, is based on anything substantial. Although, and perhaps this is due to my overhearing of the men's superstitions, it does seem to give one a rather dismal feeling, gazing off into the gloomy tree line. Anyhow, the terrain dips ahead, and there is a long stretch of low ground between us and the castle. I am told this is where Olgris charged Queen Volarina and struck her with the death wound. Then to our left is all open field and farm pasture, with the ground beginning to slope down toward the Wozy River, which winds south out of the foothills of the Kuvetli Mountains and runs through the village of Vasaka. The road from Kashuk runs along the bank of the river into the village, branching off ahead up to the castle. I should make special note that the village of Vasaka has been abandoned, apparently for some time. Hardly surprising given the history of this place, but Sir Cranmer finds it worrying that the scouts reported the village to be empty and not overrun with bandits and squatters. We've sent a company to secure it for our use. About a mile up from Vasaka, Castle Woe sits on the plateau of a hilly rise overlooking the surrounding lands. The rise is long and narrow, and there is quite an excess of level ground, especially to the east of the castle. The slope is too steep and rocky for cavalry or wagons to ascend, but an infantry battalion could scale it without coming in range of enemy arrows and form ranks on the plateau, allowing a potential assault with siege ladders. However, to deter such an attack, an enormous trench has been dug across the entire width of the plateau and filled with sharpened stakes. Now I shall describe the castle. The keep has 3 round towers of varying heights, the tallest of which is capped with a pointed spire. The other 2 are open with crenellated parapets. A double curtain wall surrounds the keep, with an estimated 75-foot gap between the inner and outer walls. The castle is square in design, but slants inward at the southwest corner, an angle of some 45 degrees, where the main gate faces the village. Excluding the gate, there is a fortified tower on each corner of the wall, which must be multiplied by 2 to account for both inner and outer wall, which, with the 3 towers in the keep, amounts to 9 towers in all. I watch the battlements and the windows of the towers often through my spyglass, but have sighted no one. Neither have we encountered wagons on the road, which might carry supplies into the castle. However, smoke from the chimneys indicates that there are people in the keep, though whether or not they are hostile to our purpose remains to be seen. I am sending a delegation to inquire at the gate. This evening I shall take my dinner in the keep, else the sun shall set upon the shadows of our erected siege works. It was ironically a beautiful day in the valley of Clom. The afternoon sun shone brightly in juxtaposition with the dark stains besotting the green grass of the castle ward and the sandy flags of its corridors. Golden rays streamed into the bedchamber which had once belonged to the late Duchess of Clementis, and fell in a dappled rainbow on the floor. She had gotten started later in life, the Duchess. Dame Tanith recalled her to be somewhat of an old biddy in the instances she'd recounted her while visiting the Verdal Valley. The mother of Lord Kendrick and his late brother, her former suitor Lord Hammond, had lived to the age of 93, passing away shortly after her eldest son's 60th birthday. Dame Tanith had been invited to the funeral, but had been in Codzir, on campaign in the Samar Islands. Dame Tanith squinted through her monocle at the map spread across her lap. She was sitting up in the immense bed, her stomach stiff and burning from the wound Olgris had given her. Her left hand rested on a pile of letters, correspondence from Lord Magnus and Carrigal. She stuck out her lower lip and looked again over the dictated letter Squire Janessa held open for her. She nodded. "See it gets my seal and is sent out with the next messenger." "Yes, madam."
Dame Tanith slyly arched her brow as the squire folded up the letter and hurried out of the bedchamber. She had, in secret, already sent another letter to her true master, containing the details of the letter her squire would send out now. There was a knock on the door. "Enter." It was Lord Kendrick Clementis. His corpulent frame seemed to shrink the size of the bedchamber. He was skulking like he was about to face the music, and was hesitant to do it. Like he'd not trusted her, and had been reluctant to work with her, and regretted his former feelings. "You're looking better," he said, looking down at the floor. "Still a little stiff," she said. "I'm eager to be up and around, but the doctor says I should spend a few more days in bed." "I suppose you can't be convinced to take it easy." She arched her brow and unscrewed the monocle from her eye. "On the contrary, Your Grace, there is much to be done, not least of all since our prized prisoner has escaped. I assure you, I accept full responsibility for this blunder." "Nonsense," he said. "It can't be helped. Even you can't be alert all the time. Are you able to tell me what happened?" "I have little explanation for it. I was caught off guard. It happened so fast I can barely recollect. One moment I was questioning him. The next I was lying in a puddle of my own." She let her voice trail off for dramatic effect. She winced and set her hands before her on her lap. "Your Grace, it is not easy for me to say, but I confess I am still somewhat rattled from the affair."
No doubt," he said, looking awkwardly away.
"Someone must have slipped him a lockpick or some tool by which he freed himself. I admit I underestimated him. I had not foreseen him to be such a slippery adversary."
"You're not the only one," said Lord Kendrick. "But did he tell you anything before? Anything of use?" She shook her head.
"We had barely gotten under way."
"What then of the spellbook? Olgris escaped with it, but at least we found it. We can confirm the Grand Mage's involvement."
She sighed and hung her head. "That I had looked at rather thoroughly. There was little to indicate it belonged to anyone but Kerstin. She kept many notes in it, which I can confirm are her hand by comparison to documents seized from the parsonage. I am afraid, Your Grace, she is deeply involved in the devil's magic. That much was made dreadfully clear." His shoulders sagged.
"I suppose what you're saying is this was all her doing."
"I'm sorry, Your Grace. This must be difficult to hear, especially about someone you trusted." He stared down at the floor.
"That's just it. I didn't trust her. No one did. Except Fingal, maybe. But you could make the case that he was blind to it. The rest of us should have seen it coming."
He clenched his fists.
"The bishop warned Hammond this would happen. He bloody warned him."
She put her hand delicately on his arm. "We'll find her, Your Grace. There will be justice."
Indeed there will be."
"However," she studied him, willing the corner of her mouth to stop twitching into a smirk as she put her deceptive ploy into motion. "Even knowing this, without the spellbook, we have no evidence to convict her when we do apprehend her. Presenting my findings will be insufficient proof on its own. but with the testimony of 2 witnesses, perhaps. A look of discomfort grew upon the Duke's face.
I'm not sure I like where this is going.
Your Grace, might I remind you that Dame Selenera did say that the siege of Clom was all the witch's doing?
Yes, but she said it was to do with the Grand Mage.
Perhaps it was a device to throw us all. Perhaps she was giving us a taste of the truth to gain our trust before leading us down a path of lies. After all, we did grant her amnesty and allow her to defect and become a knight of a cause. Lord Kendrick shrugged. Your Grace, let me question them. Kerstin is the traitor, I can assure you. It is only a matter of providing sufficient evidence to condemn her. I cannot do it without your permission.
I just cannot get my mind around it, he said. It makes no sense to me how she could act that way, yet at the same time single-handedly thwarting her own design. Why would she?
That is what I would like to find out, she said. I understand this is difficult to accept. You and your brother were so heavily deceived. But I should ask, have you spoken with the bishop? He looked up at her, confused.
What? Bishop Allen? No.
She drew in her breath through her teeth. This may be difficult for you to hear. You may want to sit down. The Duke grimaced.
I'll take it standing up. Why? What have you found?
When we searched the witch's residence, we discovered the body of her warden. He was turned to stone in the bell tower. Salt, to be more specific.
But how can that be? He had been reporting to...
She knew she had him. The realization crept over his face, twisting his pudgy features into a mask of horror. Your Grace, she said almost affectionately, when I was looking through the spell book, I found something. A spell for the charmed to assume the appearance of another. Your Grace, for the last 3 years, Kerstin has been reporting on her own activities. We cannot know just what she has been up to in that time. The Duke blew out his cheeks and sat down in shock on the edge of the bed.
We must uncover what we can.
Indeed. Then she added more softly, reaching out to touch his arm. You know, I often think how if things might have been different. You would have been my brother-in-law. Help me avenge poor Hammond's death. Let me question the Kerrigans. For Hammond's sake. Lord Kendrick scowled, gnawing on his bottom lip.
All right, he muttered. All right. We'll do it for Hammond.
Chapter 5. The rain had quit, and the clouds over the mountain parted, giving way to bright sun and a clear blue sky. They'd set out from the village in the chill of the early morning, when the crude stone houses and cobbled streets still appeared blue in the dim half-light, and when there were still but only a few villagers awake to stare at them from dark door frames as they departed from the hospitality of their Adrock. It had been cold then, cold enough to see your breath, but the risen sun had warmed the mountain trail, and though he'd begun the day's journey with chattering teeth and freezing fingers, Sir Gilkrist found the afternoon rather hot, and he loosened the laces on his tunic. He'd wished, too, he could remove the sling on his arm and stretch it out in the warm breeze. At least it did not hurt much now, thanks to the medication Kerstin had procured from the village. He eyed her suspiciously as she rode ahead of him and the princess. Now that she had proven she was worthy of some semblance of trust, she had been allowed to ride her black palfrey again, though her hands were still bound. Just as well, for it was no relief to have her on the saddle behind him, poking and shaking him and whining the whole bloody way. Hinkle rode in front. The princess had taken it upon herself to give her lessons while they were waiting out the rain. He'd seen her practicing in the corral, wet yellow hair plastered to her face and neck, soaked dress clinging to her slender form, cheeks flush, the sound of her snatching breath over the thumping hooves and spattering rain. She still had far to go, but she'd taken to it quickly enough. And in addition to the other gifts and supplies, the Hadrock had seen that Lady Talan's maidservant departed on the village's most obedient and mild-tempered pony. They were trotting along a red dirt trail that ran the length of a ridge. The ground sloped down on either side at steep inclines, carpeted by short evergreens no taller than a man. Blue and purple mountains, shrouded in white, stretched out in the distance behind them, growing larger and more jagged further back. Ahead, cool shadows shifted over golden green hills and dark patches of forest. The princess looked over her shoulder and sat back in the saddle, slowing her hackney to a halt and patting the beast on the neck. He trotted up alongside her. "Your Highness?" She clicked her tongue and gave a gentle kick with her heels, and their horses sauntered along side by side. "How fares your arm?" "The medicine helps a great deal." The princess eyed Kerstin coolly. "It was fortunate you spared her, then." "Perhaps, though Hinkle knows such things as well." Not that he was altogether certain she would go out of her way to help him. "Does she indeed?" "Aye, she has training as an apothecary." Was he really lying for her? The same lie with which she had deceived him, over which he had been so unreasonably angry. Admittedly, it felt good. It was the least she deserved. The princess, however, was looking up at him with a raised brow that seemed to say he was deceiving no one. "I've noticed," she said, "there is a tension between you and Hinkle." I suppose there would be." His heart was suddenly pounding. How would he proceed? With the truth? Not all of it, surely. "I'm afraid I was at times a rather harsh master." "She was your servant, then?" "She was my servant girl, yes. Though now, I would not presume to call the keeper of the silver spear my servant." Nay, he did not deserve to kiss the ground her shadow darkened. "All I will say is that the manner in which she entered my service was misleading. In return, I was not always kind." He did not mention he had dismissed her briefly, and then reinstated her when it suited him to take advantage of her abilities, or that he had threatened and assaulted her when she had refused. No. Now he was justifying his abuse, skewing it so he appeared in the right. "Well," said the princess, "however you feel you've wronged her, I'm sure you had your reasons." Oh, he had, but they did not warrant his actions. Not in the least. And you did rescue her from Stalcogade. Surely that must earn you some merit toward reconciliation. Perhaps. He had risked his life and suffered injury on her behalf. But even then, had he truly done so out of concern for her well-being? Or was it out of guilt?
Or was it simply because he knew Kerstin and her broom were their only hope of thwarting the Grand Mage? And if that was the case, I, for one, am most grateful and thank you wholeheartedly. She grinned up at him. You were very brave. Yes, he was a hero, again. The kind of hero who ought to be hung like a brigand. Speaking of which, she said, I've also been meaning to thank you for your intervention with the Adrock. Your quick thinking saved the day. I don't know what I would have said otherwise. I assure you it was nothing, Your Highness. And the compliment must be returned to you as well. You walked a fine line with true grace. Well, I walked a fine line anyway. In hindsight, it was a foolish undertaking that placed us in considerable danger. You most of all. Perhaps, he said. But what was the alternative? Lemfina sighed. That's what I keep telling myself. Had I done nothing, we would have almost certainly been discovered. At least this way there was a chance. And we were most fortunate in the end. I just can't help pondering what little chance there really was. I mean, I spent the last 3 years. She giggled madly. To think I should simply creep out of my dark cell after so long and engage at once in such elaborate deception, as though my mind is still as sharp as it was in my father's court, as though, sitting before the Adrock, was a woman who had all this time been Lemfina, Princess of Akos, and not some wretch from the Underdeep. And even were it not so, that witch might have easily played our circumstances to her advantage. I'm surprised she didn't, really. She told me you'd already turned the villagers against her, and that they wouldn't have believed anything she said. He glanced ahead at Kerstin, rocking side to side with her palfrey's sauntering gait. That, and she wants our trust. She has many enemies and no friends. I expect she believes the most likely place to find an ally is among our number. She looked him up and down out the corner of her eye. Then she will be sorely disappointed. Indeed, he said. Indeed she will. Kerstin was fairly pleased with how things had worked in the village. One meager show of loyalty, and the 3 of her captors continued to assert they did not trust her in the least, but had granted her the leniency of riding her own horse again. Oh, it was good to have Gedja back, and not have to watch her damn niece clop along on her palfrey. Good again to have her own space in the saddle. And while her hands were still tied, at least she wasn't tied up to Sir Gilkrist. Ugh! No, she certainly wasn't going to miss that. She did miss it, though. A little bit. She'd thought about it a fair bit while she'd been imprisoned in the upper room in the village, while her captors waited out the rain. The warmth of his strong back, the comforting nearness of someone. She found herself wondering if he'd ever let her put her arms around him in any context outside of being his prisoner. She felt her cheeks grow hot as she recalled their kiss outside the Scaravisi's castle. That had been for a spell, but perhaps he would have. But that was before her niece had informed him of her intentions to betray him. She scowled at the yellow-haired brat trotting ahead in front, leading the bloody party like she had the faintest idea of where they were going. Little fool. Kerstin spit off to one side, then bounced up and down in the saddle, and galloped up alongside her, and received such a sharp look from her niece that it made her wonder why she had not cut her throat in the bathroom all those nights ago. She flashed her most amiable grin. So, you're becoming quite the little horsewoman, aren't you? Thanks, Hinkle grumbled. A little sore, are you? Between your legs? Another sharp glance. You get used to it after a while. I remember my first time. The ride to Clom. I was so sore I could hardly piss. Hinkle kept on looking straight ahead. Was that with Finn? It was, yes. Hinkle's expression softened. How are you? Fine. Carrying on. We all must. Was he buried? Kerstin's cheek twitched. Burned, actually. They burned all the bodies. His ashes will be kept in the Clementis family vault beneath the castle, as he was a prominent servant of the house. If His Grace allows it, said Hinkle quietly, not looking up. I should like to visit him. I'm sure he'd have been touched, said Kerstin. She sighed. Of course, I won't be there. I'll be a pile of ash myself by that point. It seemed to have the desired effect. Her niece seemed almost to slouch with guilt. She wore a pained expression. If it comes to that, said Hinkle, if you'd like, perhaps His Grace would let you be kept with Finn. Your remains, I mean. Kerstin looked far ahead over the hills rolling out into the horizon. Have I any last wishes? That's what you mean. Yes. It hadn't even occurred to her. She'd given plenty of thought to her execution. The flames crackling in the bundles of sticks at her feet. How much would it hurt? How long before the fire fully caught and wrapped around her? How long would it take her to die screaming? And would they shave her head before? It was out of vanity, and she knew it, but she very strongly hoped they wouldn't. However, to her actual death and what might follow, she had given very little consideration. The idea that the world would carry on without her, that she'd become a memory, a yesterday, that there'd no longer be a Kerstin. It was not a thought she cared to entertain. Well, she said, the words dripping slowly out of her, awkward-like. Once they're done burning me to a black crisp, if you'd be kind enough to gather up my smouldering remains and return them to Mother, I'd be much obliged. Shouldn't be much left, so I'll not be too heavy for you to carry. Probably no more than a bit of charred flesh or a greasy bone or two. The mention of this seemed to strike a note of particular discomfort in her niece, much to her satisfaction. Be sure to tell her how I died. And why? The sharpness returned suddenly to Hinkle's face. You don't think she'll have heard all about it? You don't think she'll come to Amaral for the trial? Or be there among the crowd when they carry out your sentence? Kerstin shook her head. No, she said quietly. She wouldn't be able to bear it. Not again. Hinkle turned toward her, brow furrowed, lip curling back from her teeth. Don't talk to me like this is my doing, like I'm doing something terrible to you. No one forced you to kidnap the princess, or to steal the spellbook, or trap souls in a broom. You did that. It's your fault, Kerstin. Yours. Kerstin hissed irritably, tightening her grip on the reins. You don't know what you're talking about. No? Are you sure? I know you love to think I'm stupid, and that no one's as smart as you, and that you know all kinds of things no one will ever know. But you think I don't know what you're doing? You're trying to manipulate me. You want me to feel sorry for you so you can use me to help you. Kerstin clenched her jaw, the need to smoke rising like an itch in an unreachable place. Hinkle? What? Are you going to pretend like you care about me now? I know you don't. If you had your way, I'd still be stuck in Stelkogade. You just want your broom back. Kerstin licked her lips and glanced longingly at the blackened shaft
tucked under her niece's saddle behind her thigh. She could probably get it. She could probably get it right now. A quick twist of her hips, and she could steer Gedja suddenly to the left, catch Hinkle off guard, and shove her off that pony. Her heart began to pound as she imagined sliding it out from under the saddle, gripping the smooth wood shaft, feeling the etched runes beneath her fingertips, the familiar weight, the familiar security and assurance. It was emptied of its power, that she knew. But perhaps, if she was quick enough with the words, she could turn her broom upon the princess and draw the spirit out of her. It gave her a warm sense of gratification to imagine Her Highness slumping out of the saddle, withered and lifeless, before disintegrating into a cloud of dust. But what then? Sir Gilkrist would be upon her in an instant, and there would be no time to speak a second spell. Perhaps worse, in that scenario, after shoving her niece from her pony, she would have turned her back to her. And from the way she had been speaking, and from the hard looks she'd been giving her, it was quite likely that before his lordship reached her, she'd look down and find a silver spearhead had burst through her chest. No, her only chance was to take the broom and run. Hinkle and the princess would be no threat to her then, and she could easily contend with them later when she found it convenient. Sir Gilkrist, however, would ride her down like he'd said. And injured as he was by far the better rider. That, and the terrain was mountainous. She might make it into the trees, where he would be hindered long enough that she could turn her broom on him. But then, even in such circumstances, she was not sure that was something she could bring herself to do. She had denied it to herself for a time, but was now openly admitting it to herself. She had grown rather fond of him. "I'll tell you something else," Hinkle hissed. Kerstin grimaced and sat up straight in the saddle, directing her palfrey into a slower gait, uninterested in hearing further reproof from her teenage niece, and causing her to have to twist around to face her. "I've always cared about you. You're the closest thing I have left to a mother. But that doesn't mean... Oh, Kerstin!" Hinkle had taken the hint she was no longer listening. She scowled, flaring her nostrils, and turned quite red in the face. She whipped around forward and galloped on ahead. "Ho! What be the matter?" growled Sir Gilkrist, riding up alongside her. "Are you making trouble?" "Trouble? Me?" she asked in pretended disbelief. To her satisfaction, she saw for the briefest second his thin-pressed lips twisting into a smile. "I was being civil, I swear I was." She batted her eyelashes. "'Twas only a bit of polite conversation. On my part, anyway. You really ought to teach your servants some better manners, my lord." He snorted and shook his head. "You've no right to speak about anyone's manners." She began to grin sheepishly, but he leaned in and gave her a deadly glare. "Leave her be, lest I be forced to put myself between you." He rode on ahead, and she sighed, muttering under her breath. "Believe me, my lord, you already have." Chapter 6. They galloped through the muck, hooves of their horses squelching, spattering grey globs up their bellies and flanks as they rode up the muddy road through an unwelcoming wood. Gnarled branches reached overhead, the groping claws of slender, twisted giants. The trees themselves appeared monstrous, like the abominable creations of some would-be deity who had, in their laboratory of excruciations, attempted to produce for themselves what God had made good, and failed. Dense fog crept among the contorted forms, smothering the path ahead in anxious white. Somewhere an owl hooted. King Vashean drew his steed to a halt, and Sir Pilvenor called for torches. He twisted forward in the saddle as the beast stamped impatiently about, wet hair clinging to his face, damp shirt plastered to his clammy skin. The pause annoyed him. He was eager to arrive, nearly to the point where his teeth were chattering, though he had a sinking feeling about what they would find. Fire steels clinked, and flame rustled to life, and at the first glare of red light on the ghostly veil, King Vashean charged his horse into the swirling mist. The others thundered after. They were close now. He could sense it. Heaviness in the air, a creeping unease, a niggle of distraction in his mind, urging him not to think of holy things. They were near to the site where a great evil had been done, a place where darkness reigned. He hissed a prayer and glanced sidelong at Sir Pilvenor. His face was twisted into a hateful grimace, the scar through his missing eye scrunching hideously. A stone wall some 12 feet high materialized out of the fog ahead. There was an iron gate beneath an arch, and King Vashean snarled when he saw it was left open, black bars creaking on their hinges, swaying in the subtle breeze. It was not a promising sign. They spilled into the courtyard, shod hooves clacking on the grimy flags, clods of mud trailing behind them. A dark stone tower loomed from the mist, a black obelisk vanishing into the fog like a mountain peak hidden among the clouds. King Vashean reined up his steed some distance from the tower entrance, teeth clenched, heart pounding, stomach sinking. The things that had gone on here, the foul deeds which had taken place, which he could only imagine, nay, which he could not even comprehend, but which he might find evidence of. It stirred him near to tears. His breath shivered. His every muscle was tense, coiled tight like a steel spring, ready for justice to be executed. And yet, though he might wish it with all his being, in his heart he knew it would not be today. Sir Pilvenor barked an order, and there was a jangling of metal as the Kerrigan knights dismounted. Blades were drawn with the scrape of steel, and they formed a tight semicircle around the tower entrance. Tall shields interlocked, curved swords pointed up. King Vashean's purple-cloaked men-at-arms formed up behind them. Squire Blatchford bent over a crossbow and put his foot through the stirrup, drew it to full cock, then trained it on the door over the shoulder of a Kerrigan knight. King Vashean himself swung down from the saddle as Sir Pilvenor ascended the steps and banged his gauntleted fist against the heavy door. It squeaked open, unlatched. Sir Pilvenor looked back in surprise, then pointed his sword through the doorway. "Advance!" The two knights in the center of the semicircle clunked forward up the steps, the others falling in behind them, mail jangling, heavy footsteps thudding loudly. Doors were kicked open. Men shouted as they swept from room to room. King Vashean paced slowly after them up the steps, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, still in its scabbard. His hair prickled as he crossed the threshold. A scream rang out, echoing in his bones. A child's scream. It had only been in his mind, but he knew it was true to what had taken place in this tower. He felt that much in his spirit. He squeezed his fist tight. His face set like a flint. The first floor had been cleared, and he sauntered up the stairs after the stomping column of knights, their figures casting menacing shadows in the torchlight. He felt agitated, impatient. His breath shivered. The shouting started again, and doors burst open, and tables were upturned. It got on his nerves that they could not complete their sweep quickly enough. He took a deep breath and stepped aside as the night column moved back into the stairwell to ascend to the next level. This continued for several more floors. Finally, someone shouted that the tower was empty. They would find no enemy here. They were wasting their time. Sir Pilvenor flipped a table, causing a spread of parchment paper to flutter into the air. "Blast! I thought they would be here! Damn!" King Vashean felt the urge to lash out in anger. Of course they wouldn't be here. How stupid did he think the Grand Mage was? Hide in his own tower? The first place they would look? But no. That would solve nothing. He controlled himself. "No," he said. "You only hoped they would be here. Just as I did. But I do not think you believed it." Sir Pilvenor sighed. "I suppose not. Where, then? Not the Grand Tower in Zerai. I already sent men there." "No." King Vashean eyed the documents spilled across the floor and the cold hearth at one side of the room. "I suspect we will find him at Castle Waz." "Castle Waz?" The Kerrigan knight shifted his one eye from side to side. "Lady Osina dwells at the palace. And if Olgris is... if he has indeed returned, the Grand Mage would surely have accounted for such possibility of discovery. Indeed he had, for he set such a plan in motion, and he would have needed some place defensible, which this tower is not. Yes." He looked up. "But Castle Waz is another 3 days' ride, and we cannot besiege it with a mere handful of knights. We would need an army." Sir Pilvenor paused, his mouth hanging open. "Lord Magnus." King Vashean scratched his beard and went to the arched window and looked out over the foggy forest. "Yes, he should have arrived by now with the first wave." The knight laughed in amazement. "Then Zildok Nassar has fallen into your hands. You played him well. Even now your men might have him in custody, and your majesty safe in their protection." King Vashean shook his head. "If only it were so. You must not underestimate him, Sir Pilvenor. He is a wily foe, and the devil and all his unholy forces have rallied to his aid. It is as you said. He must have foreseen the possibility of his discovery, and made preparations. He has not fallen into a trap. He is merely backed into a corner. He has never been more dangerous." Chapter 7. Lord Magnus Igornell XIV, General of the Igornell Army, to Dame Tanith Poella, Lady Marshal of Akos. "I pray you forgive me, madam, but it would seem I am guilty of overconfidence and spoke too hastily in my last letter. We inquired at the castle gate and found it shut and barred, but received no answer to our calls, nor did we discern any sign of the enemy, save, as I mentioned before, smoke from the chimneys. Finding no way in, and upon hearing no response, I gave the order for the siege engines to be erected, so that we might begin to bombard the walls. This was carried out most conspicuously, in hopes that the sight of our trebuchets being constructed might provoke some word from our foes. This, however, did not occur as expected. I must here remind you that upon finding the village of Vasaka abandoned, we secured it for our use. A good number of my senior officers billeted there, taking advantage of the palisade and the empty homes which were left in good condition. I thought to sleep there as well, but was loath to forsake the view afforded me by the high ground which allows me to look upon the castle, village, and surrounding lands in a single glance. I'm glad I didn't, for I awoke to the most unsettling news. There were deaths in the night. I'm told a man in every house, strangled in their beds. I had heard such tactics were used by guerrillas, sneaking into the enemy camp by night and murdering every 10th man, and of the effect this had on morale. I would assume that to be what had been exercised on my men in Vasaka, were it not for the distressing sighting recounted by a certain page. This young man, who is, or was, in the service of one of my knights, had gotten up around midnight to relieve himself and fill his canteen from the river. He recalls feeling uneasy, though he was uncertain why, and at the time had attributed it to perhaps listening to the rumors of the forest, which now will only be exacerbated. He hurried back to his billet, eager to be near his master and the men of his lance once more. Upon nearing the porch of the house in which they were staying, he says he heard a woman sobbing. Slowly gathering his courage, he peered inside. There was a shadow hunched over his master's bed, reaching down, and with a woman's quiet sobs, the muffled gurgles of a man being throttled. He drew his knife, he tells me, but was too petrified to act, and for this cowardice I begrudge him not, for he could have done no good. With his blade in hand, he hid outside the door, the blood freezing in his veins, until at last the gurgling ceased, and he heard, accompanying the eerie whimpering, slow, sopping footsteps. The woman emerged onto the porch, and fear again held him back, but his breathing gave him away. And as she turned to face him, her hunched form racked with sobs, he saw that her ragged nightgown was stained dark from the waist down, and that the skin of her face was gray, but welted black and purple around her throat, and that where her eyes should have been, there were only pits. It was at this point the young man was overcome with terror and fainted. Regrettably, he had already told all the remaining men in his lands what he had seen before someone had the sense to quiet him. Now talk of this has circulated the entire camp. I would withhold rations from any man caught spreading rumors, but who would enforce such a policy when it is the officers who are contributing most to the panic, the men who are supposed to be the examples of steadfastness and unwavering courage to the common man? As expected, morale is not very high. No one wants to billet in Vasaka, and there are even reports of belligerence and insubordination from those tasked to guard it. But matters become worse. The construction of the trebuchets is not going well. Parts are missing or in disrepair, and the men are spooked and have trouble concentrating. The latter is understandable given the incident in the village, and I attribute the former to sabotage, the work of the elusive traitor who continues to operate among us. However, the lead engineer refuted this. He told me he has been the victim of sabotage before. It was obvious, he says, the work of unnatural interference. Lines cut, metal corroded by acid. This, he says, is more like fresh milk curdling before your eyes. And he blamed it on the ground upon which we were erecting the engines, insisting that the same forces at work in the village are at work in the siege camp too. I encouraged him to set aside his superstition, and to be stalwart as befitting a man in service to his majesty. But as we spoke, there was a loud thud, and a cry which disturbed me deep in my spirit. The counterweight of one of the trebuchets had broken loose, and crushed a man beneath. I'll never forget his screams as he begged for his comrades to get it off. It had not yet been filled with stones, but even so it took a dozen men to lift it. His legs had been squashed in such a way they had to peel him from the muddy depression left by the counterweight. At this point, the lead engineer came at me, eyes wide with fervor, pointing up at the butt of the trebuchet arm where the great hinge pin had been sheared off,
and declared the accident to be an affront to the laws of nature and the work of the devil. And when I posited poor metallurgy as the cause of the accident, he would not hear of it, arguing that if such a thing occurred in isolation, perhaps it might be accepted, but that it did not account for the time and place of the incident, or the numerous other uncanny goings-on, all of which indicated a dark influence. Then, much to my frustration, he said damn if the men pick up their tools again whilst the paranormal was beset against them. I told him I'd very much appreciate it if he resumed his work, but he stood me down, and I relented and did not form it as an order, for fear I would have to hang him for defiance. I understand, madam, you will not approve of my backing down to my subordinates, a commoner at that, but the aura of fear is palpable. The air is heavy with it, and if I begin executing men too scared to do their jobs, it will only lead to widespread desertion and the despondency of those who remain. My solution is this. I have spoken to the members of the Black Unit, and they have chanted blessings over the siege engines and swathed them in holy incense, and have swept through Vizsala with prayers of exorcism to repel whatever malignant presence lingers here. As the general of this army, I am resolved to inspire the men and spend the night alone here in the village. I shall sleep very little, I am afraid. I am haunted by the notion that it is only my belief in the power of prayer that stands between me and the hands of darkness. And as I prepare to lie down in the bed of the vengeful dead, I confess it feels like thin armor indeed. God help me. Dame Tanith resisted the urge to place her hand over the hot pain searing across her stomach as she marched along behind Sir Welby and a troop of Lord Kendrick's men-at-arms. Her eye twitched a little from gritting her teeth so hard, trying not to cry out in agony. It would do no good to have these lesser men hear the Iron Countess succumb to her anguish. She focused instead on the pleasing sounds of their advance, the comforting steadiness of urgent boot-clops, the shivering shink of jostling mail, and its glimmering reflection in the torchlight. They came to a stop outside a certain door, and she nearly smiled at the delightful scrape of metal blades being slid to half-draw. The cherry to top it all was Squire Janessa's quiet grunt as she put her foot through the crossbow stirrup and pulled up on the bowstring and cocked it with a satisfying click before setting a bodkin-tipped bolt in the narrow groove. She stood deliberately back from the others, resolved not to take part physically in the arrest. She was straining herself too much as it was. She was defying the good doctor just by getting out of bed. Sir Welby sent her a hesitant look. She responded with a determined nod, and he pounded his fist against the door. "Open in the name of His Grace!" There were muffled voices on the other side. Kerrigan voices. Then the door cracked open, and the doctor himself peeked out. "Yes? Sir Welby, what is the meaning of this?" Sir Welby eyed him somberly, then pushed the door fully open and entered past him. Dame Selenera was sitting propped up in bed, with a tray of supper on her lap. The Knight of the Briar Rose sat in a chair alongside her. Another empty chair had been pushed from the bed, and had on it the doctor's tray. Clusters of white candles flickered on either of the side tables. She felt a sense of satisfaction at having disturbed the quaint atmosphere of their evening. The Kerrigan dame turned pale as she met her gaze, and turned to her senior for direction. The Knight of the Briar Rose looked up calmly, jaw still working, apparently unperturbed by their presence. "Dame Selenera, Knight of the Briar Rose," said Sir Welby, "by order of His Grace, I hereby place you under arrest on suspicion of collaboration with a suspected traitor." The Briar Rose snorted. That is ridiculous. Of course we are collaborators. We are defectors. Not with Olgris, said Sir Welby, but with Kerstin, the Witch of Clom. You are to be taken in for questioning. At this, the Kerrigan knight bolted from his seat and hunched over in a defensive stance, hand on the hilt of his sword. He was quick. God, he was quick. Quicker than Olgris, even. Her heart throbbed with a brief surge of panic, which she quickly stifled. Questioning? The Knight of the Briar Rose nodded toward her. By the Iron Countess, I give you fair warning. Before he left, His Majesty gave us orders to fight with our lives rather than succumb to torture and interrogation. Come no closer, or I will be forced to draw my sword. Now see here, said Sir Welby. Dame Tanith leaned over Squire Janessa's shoulder and whispered in her ear. Shoot him, while he's distracted. The girl looked at her in disbelief. Madam, he has yet to draw. Shoot him, girl, she snarled under her breath. If we take him at close range, it will be extremely dangerous. But Squire Janessa shook her head in bewilderment. Give me that. She snatched the crossbow from her hands. Before anyone could stop her, she raised it to her shoulder and squeezed up on the lever. Clack! The Briar Rose sank to his knees with a yell, then fell over on his side, twitching on the floor with a feathered bolt in his hip. Squire Janessa looked at her in horror. Sir Welby threw at his hands. What in— Madam, I must protest. This man had not so much as drawn his sword. She grabbed him by the collar of his mail shirt. You think I had my sword out when Olgris killed everyone in the room? Apprehend him! And you— She shoved the crossbow against Janessa's chest. You reload that! She leaned in close and snarled in her ear. That man is the best swordsman in Kerrigal. You don't wait for him to draw like this is some bloody tournament. You strike first when he isn't ready. You exploit whatever weakness you can. If your enemy runs, shoot him in the back. And above all, you do not hesitate. Is that clear, Janessa? You do not hesitate. Yes, madam. She was practically sobbing. Dame Tanith winced. Fire lapped across her stomach. Her tunic felt wet. The stitches had come loose. She staggered back and leaned against the doorframe as the men-at-arms descended upon the Knight of the Briar Rose, kicking away his blade and turning him onto his stomach. Dame Tanith had upset her dinner tray and was crawling from her bed toward the sword belt on the side table. Dame Tanith shook her head. Janessa? The corner of her mouth twitched in the slightest smile as the crossbow clacked off again. The Kerrigan dame yelped in surprise as the bolt bounced off the table and pinged off the stone wall, knocking the sword belt out of her reach. She turned and stared at her, her face white and frantic. The way the doctor was staring on, he looked like he was about to do something. Dame Tanith stabbed her finger at him. Don't you move. The Knight of the Briar Rose struggled against his captors. You won't take us alive! One of the men-at-arms squawked an oath as he struck him between the legs. In a swift motion, he reached for his boot. Sir Welby cried out and was on him in an instant. But the knife he withdrew was not meant for his foes, and before they could properly restrain him, he sent it clattering across the floor to Dame Selenera, shouting something in Kerrigan. At this, the doctor wailed and reached out his hand. Dame Selenera snatched up the dagger, withdrew it from the scabbard, and held it up to her own throat. A Shaylee's tears! Someone take that from her! Screamed Sir Welby. The Briar Rose shouted again as the men-at-arms beat him down to the floor, and two others rushed at the Kerrigan dame in a panic. Squire Janessa was holding her breath. But Dame Tanith saw no cause for alarm. even as the girl drew the knife across her own throat and began to gurgle. "Quiet, doctor," she said. "There is no cause for dismay." He looked at her, his eyes full of tears and horror. But as she staggered weakly across the bedchamber to where Sir Welby and his 2 men had pried the knife away from her and were trying to stop the woman's bleeding, she grinned down at her. "Doctor, have you ever seen a patient try to cut their own throat?" "As a matter of fact, I have," he said, offended, "and it was no more pleasant than it is now." "No, of course not." Dame Selenera jerked and gargled, staring up at her with wide eyes. Dame Tenneth looked placidly down at her. But despite their attempt to end it all, was their life in any real danger, Doctor? "Of course! They might have easily opened the jugular veins or carotid arteries." "Ah, they might have. But they didn't, did they?" "No, not in the particular case I am referring to. No. Indeed. The fact remains, it is terribly difficult to cut one's own throat. It requires a certain resolve, a certain eagerness to die. An eagerness, Dr. Murdoch, which I can sense this young woman does not yet possess. Not yet, anyway. Help us stop that bleeding. I have questions that need answering." Chapter 8. Hinkle dried off the last of the supper plates and wiped her hands on her apron. She'd cooked supper too, and fixed lunch, as well as fetched the wood, built the fire, unsaddled the horses, fed them, watered them, filled the drinking skins, just like she had every day since she'd been rescued from Stelkogade. To be fair, she was the only one in the group with 2 hands available. Princess Lamphina didn't count, of course, as Sir Gilkrist would not suffer Her Highness to mar her hands with work. Kerstin refused to lift a finger, and would only make some quip about being a little tied up at the moment. Sir Gilkrist, however, made every effort to assist, which was worse than him doing nothing. Aside from brushing the horses, there wasn't much he could do one-handed, which embarrassed him, and worse, made him angry. At one point, the air had become so tense that the princess told him to go for a walk, and that it would all be done when he returned. And so Hinkle had the pleasure of doing everything. It was almost as if nothing had changed since the day she left her grandmother's hovel. But a lot had changed. And yet, somehow she was still the maid of all work, still the starving peasant girl from Sweetwater. Wasn't she due a little more respect? After all, things would happen differently if the blessed heroine herself was in camp instead of her. Wouldn't they? That thought always made her feel guilty. And at least she finally had some shoes on her feet. Sir Gilkrist had seen to that while they were in the village. Soft brown leather shoes that went up to her ankles. As fine a pair as she'd ever owned. Though he seemed awfully guilty as he'd gone about it. She wondered what had made him notice all of a sudden. She recalled her conversation with King Vashean in the West Clom Cathedral. He'd said he would speak to him. Perhaps he had. In truth, she wasn't sure where to even direct her frustration. She couldn't hold it against Her Highness. It was hardly her fault. She had never really done chores. And she couldn't fairly expect Sir Gilkrist, not with his broken arm. Kerstin, it seemed, was never beyond the scope of blame, but she couldn't help but think she might not feel overly obliged to help either,
Were she her aunt's prisoner? Maybe it wasn't anything to do with him at all. Maybe it was that she didn't feel as different as she felt she ought to. A lot had changed, but she felt the same. Hinkle pushed another log onto the fire and stood up, resituating the blanket around her shoulders. The silver spear was propped up against the trunk of a big oak tree, wrapped in burlap. As she reached for it, Kerstin slid her eyes toward her, the firelight playing on her dark features. "And just where do you think you're going with that, pray tell?" asked her aunt, the bowl of her pipe clutched in her bound hands. Sir Gilkrist and the princess were looking up at her too. "Just to be alone for a bit." "It would be best if we stayed together," said Lymphina. Hinkle felt her cheeks get hot as Kerstin leered up at her with a smug grin. "I won't be long," she said. "I'm not going far." She said it in a matter-of-fact tone. She was not asking permission. As keeper of the silver spear, she had the right to go off with it if she saw fit. Or at least she ought to. She wasn't sure the others would agree, and she found herself waiting for some sign of their approval, expecting Sir Gilkrist was about to reassert Her Highness's objection and warn her about talking back. However, he said nothing and occupied himself with poking at the fire with a stick. And to her surprise, the princess only shrugged. "All right, then." Kerstin frowned into the fire, nose scrunching as she sucked on the stem of her pipe. Kerstin thought about returning the smug look she'd given her, but decided against it and tramped off into the night. Tall grass rustled in her skirts as she waded through the starlit field, tickling her ribs and bare forearms where the blanket didn't cover them. The crickets were chirping. Small lights flickered here and there in the blue grass and clusters of black trees. She'd gone farther than she said she would, and the fire was an orange speck blinking in the distance behind her. She sighed and unwrapped the burlap covering. The silver spear glittered in the starlight, and as Hinkle brushed her fingertips along its length, it seemed to radiate with power. How strange it was to imagine the hands that had held this sacred object. That this spear was the devil's work, wrought in the ever-dark forges of the Okari. That it had pierced the heart of a Shaili, and that the heroine Morag had taken it and slew with it the demons of old, and finally Salsabil himself. People, beings that, not long ago, she barely even believed in. But now, Hinkle did believe. She believed that a Shaili had sacrificed himself for the world and come back to life, and that he cared, even for her. That change had been sudden, like a light had come on when Sir Gregis laid his hands on her. It was going to take some getting used to. Furthermore, she had sworn some oaths, which at the time felt very right, and she'd been very sure. But now that she had time to consider, she wondered if she hadn't been awfully stupid. She'd taken a vow of chastity, without thinking about it at all. She didn't want that. How was she supposed to go the rest of her life without ever... Her chest tightened, and she breathed out through pursed lips. She supposed people broke their vows all the time. Her mother had. They were just words, weren't they? Like a promise? What if she made a promise she couldn't keep? A Shaili wouldn't hold that against her, surely. After all, what about the girl in her vision? Saya? How could she come about if she never... Hinkle was certain, absolutely certain from the resemblance in the girl's face, and from the way she'd felt at the time, and then afterwards, that Saya was her daughter with Sir Gilkrist. She'd told him even,
She'd been so sure. Not that it had gone over well. But even that was called into question now that she'd seen Saya's birth was contingent upon Kerstin. No, oh no, she would not allow that thought. Kerstin was going back to Amaral for trial, and to be executed, as she justly deserved. It must have meant something else. Maybe it wasn't about Kerstin at all. Maybe it was about Sir Gilkrist showing her mercy, and that meant a change, a softening in his character, which might enable him to make choices a more ruthless version of himself wouldn't make. Perhaps he'd be nice now, gentle, kind. It seemed unlikely, but maybe? She brushed her fingers against her cheek. The bruises were gone from where he'd hit her and grabbed her by the throat. Gone on the outside, anyway. Was that really what she wanted? To be Sir Gilkrist's lover? And have his child? The master who'd threatened her, beat her, forced her to perform abominable, wicked acts? No. But then, yes. She didn't know. It couldn't happen anyway. Well, it could, but... Her skin prickled as the grass rustled behind her, and she whipped around, her heart jumping into her throat. Easy. Sir Gilkrist held up his hand, his face masked in shadow. It's only me. Hinkle huffed. You startled me. She couldn't be sure, but he seemed to almost wince as she said it. Sorry, he said. I just wanted to check up on me? I'm fine, my lord. Aye, that will be what I told her highness. Hinkle felt a surge of excitement, or dread. She wasn't sure which. But in truth, I've been wanting to speak to you. Alone. Her heart was pounding now. Okay, she said, her breath suddenly shivering. Whatever might happen between them could very well be decided by what he was about to say. And that was what she wanted. For him to be the one to decide. For him to know what she wanted. For him to know what was best for her. Hinkle decided then and there that whatever he had come to do, vows or not, chastity or not, whatever he saw fit, right now, she would give in. But as he took a step toward her, and her breath heightened, she instinctively took a step back, and he came no further. Hinkle, I am sorry for the way I've treated you, for forcing you to do what I made you do in the chapel, and for having you lie to the king, for the way I acted when I learned the truth about Kerstin, and for neglecting you, ignoring your needs, and letting you go barefoot. I should have gotten you a pair of shoes in Orne, before we left Sweetwater even. Hinkle was stunned. The last thing she'd expected from him was an apology. He always acted like he was right, like he knew better than everyone. So this was just... She felt a sudden wave of emotions. Hearing him say those things brought it all back again. Made her feel helpless, desperate, trapped. And somehow the fact that he was apologizing seemed to make it worse. How about for hitting me and grabbing me by the throat and saying you would kill me? The last bit came out as a sob. She was on the verge of bursting into tears. He sighed and hung his head. I for that too. That was deplorable. I am ashamed of myself as a knight and a man. I am sure in your eyes I am not but a source of terror and abuse. Again, I am deeply sorry. I was wrong. All of it was wrong, and never should have happened. Hinkle found she was gripping the silver spear very tight. Utterly wrong, and never should have happened. Her tears dripped onto the silver shaft,
sparkling in the starlight. She let out an ugly, gasping sob and began to shake and cry. All this time she'd been afraid of him, hated him, felt like she'd been walking on eggshells around him, wanted desperately to get away from him even. And yet he was all she wanted. For him to want her, for him to notice her, and so long as he needed her, valued her, she'd put up with his abuse. Because abuse was all she'd ever known. And even if she knew it was wrong, so long as it was what he wanted, and was what he thought was right, she'd live with it. But now he was saying it was wrong. The way he'd used her was wrong. The reasons he'd valued her were wrong. And that meant she was stupid. Stupid for hating the way he treated her and wanting him anyway. Stupid for letting herself get caught up in a fantasy of who only knew what, when even he acknowledged his actions were wrong. Stupid for knowing she shouldn't want him, that he was like poison to her, and yet still, even now, wishing he'd grab her around the waist and pull her close. But no, that wasn't going to happen. Not ever. Not now. No, now that he was apologizing, it meant he intended to treat her properly, and nothing illicit would ever happen between them. Sir Gilkrist took a step closer, and hesitantly reached out his hand like he was about to place it on her shoulder. I know it will take some time, but I hope that eventually you can find it within yourself to forgive me. Hinkle gasped for breath, finally finding a break between sobs. And then she just blurted it out. I love you. He withdrew his hand. She never felt more stupid. She could see his face now in the starlight. He had a puzzled look, like he hadn't expected it. Or at least he hadn't expected her to say it out loud. I see. Well, he swallowed. She could see his gullet moving up and down. He was carefully choosing his words, searching for the right way to gently let her down, to tell her how stupid she was. You must... I am very flattered. No. Oh, no. She'd rather he be severe, for his eyes to flash at her impudence, and for him to come at her in anger. Anything but this. But I am undeserving of your affection. Undeserving? Really? She glared up at him, her cheeks burning. I told you we'd have a child together, and you said you'd rather fall on your sword than fetch a bastard with me. That's what you said. And now I'm too good for you? Why? Because of this? She held the silver spear out between them. No, he said. You deserve a man who will care for you and treat you far better than I have. I've used you badly, Hinkle. Yes, you have. She was starting to shake again. And now you're washing your hands of me. That's hardly fair. Fair to who? He set his jaw and breathed out through his nostrils long and slow. Look, I'm certain you will end up with... No one. I'm not going to end up with anyone. I swore an oath, my lord. I swore an oath when I took the spear from Sir Gregis. Of course, he whispered. You took a vow of chastity. You are the keeper of the silver spear. His eyes went wide and he began to back away. Then, what do you mean by professing your love to me? It's just... She hung her head. It's just the way I feel. Very well. But it was never going to happen. And it never will. He might as well have punched her in the stomach. Her breath squeaked like she was about to cry again. And I should have you know, I am betrothed to another woman. A lady. She nearly laughed in his face,
I know that. I guess I never cared. It's not as though you ever speak of her." She snorted as his face adopted a horrified expression. "What? It's not as though you're married. And even if you were, don't pretend you wouldn't have had me if it was what you wanted. You know you would have. You know I would have let you. And I still would." "Girl, you look here," he growled, holding out his hand the way he might have if she had suddenly brandished a weapon. "I came to apologize, and I have done. Beyond that, well, I guess you got what you wanted. Again. Now hold on a moment." "Oh, right. Fine. I forgive you." No one would have believed her the way she said it, and she felt a little sorry as a hurt look crossed his face. "Well then." He furrowed his brow and let his arm drop to his side. "I suppose there be no more to say." "I guess not." "Very well. I'm going back. I expect you'll be right behind me." "Yeah, I'll just be another minute." He nodded once, then raised his chin, and as she turned away, she began to scrunch up her face to cry, but managed to hold it together until he was gone. When she returned to camp, he was sitting up by the fire, orange light flickering in the naked blade laying across his lap. The two of them exchanged a sharp look, but neither of them spoke. Kerstin was snoring softly under the big oak tree, lying on her side, with her bound hands tucked beneath her head. Princess Lamphina was lying down too on the other side of the fire, but she sat up when she approached. Hinkle knew she looked like she had been crying, because her jaw fell open a little, and she looked inquisitively at Sir Gilkrist. But to her relief, she didn't ask. Chapter 9. Lord Magnus Igranel XIV, General of the Igranel Army, to Dame Tanith Poella, Lady Marshal of Écosse. Praise and glory to Ashali, god of our heroine Morag. We have engaged the enemy and emerged victorious. What happened was this. As I mentioned in my last report, I spent the night in Vasaka alone, and the prayers of those valued members of the Black Unit must have purged the malevolent forces from the village, for I awoke unmolested. With this encouragement, the lead engineer and his men resumed their work on the trebuchets. Now, Sir Cranmer speculates that the exorcism served to frustrate our foes, which at that time remained unseen, and that they had lost influence over the ground we occupied, and needed to act fast before our confidence could be more fully realized. And act fast they did. It was about midnight the following night when I was awakened by shouts from the men, and was already up from bed when the bugle was sounded in alarm. I had slept in my tent at the top of the hill, feeling I needed proper rest after my sleepless night in the village, and was therefore nearer to the tree line. Aye, madam, the men had been right to fear that forest, for it was not the castle from which they came, but out of that discomforting wood. It was a mysterious fog the men were shouting about, a purplish mist which came wafting out of the withered trees. I had heard much of this fog from Sir Cranmer, from whom I extracted every detail he could recollect from the Battle of the Clom Canal, and though he was taking his turn billeting in the village, and would yet be delayed to arrive on the scene with my knights, I knew the men must be forbidden from entering it. As it crept nearer, I gave the order to move 10 paces back, which caused some confusion and further exacerbated their disorganized state, as they were still forming lines at this point. But they were kept from harm's way. The fog tumbled on, and I gave the order again, and a third time. And here we could back up no further, for we were pressed against our tents, and I feared the fog would overtake us. Yet, and the reason for it baffles me still, it came no closer, swirling in place like a wall of discolored cloud some few feet before us. Then figures appeared from within the mist, the shadows of men, or what had once been men, sauntering unsteadily toward us. And I knew then, madam, we would test His Majesty's hypotheses and verify the efficacy of the Black Unit, or die most wretchedly under the grinding teeth and raking claws of the living dead. I kept a close eye out for the dark forms of serpents, which had been so instrumental in the havoc wreaked upon the canal, but of them I saw naught. I called out for the men to be steady, which seemed to be the world's greatest farce, for my own voice never sounded so shrill and desperate. My heart was pounding, and I was shivering terribly, and I feared the men would sense my terror and break ranks and flee. But to my surprise, to my amazement really, I heard this call to hold steady repeated down the line. The men held fast, and by this my own courage was bolstered. Then the walking corpses emerged from the fog. They congregated in a slovenly line on the edge of the mist, bodies gray and rotted, blotched black and purple in parts, flesh eaten away down to the bone in parts, eyes murky like those of fishes, or eyes missing altogether, leaving hideous, gaping sockets. And a great howl went up from them, which chilled the marrow in my bones and turned my skin to goose-flesh. I was on the verge of mindless panic then. But again, and knowing they were about to charge us, I squealed for the men to hold steady. Again the call was repeated down the line, and though the voices which relayed my command were more distressed than they were at first, still the troops held firm. Madam, I cannot express to you the pride which I felt at that moment, despite being nearly out of my wits with fright. For the men who stood their ground so bravely then were not the knights and men-at-arms of Igornell, but the common foot soldiers. Inspired by their unified determination, I was overcome by battle fervor, and as the dead tore howling toward us, I found myself standing in the stirrups with my sword drawn, shouting with all my might. I feel I cannot take credit for the commands I issued, for they did not come from a place of rational consideration, but instinctive reaction. I ordered the men to part, and the Black Unit to advance 10 steps alone, and it is only in my recollection of the events transpired that I realize, had I been in a state of fully conscious thought, I would unlikely have been able to bring myself to such a decision, for fear that I would be hurling men and women of the cloth to senseless slaughter. As it was, those members of the Black Unit acted with selfless obedience and marched stalwart to meet the oncoming attack, censers swinging, chanting hymns of God, their heavenly voices filling the night. And I saw a sudden change in the host of the dead. Their sickly howls turned to shrieks of despair, and they reeled back as if recoiling from a bright light. So too did the incense of the church drive back that unholy mist, so that the corpses and the fog they had come out of shrank back almost to the woods. For I ordered the Black Unit to advance no further on their own. And then, seeing that we had the advantage, I had us charge, recalling from Sir Cranmer that upon facing the undead, though it had been futile at the canal, they might be rendered altogether useless by decapitating the head from the body. This I shouted with all my might as I gave my horse the spurs, and we charged. We fell upon them and cut them down all the way back to the tree line. And when we heard the thundering of hooves upon the crest of the hill behind us, it was Sir Cranmer and the cavalry come to our aid, arriving just in time to hear the cries of victory from the men. With his addition, I thought to press into the woods in hopes of capturing one of the necromancers said to control them. But I feared pushing my luck too far, though it would have been a great advantage
to have such a prisoner, for I have many questions, perhaps more now than I did before. I do not understand this mist, nor do I understand how the priests and nuns could so scourge the undead with their hymns and prayers now, when such things had no effect at all at the canal. So too with the decapitations. Though I understand there was much defilement of holy objects in the east side of the city, whether or not that has anything to do with it. Indeed, it remains a troubling mystery which robs the full joy of our victory. And even now as the sun rises, and the black smoke billows from bright pyres upon which we burn the bodies we struck down on the field, I do not feel as though I have truly defeated any foe. More like that we have benefited from some uncanny turn of luck, and that the next exchange will be another matter. Still, I must give thanks and rejoice in the moment. We have repelled a surprise attack from the enemy, and suffered no casualties. The heavy door creaked open, and torchlight spilled into the dark cell. There was a pitiful wheezing sound from the shadows, a wretched, rasping noise like the breathing of a dying dog. The wheezing quickened as the red light fell on the yellowish form of a dark-haired woman curled up on the stone floor. Dame Tanith stood over her, left hand draped over the grip of her sword, the other pressed against her belly. She breathed slowly, waiting as the pain subsided. She was getting stronger now, and could venture farther without needing rest, though in truth she did not relish the journey back up all those steps to the main floor of the castle. Resisting the temptation to call for a chair, she stood straight and curled her fingers in an upward gesture. There was movement in the shadows. Chain clinked and rattled, and the girl groaned as her hands were drawn above her head. She spun slowly, around and around, hoisted upright, bare legs dangling uselessly. Red welts covered her slender form. Blood glistened on her cracked lips and broken nose, and from the mess of stitches beneath her chin. Her face was swollen like she'd kicked a beehive. If the girl had been pretty, she was no longer. She smiled coolly as the girl stared up at her with dark, weary eyes, breath wheezing, the delightful stink of fear emanating from her unwashed body. Selenera of Taliza, I must say you're looking rather worse for wear. She took a drink of water from a skin and held it out to the Kerrigan dame. Thirsty? The woman stuck out her jaw to drink, but squeaked out a sob as she poured the water on the floor. Please, madam, I've told you everything. Dame Tanith sucked her teeth. No, you told me the same elaborate lie you concocted with Olgris to deceive his majesty and his grace. I, however, am not willing to believe a woman just because she is young and helpless. But, she croaked, her voice cracking with desperation, but it's true. I swear it was Kerstin. Yes. She stole from the Grand Mage. Dame Tanith shook her head. No. Yes, No, it was Kerstin. Only Kerstin. And you, and Count Olgris, and the Briar Rose, who set him free. Wasn't it? Wasn't it? She backed off with a wince, pressing her hand over her stomach, exhaling carefully until the fire cooled in her abdomen. The torch rustled nearer, and she felt a hand on her back. She shook her head as a voice whispered behind her. After another moment, she repeated herself more calmly. Wasn't it? The girl stared at her, sunken eyes glistening with horror. No, madam. She shut her eyes and stepped in, reaching up to stroke the girl's cheek. Oh, you poor fool. You poor, sweet fool. You don't seem to understand. This is only going to end one way. One way. It's up to you whether it ends now or much, much later. She nodded toward the shadows. There was movement at the edge of the torchlight. She watched closely, relishing this particular moment in the proceedings, as the Kerrigan dame strained to see. She felt a throb of excitement at the look on her face, as a leather-masked figure emerged from the dark, with a menacing contraption of studded iron plates and leather straps. No, she sobbed. Madam, no! Please, madam! She began to cry, and her frightened whimpers echoed out into the dim dungeon corridors, with the jangling of metal buckles, and the zip of belts being drawn fast. Then the click, 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 click of tightening gears and levers. Chapter 10. The stupidity of her captors was almost impossible to believe. Her Highness, of course, notwithstanding. But Sir Gilkrist ought to bloody know better. She'd thought even Hinkle would have enough of a clue by now to realize this was complete and utter madness. But no. Here they were, trotting out of the hills along the white brick road, right down to the northern gates of Zerai, where, all his magic and agents aside, Zildok Nassar might just happen to glance out a window and see them coming up the bloody street. Did they not understand the peril in which they were placing themselves? And rather needlessly at that. No, they did not. She'd pleaded and badgered Sir Knight to take the long way back, the way which they came. But as usual, the man's bloody ears were clogged, and he could not hear reason. He was adamant that they must take the most direct route to Amorel. Apparently he'd forgotten all about that incident in the graveyard, when she'd fallen into the hands of Zildok's necromancers. Probably because he'd been the one to rescue her. All in a day's work, cleaving a few heads, saving the girl, entirely forgettable. She, on the other hand, was acutely aware of how dreadfully close that had been, and was not keen to relive the experience. She pulled her hood a little further over her head, as they clopped along through a grove of gigantic trees. The gate was in sight now. High white walls, and clean white parapets of buildings on the other side. There was a short line of people and wagons queued up ahead of them. Green turbaned guards were questioning them as they arrived, strangely reminiscent of the Waycastle situation at the border crossing. Except here, no one was coming out. Sir Gilkrist shot her a warning glance over his shoulder, dappled sunlight moving across his face, and gave a tug on the lead tied to her wrists. Yes, 'twas no longer enough that her hands were bound. Now he had to drag her along like a cat on a leash. At least, he'd told her, while they were in the city. She'd been hurt by this show of mistrust, more than she cared to admit. She thought he had more confidence in her. But she supposed, if she was ever going to try something desperate, It would most likely be now. He knew her well, it seemed. He probably knew her better than anyone. Kerstin sighed. He was leaning in and whispering to the princess, nodding up ahead. Hinkle, too, was peering curiously toward the gate. By now they'd figured something was amiss. And still they were plodding on. They neared the end of the lineup, but the princess directed her mount past the others and kept on riding up to the front. The guardsman in charge squinted suspiciously at this, but seeing her noble posture and elegant cloth, he waved her up to the gate, while the rest of the humble folk shuffled aside, nodding and bowing and muttering blessings to her health. Kerstin might have been envious of such treatment, were her stomach not squirming quite so much. She began to prepare her excuses in case she was questioned. She considered for a moment telling the actual truth, that they were the Witch of Clom, the missing Princess of Akos, a knight deserter, and his fortune-telling servant girl who carried with her the silver spear of Morag. The guards might appreciate having a laugh, but there'd be no believing her. She did wonder what her highness might say. She'd spun an awfully quick yarn for that Codish Adrock. A sharp little chit she was. "Egon Larbian," hailed the guardsman, voice muffled behind his face scarf. "May I ask your name and what brings you to Zerai?" "I'm heading straight to the port to charter a ship back to Erlua," said the princess. "What exactly is going on here?" He shook his head. "All ships have been suspended from departure until further notice." "What? Every ship in the harbor of Zerai just stuck in port? Indefinitely?" There were bound to be some high tempers over that. "And citizens are restricted from leaving the city," he continued, adding in a lower voice, "There has been some trouble in the palace." "My," said the princess. "It must be serious if they're preventing everyone from leaving." Her thoughts exactly. A perfectly good reason to rein those horses around and take the long way home, though she was aching to know what had happened. Unfortunately, he wasn't giving anything away. "I am not at liberty to divulge such information," he said humorlessly, staring blankly up at the princess with his dark eyes. No, of course not." She leaned down toward him. "But is it safe? I need to know I'll be safe." She patted her horse's neck, and Kerstin nearly snorted when she saw there was a gold coin wedged between her fingers. She'd clearly been to Zerai before. She wasn't sure whether to be thrilled or disgusted as the guard took it under the pretense of steadying her mount by the bridle. Bloody Kerrigans. Nevertheless, he stepped in closer, looking cautiously this way and that, and as he whispered, Kerstin strained to hear. "The king has been murdered." She felt a rush of cold in her cheeks. "What?" gasped the princess, her eyes widening. "King Asnadul?" He nodded. "The king murdered, and the princess, now the queen, abducted." "No," Limfina whispered. "No, you don't say." Hinkle was frowning in disbelief. Sir Gilkrist, unable to understand what was being said, looked between them in frustration. Do they know who's behind it?" She slipped him another coin. "They say it was the Grand Mage." Kerstin's heart jumped into her throat. This changed everything. If the city was on lockdown, it meant they couldn't find him, meaning he was on the run. Something had happened here. Probably much more than they'd learned by bribing a guard. She was certain about one thing, though. Now
Now was the time to take the offensive. Of course, now that there was an opportunity to be exploited, these 3 idiots were going to want to go the long way around. Fools. My word, gasped the princess. And this just happened last night? The guard shook his head. No, it was a few days ago. A few days? But surely he would be long gone by now. And they're still not letting any ships leave? No, madam. And that order comes direct from Princess Regent Pavienka. The princess sighed. I suppose I'll have to speak to her, then. You can try, but I doubt you'll be able to. Given the circumstances, they're not letting anyone into the palace? No, they wouldn't. They'll let me in, though. I assure you. The guard squinted up at her suspiciously, apparently remembering she had still not given him her name. However, it seemed he thought better than to ask. After all, she exuded every confidence of being allowed into the palace. Very well. Good day to you, madam. He backed away and motioned for the others to let her through. The palace, was it? That was well enough. It would put her in a good place to do what she needed to do. Now, if she could just convince the others of its importance. I see, said Sir Gilkrist, when Princess Lymphina had filled him in on her conversation with the guard. It did not bode well in the least. He did not know Pavienka well, but he had met her, and knew enough about her to have some idea of what they were heading into. He expected something akin to the ruthlessness of his former master, but without the emotional restraint. If what they were seeing in the streets was any indication, he was not far off. He'd been to Zerai with his father when he was much younger, and recalled it as an exotic jewel, a city of fountains and rose gardens, of crowded marketplaces, a city rich in smells and trade from all over the world. But the Zerai they passed through now had been emptied of its vivaciousness. A heavy mood lingered in its place. It reminded him of the Kodish cities in Samar after they'd been conquered. The vacant streets, the locked doors and shuttered windows, the frequent patrols of guardsmen clattering by in their green turbans and scarves, and their black shields with the white rose. How long did Pavienka intend to keep Zerai shut up like this? Your Highness, he said, I am not certain of what manner of welcome we shall receive at the palace. Not when the Princess Regent is treating her own people so harshly. Her father has been murdered, and her sister kidnapped, and one of the most intimate advisers of her family turned against them, she said. And she has been suddenly thrust into a position of immense responsibility she neither expected nor wanted. Surely, my lord, we may forgive her an extreme response. Aye, but to confine all ships to port? She is damaging her economy, not to mention stirring up unrest. Surely the Grand Mage is no longer in the city. Distraught she may be, but if she has not the clarity to see her hostility is misplaced, how are we to reason with her? Lymphina smiled deviously. I think she will make an exception for the missing princess of Akos. Sir Gilkrist hoped she was right. Besides, she added, I have no intention of surprising her. I will meet our ambassador Ramsay Nightingale first, and he will brief her on my arrival, and set the stage for my audience, so that I am received by Pavienka under the most favorable conditions. That was all well in theory, but the last he'd heard of Ramsay Nightingale was that he was to present His Majesty's declaration of intentions. He wondered how Lord Magnus and 30,000 Akosian troops marching over Kerrigan's soil might be interpreted in light of the recent events.
Sir Gilkrist? Psst! Sir Gilkrist!
Aye, what is it?
They were passing under an immense statue of Morag, gazing fervently toward the heavens, that stood in the middle of a fountain, which occupied the center of an empty square. Kerstin's blue eyes sparkled in the shadow. There was an anxiousness in her voice, but she had lost that fearful pallor she had when they were approaching the city. "If we are going to the palace," she said, "we should investigate the Grand Tower. 'Twill not be easy under the present circumstances. But it is nearby, and—"
"Why? The Grand Mage has been ejected from his seat of influence, and is now hunted by every knight in the kingdom. What threat is he now?"
"What threat? Sir Gilkrist, he has kidnapped the Queen of Kerrigal. He might have less political influence than he had, but he is far from powerless. Or have you forgotten your discovery in the graveyard beyond Sadarna?" He had not. Perhaps Kerstin was right. "This is a unique opportunity," she hissed, "the likes of which I have long desired. It could prove instrumental in his defeat." "What do you expect to find?" asked Hinkle. "Insight. I have always known he aimed to break the seal of Morag. But we might find some details in how he means to do so. You see, he sought after the position of Grand Mage just so he might gain access to the tower. I imagine the political advantage has been useful for him, if not amusing, but his sole purpose was always the pursuit of secret knowledge, the kind that is sealed away and forbidden to all but the Grand Mage of Kerrigal." His skin crawled at the recollection of discovering Hinkle in the ruined chapel, reading Zildok's spellbook by lantern light, and what he made her do next. Next to him, the princess sent him a warning glance. Indeed, Kerstin might be right, but they were entering a volatile situation. Convincing Pavienka would prove difficult enough without infiltrating the Grand Tower. And if they were caught, what then? No, their priority was to return Princess Lymphina safely to Akos, and that could not be compromised under any condition. The Grand Mage was just an excuse at this point. It seemed the closer they got to Akos, the more important contending with him became, and the more critical it was that Kerstin be involved. The Grand Tower was just her latest ploy. Her aunt was persistent. She had to give her that. No 3-year-old could have kicked and screamed and whined so consistently for the whole length of the journey. It was embarrassing, really, to see a grown woman making desperate attempts at such obvious manipulation. Hinkle, of course, saw it plainly for what it was. And Her Highness was having none of it. It was Sir Gilkrist that worried her. Despite having arrested her, and having come fairly close to taking off her head, he seemed to take Kerstin more seriously than she deserved. They'd formed a bond on the road, traveling alone, braving perils together. He said he didn't trust her, but he did. Her ears burned at the thought of later overhearing him murmuring to the princess about investigating the Grand Tower. They were riding up a hill now in the wealthy part of the city. For Hinkle, it was the wealthiest place she had ever been. There was a gate at the top of the hill, a black iron gate in a high white wall. Tall, lush trees loomed behind it, shading the cobbled road and manicured gardens. There was a little house in the wall, and 2 green-turbaned guards came out of it and asked the same questions they'd been asked when they entered the city. Hinkle was surprised to hear Princess Lymphina give them her name. Apparently, this surprised Sir Gilkrist as well. He was staring at her with his mouth open. Kerstin was trying to shrink into the saddle, no doubt hoping Her Highness wouldn't be so forthcoming with her identity as well. The guards, however, did not seem to care too much who she was. They heard her say princess, and that she wanted to see Ramsay Nightingale, a name apparently familiar to them, and said they would be permitted entry, but only after they were searched. Hinkle's heart thumped. They would take the spear. Suddenly Sir Gilkrist galloped his steed between the princess and the approaching guard. "You'll not lay a hand on her!" It was one of the few Kerrigan phrases she'd heard from him, and he said it snarling and half drew his sword. The guards dropped into wide stances, angling their spears toward him, and Hinkle held her breath as Princess Lymphina backed her horse away, hoping there wouldn't be any violence. Thankfully, a third guard came out of the house. He had on a burgundy turban with 2 gold bars on the brow. "What's going on here?" "Oh, Captain, thank heaven," said the princess. "I was about to be handled by these ruffians." The captain looked no more impressed than the other two. "All visitors to the palace must be searched." "But I am a princess." He shrugged and looked Sir Gilkrist up and down. As they were speaking, and Hinkle worried about what to do if they tried to take away the silver spear, she noticed the lead tied to Kerstin's wrists was lying on the cobblestone. Sir Gilkrist had dropped it when he'd rushed to defend the princess. Kerstin had noticed it as well. She was peering coolly down at the limp rope, twisting the bronze ring around and around her finger. Hinkle watched her carefully, certain she would exploit this moment of distraction. She would not let her. Not this time. Very slowly, Kerstin began to draw in the lead, looping it up in a neat coil. Hinkle braced herself, preparing to even use the spear if necessary. Her aunt's gaze snapped toward her, and to her agitation, she presented the smuggest smile imaginable and offered her the end of the rope. "Would you mind terribly? Wouldn't want anyone to trip." Hinkle snatched the end of the lead away, just as Lymphina raised her voice. Chapter 11. "No, Captain, I am afraid you misunderstand. I am Her Highness, Princess Lymphina, the missing sister of His Majesty King Vashean of Akos, returned at long last to civilization. Now I demand an audience with your regent, and I demand it now. And if your orders prevent us from passing through unmolested, I suggest you consult your superiors at once. For I shall enter the palace, and your men will not lay their hands on myself or my party, lest the consequences of such misdoings befall the realm. Captain, do I make myself clear?" Evidently she had. The man's eyes shot wide, and he stepped back in horror. "You are the missing sister! Ho!" He slapped the man closest to him and told them to lower their spears. Sir Gilkrist raised his chin and slowly slid his sword back into its sheath. The captain bowed. "I am sorry, Your Highness. Please forgive the ignorance of my men. I will send word of your arrival straight away, so that they may take a moment to adequately prepare." He barked at one of his men, who scampered through a smaller door in the gate and ran off full tilt down the road. "Please, if Your Highness would like to come into the shade while you wait and have some refreshments, we will take care of your horses." "Thank you, Captain." Lymphina quietly explained to Sir Gilkrist what he had said. The knight nodded, and he and Her Highness dismounted and followed the captain into the guardhouse. "I don't suppose there's time for a smoke, then?" Kerstin asked. Hinkle rolled her eyes. She wished she'd been invited inside. It was quite hot waiting out in the beating sun. She wondered if Her Highness wasn't being offered tea in one of those tiny glasses. A cold drink of water was what she needed. She pulled off her headscarf and rewrapped it, adjusting it so it covered the back of her neck. She couldn't wait to get through the gate and into the cool shade under those big trees. Finally, the guard returned and told them they could go on to the palace, and as Sir Gilkrist swung himself up into the saddle, Hinkle passed him Kerstin's lead. He smiled as he took it, but she looked quickly away. There was a time when she might have clung on to any small kindness he might show her, but all she cared about was reminding him she was still angry. It was hard work, to be honest. The gate closed behind them, and the shade was a relief, almost cold, as they trotted along the remainder of the cobbled way. Kerstin put down her hood, frowning conspicuously. "Pretty close call there, wasn't it?" she said. Hinkle peered up at an exotic bird warbling overhead. "What do you mean?" "I mean they came pretty damn close to disarming you. Her Highness threw all her weight at them just now to prevent it. But that isn't going to work a second time." "Your point?" Kerstin twisted toward her in the saddle. "My point? What are you going to do? We're about to be welcomed, and not by a couple of footmen anyone with a sense of authority can bribe or intimidate. And if you think they'll just let you in to see the Princess Regent with that, you're 100 years too early, I assure you." "It's the silver spear of Morag," Hinkle whispered. "It's not a weapon." "No, they only killed a god with it." "You know what I mean. It's pointy and suspicious. They'll take it away from you." "I'll think of something." "Will you now?" "I dare say you better have something in mind already, because if it wasn't for the princess—" "I know, Kerstin." "Well?" She was pissing her off right now. "I don't know. It's not even your problem anyway." "Actually, Hinkle, it is my problem. Because the guards might not have thought anything at all about a peasant girl having a broom with her. But assuming you're not stupid enough to leave it tucked under the saddle when the grooms lead our horses away, you plan on taking it into the palace, and it will be confiscated with the spear. And considering the lengths I went to get it back, that does not sit particularly well with me." Hinkle squeezed her grip on the reins. "What do you suggest?" Kerstin looked cautiously about. Sir Gilkrist and Lymphina were both riding along in silence ahead. Listening, probably. "Cast a glamour on them," she whispered. "A what?" "A glamour, Hinkle. Change the shapes. Make them appear as something else. Bloody disguise them." "I don't know how to do that." Kerstin looked at her in disbelief. "What do you mean?" "I mean, I don't know how to do that." Her aunt growled under her breath. "Some witch you are." But she wasn't a witch. Not anymore. She'd given up magic. Probably forever. It felt good to think that. "Fine," Kerstin snarled. "As usual, I have to do everything myself." She began to mutter some hasty rhyme, too quiet for Hinkle to hear. Then she drew in a sharp breath, and Hinkle's mouth fell open in surprise. The silver spear and its burlap cover had changed in her very hand into a pilgrim's walking stick, complete with a scallop shell on a leather loop for scooping cool water from rivers along the way. The broom had become a lady's parasol. Both were items which might still be taken away, but neither were pointy or suspicious, and if they were confiscated, there was no reason they wouldn't be returned. That did not entirely alleviate Hinkle's concern, but it was better than anything she would have thought of. "I say," said Sir Gilkrist, twisting around, "would you look at that? Yes, that shall prove a clever ruse indeed." Even the princess had turned to give her a slight nod of approval. "Glad to be of service, my lord," said Kerstin. Hinkle wanted nothing more than to punch her in the nose. She wasn't sure why it annoyed her so much. She ought to be grateful Kerstin was helping out for once, even if she was only worried about her broom. It was the effect it had on the others she didn't like. Particularly Sir Gilkrist. Oh, she was jealous, all right. And perhaps a little vindictive. Hinkle slid the broom, which was now a parasol, out from under her leg, fully aware of her aunt's suspicious gaze. "Your Highness," she said, "I think it might make more sense if you were to carry this." Kerstin's eyes snapped wide. "Oh, yes, you're right, of course." It was empty of power, and no human souls were trapped inside. But as the princess reached back to take it, Hinkle fully expected Kerstin to throw a fit. She was disappointed, however. Her aunt had gone rather stiff, and appeared to be gritting her teeth, but voiced no objection, and even managed a faint smile when Lymphina opened it up and let it rest against her shoulder. Sir Gilkrist exchanged a glance with the princess, then turned to Kerstin. "How long can you keep that up?" "Indefinitely. 'Tis not a very taxing spell. So long as I'm alive, and I will it to continue, the glamour will endure." Princess Lymphina twisted around. "If you maintain it until we're on a ship, I'll release your bonds and let you smoke your pipe as frequently as you wish. I'll even see you get more tobacco from the market." "My," said Kerstin dismally, "such independence. I fear I cannot accept such responsibility." "Oh, shut up, Kerstin," whispered Hinkle. She peered up as a white rooftop appeared above the trees ahead. The Palace of Zerai was the largest and most lavish building she had ever seen. She could not tell how far it went, for its white wings of alabaster columns, immense windows, and vine-covered balconies disappeared into the royal gardens. But she suspected it was larger than the whole village of Sweetwater. Her awe, however, was short-lived. A welcome party awaited them on the broad steps. Servant men and women standing in a perfect line, heads bowed and faces veiled, but mostly guards. Their halberds gleamed in the afternoon sun. They were formed up at attention on the steps, creating a path up to the entrance. She felt Sir Gilkrist's tension as he exchanged a look with the princess. She wondered if perhaps Kerstin had been right about taking the long way back. A sharp-eyed woman in chainmail was coming down the steps to meet them, her face concealed behind a white headscarf. Her hand rested easily on the hilt of her scimitar, and as they came closer, halting their horses, Hinkle saw there was an ugly pale line of scar tissue across the bridge of her nose. "Greetings, Your Highness," said the woman with a bow. She spoke in a Caussian with a heavy accent. "I am Dame Micra, aide to Her Highness the Princess Regent." "Good day to you," said Princess Lymphina, waiting for Sir Gilkrist to dismount and offer his hand to his sister. "I understand there's been some trouble in the palace. I hope I haven't caused any inconvenience." "Of course not, Your Highness," she said, bowing again. "However, I am afraid that, and Your Highness must forgive us, we must confiscate your weapons." Lymphina sniffed as though annoyed. "Must you humiliate my only knight by depriving him of his arming sword? I most heartily object." "This order comes from the Princess Regent herself." "Does it now? Very well, then." Lymphina sighed and nodded at Sir Gilkrist, who fumbled with the buckle of his sword belt. Hinkle wondered why she was still making a fuss when she knew well they'd get no further whilst armed. She supposed she was putting on a royal air. Then she realized She was diverting their attention. No one paid any mind to the parasol on her shoulder. But Hinkle's staff was not so easily overlooked. Her heart thumped as one of the guards approached her expectantly. She swallowed, inching away.
"You must turn over the staff," he said.
I can't." The woman was looking at her now, and some of the other guards. They were going to take it. They were going to take the silver spear. "You see that scallop shell," said Lymphina. "The girl's a pilgrim of sorts. She's also my only maid. My brother's idea, as one might imagine." Whether or not she picked up on what Her Highness meant, Hinkle was unsure. She held her breath as the woman looked her up and down with her sharp eyes. For once, she wished she was barefoot. The guard flicked the scallop shell so it rattled against the wooden shaft. Then he shrugged, and it took all her effort not to sigh with relief, as the woman nodded and the guard let her pass. Inside, the palace was even more extravagant than the outside. Marble walls and columns, granite floors polished to mirror-like perfection, paintings taller than her grandmother's house, ponds with colorful fish in them, and trees growing inside. Hinkle could hardly believe that so much wealth existed. Not while her whole life she had been so poor. The sharp-eyed woman led them through a golden hallway lined with mirrors and portraits. "Excuse me, did I not say I wished to see Ramsay Nightingale?" Lymphina asked. The woman ignored her, and Hinkle saw Lymphina frown up at Sir Gilkrist. "Excuse me," she said again. Hinkle looked at her aunt and saw her lips were pressed tight together. They reached the end of the hall, and the woman bowed as she opened one of the ornate double doors. "I am sorry if your Highness feels misled." Then in Kerrigan she announced, "Her Highness, Princess Lymphina of Agas." Lymphina gave the woman a murderous look, then swept inside with an elated gasp. "Pavienka! How good to see you!" The Princess Regent awaited them on a couch in a large sunroom crowded with lush plants and flowers. Hinkle was surprised by her boyishness. Rather than a gown befitting a woman of her station, she was clad like an exotic prince or a knight of a foreign land. She wore a white silk tunic with a yellow sash and black, baggy breeches. A pink turban drooped rakishly to one side of her head, from under which a dark braid hung over her shoulder. She was fidgeting with the braid, and stopped suddenly as they entered, and stood up quickly from the couch. Hinkle saw there was a long scimitar in a scabbard, lying among the cushions behind her. "Lymphina, I'm so glad to see you safe at last." She spoke Akasian with only the slightest accent. "Indeed," said the princess. "But you do me too much honor. I had not presumed to receive an audience with you directly upon such short notice. I had intended on meeting with Ambassador Nightingale first. I have, after all, been absent from matters of state for 3 years. I'm sure much has changed in the world." "Not so much in 3 years as has taken place in the recent week." "Yes, your father and poor Nairn Carey, and the Grand Mage. How dreadful!" A blank look came over Princess Pavienka's face, and she stared off into the vegetation. "Not only them. More than half my sister's most trusted advisers were killed that morning, and quite many lesser lords and noblemen. Ramsay Nightingale was among them." "Oh! Oh, how sorry I am! Dear old Ramsay." Pavienka shut her eyes. "It was a bloodbath. It must have been terrible. I was right there," she whispered. "I was 5 feet away, but I couldn't." Sir Gilkrist dropped to one knee and bowed his head. "Your Highness, if I may speak,
I know your character, and I am certain you did everything in your power to save your sister." Pavienka's breath hitched, and Hinkle thought she might burst into tears, but she reverted instead to that blank, calloused look. "Arise, Sir Knight," she said. "I know your face, even if your name escapes me." "Sir Gilkrist of Lothley," he said. "Knight of Theganil. We served the same mistress. Yes, I recall being poisonously jealous of you when I was made to return to Caragol. Yes, I know from where I recognize you now. 3 years ago in Lady Cayley's palace. You had just returned from Samar." "Your Highness remembers correctly." "His lordship was most valiant in my rescue," said Lemfina, "single-handedly besting the Scaravissi himself, and freeing me from his dungeon." Pavienka's eyes widened slightly. "The Dread Prince?" she gasped. "So Stelkogade is where you've been all this time." "Alas, it is so." Hinkle worried Kerstin might voice some objection to the omittance of her part in the matter, but to her relief, her aunt remained silent and showed not even a trace of annoyance. She supposed the less any of them had to explain, the better, though it did open them up to the question of how he managed to defeat Prince Listel. Fortunately, Princess Pavienka did not ask. Instead, she was looking her curiously up and down. And who might this be? Hinkle curtsied, a bit more conspicuously than she'd intended. "My name is Hinkle, Your Highness." A maid of mine," interjected the princess, "who was imprisoned with me for some time." Princess Pavienka raised her chin slightly, eyeing the pilgrim staff in her hand. "There is a story there, I am sure. And what of this other woman? This prisoner? You there in the back. What is your name?" Hinkle was sure the Princess Regent was encroaching on some courtly faux pas by addressing someone else's prisoner directly, but was suddenly quite anxious about what Kerstin might say for herself. Her answer set her ears on fire. "Sister Meredith, Your Highness. Or so I was. Regrettably, I have forsaken my oath, and have wallowed in sin. However, in God's mercy, his lordship found me and spoke truth and reason, and I am in repentance. My bonds are willing, and a sign of my contrition. But your Highness should not speak to the likes of me, for I am among the lowliest of—" She could hear no more. "That's a black lie," she shouted. "This woman is Kerstin, the Witch of Clom." Hinkle immediately regretted it. Sir Gilkrist and Lemfina stared at her in shock. Kerstin had turned pale, and Princess Pavienka was glaring at her aunt with increasing hatred. You are the cause of so much strife within our kingdoms." She snapped her head toward Lemfina. "How dare you bring this woman into my presence? Mikra, invest this inciter of devilry at once!" "You bitch," Hinkle, Kerstin whimpered, as Dame Mikra and several green-turbaned guards burst into the sunroom with drawn swords. "As for her Highness," Pavienka continued, "she is exhausted. See her and her servants to their chambers. I'm afraid," she added, addressing the princess, "you will find Zerai is not safe these days, even in the palace. Who knows who can be trusted? But fear not. I will have you guarded day and night for your safety." "I was afraid of that," Lemfina hissed as they were led away. Hinkle's heart sank as she scowled and shook her head. I'm sorry, "Don't," growled Sir Gilkrist. "Not a word." He wouldn't even look in her direction. Hinkle's breath caught in her chest. She wanted to cry. But what nearly pushed her over the edge was that the whole time, even after her aunt had been removed, and they were marched through the gilt halls
ushered into a lavish apartment, and the jeweled doors were slammed shut and locked behind them. All that time, Princess Lymphina still gripped a lady's parasol, and she herself still held a pilgrim's staff. Chapter 12. Dame Tanith Puella, Lady Marshal of Icos, to Lord Magnus Igornell XIV, General of the Igornell Army. Grave news. Olgris has escaped from custody. By some treachery, he managed to get free during his interrogation. Several people were killed, including Isolde, the new seneschal. I myself have been sorely wounded. The surgeon has confined me to bed rest. The traitor eludes us still. No doubt this is their handiwork. Inform your sentries. His appearance is distinct, and his infamy is great. There will be few places he could go without being recognized and apprehended. I suspect he will attempt to return to Castle Waz. No doubt this will spread terror among your camp, but I would be remiss if I did not let you know. Be on your guard. Count Olgris lay on his belly at the top of a ridge, scowling down at the multitude of tiny tents and men swarming the hills some miles away. Magnus and his army. Blue and silver banners flapped by the hundreds over the camp. Helms and armor glimmered like waves flashing in the sun. They had surrounded his castle. They had taken Visaka, and in the lowlands, where he had met his queen in glorious rebellion, they had constructed trebuchets. He sucked his teeth as each of the miniature siege engines hurled a tiny speck toward his castle, and thunder echoed faintly in the distance. This did not seem at all like a demoralized army, terrorized by frequent attacks by hordes of the walking dead. Just what were those idiots doing? Letting them bombard his walls like that? He crawled backward and skidded down the embankment to where his horse was waiting, and galloped away down the ridge, circling toward the lower ground and the forest. He dismounted before entering the trees, and led the beast by the reins. It had been years since he'd entered these woods. Since that time, a change had come over them, and not a pleasant one. It seemed colorless. The trees had colors, of course, and the leaves, but it was a lifeless color, as if a gray veil hung over the forest. It smelled different, too. Dry. Dead. And it was quiet. Frighteningly quiet. No birds sang in the branches, not as they used to when he joined his father on the hunt. And there was no wind in the trees. No wind at all. The woods were silent as the grave. The only sounds were the dead twigs crunching beneath his feet, and the slow, heavy thud of hooves behind him. Olgris caught himself looking over his shoulder. He was shivering, he realized, and moving much too slow. He hissed an oath and picked up the pace, giving the horse a sharp tug on the reins. Just who was he, getting spooked in his own woods? Ludicrous. He was the count of these woods, the lord of this forest. But then, these were not the woods he'd known as a boy. They were now the place of those freaks. He shivered again and found some relief in the faint sound of thunder far away. It comforted him that there were living men nearby, though where he might find himself on the spectrum, he was unsure. Some unnatural state between life and death, he supposed. He tried as much as he could never to think about that. He was certain, though, that he'd rather deal with real, fleshly foes like Lord Magnus than consort with the creeps in these woods. The creeps who were not doing their jobs. He shuddered and kept on, hoping he would not encounter them. It was unlikely, since he was not straying too far from the edge of the trees. If they knew anything, they would be much deeper in the forest. Although, who really knew with them? He led his horse across a trickling brook and up onto the far bank, keeping an eye on the sun through the treetops. He was close now, and the thunder boomed a little louder. Soon he began to recognize the trees, the shapes of their branches, the patterns of their bark, the earthen mounds their roots ran under. He was on familiar ground. Now, where was that one amusing tree? His lady tree, as he'd called it as a boy. There she was. Her bare torso sprouted up from the ground, thick legs spreading upwards. Some other dead tree had fallen right onto her crotch, and he'd always imagined it looked like a woman being sawed in half. Something he'd seen on a woodcut as a child, and had always wanted to emulate in real life. He smiled at the lady tree for a nostalgic moment, then turned to the gathering of moss-covered boulders across the way. He glanced at his surroundings with a sharp eye. Even here there was no guard? No spy? No one to watch? He'd have thought they'd have learned from what he'd done to Clom. He shook out a burlap sack and draped it over the horse's head, then caught movement in the shadows some 100 feet away. One of his men, Yumruk, or maybe Zerval, was offering him a subtle salute. Good. They were watching. Olgris nodded discreetly and stooped down among the boulders to open a concealed trapped door. The smells of stale earth and damp stone greeted him. Steps went down into a tunnel. A very long tunnel, but large enough for horses. He gently coaxed his mount down the steps. Then, after lighting a torch from a barrel, he went back up to pull the trapdoor shut behind him before heading into the passage. Thunder reverberated periodically through the passageway. It grew louder and more alarming near the end of it, causing the walls to tremble and dirt to sprinkle from the ceiling, making him fear the tunnel might cave in, though he knew that it would not. The passage ended at a stone wall, which upon his pressing a certain brick, shook and rumbled. His torch rustled in the sudden breeze as a secret doorway ground slowly open, and its orange glow illumined the familiar corridor of iron-barred cells. The dungeon of Castle Waz. To his disappointment, all the cells were empty. Not one single prisoner furnished his dungeon. Likely any guest he might have had would have been taken out to the forest, though what for he did not care to imagine. What they did out there was none of his business, and would only serve to upset him. It would make him think about what he was exactly. He quickly put it out of his mind and turned curiously to the last cell on his left. It seemed he had been mistaken. A man in a black and orange tunic was slumped over in the corner. A dead man, by the smell of him. Olgris squinted and ducked down to get a better look. Just who was he in there? But he was impossible to recognize. They'd gone and put out his eyes, trimmed off his lips, and pulled his tongue out through his throat. Now just what had he done to deserve a thing like that? From time to time, a man might need to be hanged for one misdemeanor or another.
They had to keep some form of order. But since when did they start treating their own this way? He sucked his teeth. This wasn't Blaine's doing, was it? Surely not. He'd get to the bottom of this. He'd make sure there was justice for whoever this was. His horse whimpered as he led her out of the dungeon and up the stairs toward the main level, her iron-shod hooves clopping loudly on the stone. Blasting thunder shook the castle, rattling his brain inside his skull. He shook his head and whispered comfort to the frightened beast, stroking her snout over the burlap sack. Damn necromancers! Letting them bombard his walls like that. How much more could they take? As he reached the top of the stairs, 2 sentries in black and orange gawked in surprise, then stomped to attention and presented arms. "My lord!" Olgris threw up an easy salute. "Man," he said, removing a thick leather parcel from the saddlebag and tucking it under his arm before handing the reins to the nearest guard. "Take this animal to the stables, then let the kitchen know I've returned, and have a bath drawn in my chambers." This seemed to make them nervous, and the man who'd taken the horse cleared his throat and quickly led her away, eyes downcast. "In your chambers, your grace?" asked the other. "No, in yours." "Why? What's wrong?" Perhaps you'd better talk to Captain Blaine." Olgris narrowed his eyes. "I think you might be right. Where is he? The barracks?" The guard quickly shook his head. "Great Hall, your grace." He sucked his teeth. "Very well, then. Carry on, soldier." "Yes, my lord." Olgris was beginning to imagine he'd placed too much faith in his loyal captain, and that everything going wrong was his fault. Those necromancers were no fools, after all. They did not frig around, not with the master they served. No. But Blaine... His guts were smoldering as he imagined what scene might await him in the great hall. Blaine, in his ermine-trim cape and coronet, drinking his wine, spoiling his maidens, putting his boots up on the table. Pretend he was the Count of Waz, would he? Oh, the surprise on his face when he barged into the hall. "Master, you've returned," he'd blurt, as the revel suddenly ceased. Oh, there'd be trouble then. That poor sop in the dungeon would be the lucky one. Oh, he would be indeed. His anger cooled as he found Captain Blaine outside the great hall, standing guard, apparently, as though he had nothing better to do, as though no one was presently battering down the castle walls. He did look concerned, though. It had to be said. His face slackened in apparent relief as he noticed him approach. "Your Grace! Oh, thank—" The captain checked himself. "Glad you made it back. I heard you were detained in Clom." "So I was," said Olgris, "but I managed to escape. Captain, what exactly is going on here?" Blaine swallowed. "Well, it's not good." Another blast shook the castle. "Evidently. The question is, why isn't anyone doing anything about it?" The captain gave him an exasperated look. "We've only 100 men." "Not you. I mean the others, in the forest." "Magnus repelled them, with ease, dispelled their magic somehow." Olgris raised his chin, remembering what Dame Tanith had told him before he made his departure from Clom. "Not only that," said the captain. "There's been some other complications." "Like what, exactly?" "That old priestess, for one thing. She's been acting like she owns the place. Even took over your chambers." Olgris scowled. "Aye, and she's been ordering us all around. Or trying to, anyway." Blaine's face darkened. "And you saw what she did to Tarslig." "That was her? Why?" The captain shook his head. "It was a black business. He and a couple of the boys had a card game going, and this other fellow bluffed him. And when he saw he'd folded to such a bad hand, he shouted, just like anyone might have." He leaned in close and spoke in a low voice. "Except he shouted, 'A Shaly's teeth and tongue.'" Olgris scoffed. "What? So she just—" The captain nodded. "Said it interfered with their magic." "Interfered with—" "Carolasi Catholic Amjik. I'll deal with her." He pointed to the great hall. "She's in there?" "She is. And that's the thing." The captain gave him a fearful look. "The master's in there as well." Cold water spilled into his chest. "The master is here?" he said, adjusting the packet protectively under his arm. "Aye, and I should warn you, he's been in a foul mood." Olgris mouthed an oath, and wished he were still in Lord Kendrick's dungeon. The Grand Mage terrified him at the best of times. And it was not the best of times. That the master was in his great hall, and not in the palace of Zerai, meant there'd been a hitch in his plans. But at least he would be the bearer of good news. And he would never have a better opportunity to humiliate that loathsome woman. He took a deep breath and stood up straight and gave his captain a nod, who in turn rapped twice on the door, then pushed it open. "His Grace Count Olgris was eager." Olgris stepped into the great hall, and the doors slammed shut behind him. Pale moonbeams fell through narrow windows high up in the walls, partially illuminating the long feast table and empty high-backed chairs. Dust shimmered in the slanted rays. A frazzle-haired woman was hunched over the table in the shadows, abhorring what little light there was. She was ladling a bowl of soup with quick movements of her long-nailed hand, slurping loudly and tinking her spoon. The sight of her made his lip curl in disgust. She glanced at him as he entered, without interest, as though he was entirely without consequence, her one eye black and gleaming, the other murky white and dead. "If it isn't the albino," said the woman. Olgris sniffed. "I think I've got quite a tan compared to you. What is that? Eyeball soup?" The woman shot a hand up to her glass eye and glanced down at her bowl in horror, then scowled up at him. "You dare to mock me?" "Enough." Olgris felt his anus puckering as the dry, gritty voice swept through him like a cold wind. It had come from the far end of the hall, where at the head of the table, face concealed in the gloom, a robed figure leaned on their elbows. A ray of warmthless light fell upon the silken sleeves, which seemed to be working with the movements of one massaging their temples. A bowl sat before them along with a plate of bread, figs, white cheese, and a cluster of green grapes, a silver flagon and goblet, framed by 2 unlit candelabras. All of it was untouched, and the silverware was still in its place setting. "Your malevolence," he gulped. "I've returned." "I see that, Olgris," came the cutting voice. "So what?" Another tremor rumbled through the hall, rattling the plates and cutlery.
One of the silk-sleeved hands flopped miserably onto the table.
Oh, someone make it stop.
Olgris slid his gaze toward the woman, who had rolled her eyes up at the ceiling as though worried it might cave in, and had now resumed her slurping.
I thought that was Astarte's job, he said. And doesn't that get on your nerves, the way she's eating?
It does, in fact. Very much. A fearful look came over Astarte's face, and she carefully set down her spoon and dabbed her mouth with a cloth.
She began with a spectacular defense, but has since been thwarted at every turn. This vast army of the dead has yielded naught but abject failure.
This delighted Olgris. He would rub it in as much as he possibly could. He would delight in her every look of shame and embarrassment. But before he saw any such thing, their master softened the blow.
Of course, she can hardly be blamed, he said, when they have a churchly presence amongst them.
Olgris knew exactly what this churchly presence was, but he was intent on stirring the knife a little more.
They had men of the church all over the place when we sent that barge across the river. Obviously, it can be dealt with, if you have someone. And how long were my acolytes in the city before launching that offensive? Eradicating the church's icons, defiling their sacred grounds, annihilating every priest and nun east of the river. And then they did that thing with the serpents, an ingenious tactic of their own design. But it was 8 months in the making. 8 months. And even then, they had your forces to bolster them. Yes, Olgris, it can be dealt with, but not without preparation, resources, knowledge. Knowledge we don't have. It's a bunch of priests disguised as soldiers. King Vashean's idea.
Silence.
Of course it was.
They call them the Black Unit. I think that was probably... Suddenly Olgris started. He had not noticed her before, but as the rays of sun streaming through the windows brightened to a warmer gold, he saw that there was someone else in the hall, previously hidden in the shadows behind the master. A woman knelt by the dark fireplace, bound and gagged. Her regal dress was torn, her hair disheveled, and her face was stained with tears and streaks of mascara. She was staring at him with something between horror and disbelief, and utter hatred. He leveled a finger toward her.
Isn't that the Princess Regent? The Queen? Yes.
He withdrew his finger.
The Queen?
Yes.
Her father had to be, well, murdered.
I see. He walked toward her around the table. Gwynar and Carrie, you have the look of your mother, yes? Her eyes blazed as he tilted up her chin and turned her face from side to side. He stepped around her and prodded his finger into her lower back. Right there, he whispered. That's where I stabbed her. Right there. He grinned as she let out a sharp hiss. Long live the Queen. Olgris stood up straight. My Lord Zildok, forgive me, but I must ask what a prisoner of such high profile is doing on the floor of the Great Hall.
I was enjoying her humiliation. It has been my sole reprieve in these last days, since that boy Vashean lambasted me before the entire Kerrigan court. Alas, the novelty has since worn off. If your unholiness is done toying with her for the moment, shall I have her properly secured? That is, speaking as one who has just escaped from captivity. Whatever, Olgris, I don't care. Blaine! The door opened and Captain Blaine appeared. Captain, if you would please escort Her Majesty to the dungeon. I'll be down to pay my respects shortly. You'll do no such thing. She is a key piece in the ritual and must be kept intact. As you say, Olgris said dismally, bowing as Captain Blaine led the Queen away by the arm. A long sigh came from the head of the table. I finally have everything in place. The things which I'd worked for years to attain. And the one thing which eludes me still is that damned spellbook. There was a time when that was the only thing I had. The sleeves again resumed their temple-massaging movements. Oh, that woman has made me into a wretched man. Her and her broom. I threw everything at her. Everything. And yet I still somehow managed to grossly underestimate her competency. If I'd had her allegiance, her true allegiance, the way I'd had Fistrum's, why, I shudder at the prospect. Olgris felt he might have held out a little too long. I've brought you a gift, he said, producing the package from behind his back. Something to raise your spirits. He threw it on the table with a boom. There was a silent pause, in which the woman's dark eye grew with greed, and the master's forearms ceased their movements. Is that? Olgris grinned proudly. The missing volume of your spellbook? Why, yes it is. There was the sound of a chair scooching back, and Olgris felt a lump in his throat as the master swooped around the table toward him. In the rays of light, he saw the hard lines of his face, the silver hair slicked back from his olive complexion, the dark, bushy brows and cold gray eyes, the cruel hooked nose, the thin, sneering lips. It was not the first time he had seen him, but each occasion seemed to fill him with terror anew, and he backed cautiously away as the master snatched the leather parcel from the table, flinching as he whipped it open with the mercilessness of a hungry man skinning a rabbit. Then he held it in his hands, the heavy black leather tome, iron clasps shining in the fading sunlight, amethyst embossments sparkling purple. The 6th spellbook had been returned. The master's grimoire was complete, and as his dry chuckling filled the hall, Olgris felt it best that he should kneel. The master flipped through the pages, frowning as several slips of parchment fluttered out onto the floor. He slid another of the editions out and turned it over curiously, then threw back his head as his chuckling heightened to malevolent laughter. Ah, that woman, he said, setting the spellbook back on the table. As to what was so funny, he did not elaborate. Olgris, my son! Olgris tensed in alarm as the master came toward him. His heart stopped as he clapped his hand down on his shoulder. He was never certain that a touch like that from the master wouldn't cause him to disintegrate. You have done very, Very well, my boy. Very well indeed. Astarte, we have much to prepare. We must be ready for the new moon in 3 days' time. His face took on a sinister exuberance. For the rebirth of those we serve. We shall begin at once, said the High Priestess with dark relish. Olgris could not help but shudder at that. He loved a good bit of carnage, but this whole scheme of resurrecting the ancient demon lord seemed a bit deranged. He had never been overly optimistic about Salsubil showing his appreciation to his devout worshippers by making them immortal and invincible. Seemed more likely he'd be an ungrateful prick about it. Seemed more likely that instead of ruling the world till the end of time, the master would get his top half ripped off. It was a mad plan, and he was frankly terrified at the possibility they might actually succeed. What terrified him more than anything, though, was delivering bad news to the master, and it was with great reluctance he held up his finger. "If I might interject," he said, wincing, "we are not likely to live that long at the rate Magnus is bombarding the castle. We must deal with him before anyone is reborn." The master lifted his chin and drew a long breath in through his nostrils. "You have a plan, then, I take it?" He swallowed, rather relieved he had not been blasted. "I do, yes." His confidence was returning now with great rapidity, and he rose to his feet, sending the woman a smug glance. "The dressed-up priests might be King Vashean's idea, but arranging them under a single banner, I believe, was Dame Tanit's doing. You see, if it was a serious tactic, she'd have embedded one of them in every battalion. That's what I do. They would be impossible to discern, and they would be much harder to deal with. Instead, she formed the Black Unit." He turned his sneer upon the woman. "Your soldiers, can they fight in the daytime?" "They can," said Astarte. "They are animated from old corpses. They can withstand the sunlight." Olgris curled his lip. "Then get to the forest and prepare to attack." The woman shifted her jaw from side to side and slid her good eye toward the master, who, to his deep satisfaction, gave a nod of approval. "It will take some time," she said. Olgris drew in a deep breath and lifted his chin with great self-assurance as thunder rumbled once again. "Magnus will likely break through the outer wall by nightfall, but he will not storm the breach till morning. He will need to ready his forces, prepare siege ladders for the inner wall, and they will have to climb the steep bank, all of which is much harder and more perilous in the dark. At dawn they will attack us. You have till then. We'll be ready." He detected a hint of bitterness in her voice, and he savored every intonation. "Good," he said. "I'll send a man with the details. Which brings me to another matter." It was a huge risk he was taking, and the fear of being dispatched into another dimension was rising quickly. But the master would never be more pleased with him, or more indebted to him than he was now, and he'd never have a better opportunity to put this ugly priestess in her place. "You must understand that you are outside the ladder of command of this castle. You have no authority over my soldiers. If there is a problem, you come to me. Only me. And if I'm detained in a prison in another kingdom, you just put up with it till I escape. Is that clear?" The Okari priestess glowered at him in silence,
and he leaned over the table toward her and jabbed his finger in her face. "Touch my men again," he hissed, "and I'll pull your tongue out through your arsehole." Astartes sniffed. "I think you're forgetting at whose altar it is I serve." "Trust me, I haven't forgotten," he said, backing off the table. "Dawn, be ready." Then he clicked his heels and bowed smartly to the master. "My lord!" To his glee, the master's face had wrinkled into a wide grin, as though their petty infighting was his chiefest source of amusement. Outside the hall, Captain Blaine was just returning from the dungeon, and fell into step beside him. "Dare I ask how that went?" "Prepare the men," said Olgris. "You've had enough time sitting around." "Ah," sighed the captain despondently. "A last stand in the breach." Olgris smiled and shook his head. "On the contrary, my good captain. On the contrary." Chapter 13. Well, it was a fine fix they were in. A fine fix indeed. Bloody Hinkle. The girl sat cross-legged against the wall with the silver spear, still in the guise of the pilgrim staff, across her lap. Apparently she did not deem herself worthy to sit on any of the furniture placed about their regal prison. But she'd stopped crying, at least. He and the princess had spent the first stretch of their confinement giving her a proper tongue-lashing, and he felt guilty enough as it was without her sobbing in the corner. He wished he'd just kept his mouth shut and let her highness dispense with the castigations. He had no right taking a strip off her like that. Not after he'd apologized, and certainly not now that he knew how she felt. Ugh. Didn't that make it so much worse? But that's what he had done. One more thing for which she was unlikely to forgive him. One more nail in his coffin. Tempers had cooled, their fury having been sufficiently expressed, and as there was nothing to be done about their circumstances, very little had been said in the last several hours. They were now at Pavienka's mercy, and had no choice but to wait on her leisure. Sir Gilkrist hoped she would send for them again soon. He was sitting on a sofa between two teal cushions with gold tassels, one leg crossed over the other, drumming his fingers on his knee. Princess Lemphina sat across from him on the edge of a flowery ottoman. Sighing irritably, she stood up and paced again across the room. She had been doing this every so often, as if to reassure herself of the apartment's dimensions. That, and she had suddenly developed an unsettling habit of scratching at her hair with near manic ferocity. It seemed that though their present accommodations were far more comfortable than the dark bowels of Stelkogade, the notion of any further imprisonment, no matter its form, was no less distressing to her. The slight look of madness had returned to her eyes, and with every hour that crept slowly by, she appeared less and less like the princess of Akos, and more like the wretch from the Scaravisses castle. He wondered if she wouldn't do better in a room with a balcony overlooking the garden where she might feel less enclosed. But it was in all likelihood that making such a request would only result in them joining Kerstin in the dungeon, and he did not care to discover what effect that might have on the princess. He turned his attention to Hinkle as she tilted her head back against the wall, presenting her bare neck at a flattering angle. He passed his eyes over the girl's figure. She was in love with him, was she? He could have had her, had he wanted. And betrothed or not, vow of chastity or not, he still could. He felt a flush of excitement as he recalled her bashful looks as the candlelight glimmered on her nakedness in the ruined chapel. The notion that he might see her like that again was enticing indeed, and that she was willing, desiring for him to do with her whatever he wanted. His eyes wandered to the immense bed in the connecting chamber, then to the princess. What might he do if Pavienka summoned her to speak to her in private and left the two of them alone? Would he be brave enough to make a move? Would he have the integrity not to? Then another thought occurred to him. Did they need to wait until they were alone? The princess herself seemed in rather desperate need of distraction, and they were likely to be trapped together in this room for a very long time. What mischief might the three of them invent in their hours of endless tedium? Absurd! How dare he even think such things? She was the princess of Akos, the sister of King Vashean of all bloody people. And Hinkle was the guardian of the... And she'd taken a vow of... No. He must not even entertain such thoughts. But yet, there was this girl, Saya, of whom she spoke. Her other visions had come true, so why not this one? And if she prophesied such a thing, betokening him as the father, was he not then destined to make Hinkle his mistress? His wife, even? It was a preposterous notion, to be sure. It could never happen. But when he thought about it in comparison to marrying his cousin Isla, it did seem the more desirable option. Isla was an attractive girl, yes, and her family belonged to the peerage. Their union would be highly beneficial. But once they were together, what did he imagine that would be like? She knew nothing of poverty, hardship, or danger, save as some abstract concept that people discussed as a problem. He'd found, when he returned from Morua, he had very little to say to her. And she was doting. Ugh! No, he did not care for that. Hinkle, on the other hand, knew more than her share of all those things. She understood him more than any noble woman could. They had adventured together, conspired together. He found there was an intimacy there that he could not find with any suitable bride. A companionship, albeit a turbulent one. And though he knew it could never be, the thought of giving her up, of never seeing her again, was painful. Hinkle met his gaze, and they stared at each other across the room. Her eyes were full of resentful longing. She wanted him, hated him, loved and despised him in equal measure. The girl didn't know whether she wanted everything to do with him, or nothing at all. And neither did he. He stiffened at the sound of voices on the other side of the jeweled door. The princess shot him an anxious look. There was a gentle knock, and he sprung to his feet as the door opened. A young woman in round-rimmed spectacles and a turquoise gown entered the chamber. Something about her struck him as vaguely familiar. "Eyak Zalmash," she said, as several veiled servants followed her in with silver trays. "Good evening, Your Highness. My name is Lady Osina. I've brought your dinner. I hope that, despite your circumstances, you have not been uncomfortable." The servants set the trays down on a round table, and Sir Gilkrist noticed as they removed the domed lids, and savory smells of steaming meat filled the chamber, that Hinkle turned sickly pale. By contrast, a mad lust flared up in Lamphina's eyes, a look of animosity he had seen only in survivors of a city won by siege. But whatever sick craving had awakened in the princess was quickly brought under control. No, thank you, Lady Osina, she said. We have been quite comfortable. But might I ask, is there any word from the Princess Regent? I am afraid not, Lady Osina said gravely. However, she looked around at the servants. Bidzi Birak? She watched them as they filed out, and shut the door gently behind them. Come, she said, hurrying to the bedchamber, gesturing for them to follow. Sir Gilkrist exchanged a suspicious look with the princess, and then Hinkle, who was frowning as she got up from the floor. Just what is this? He growled, keeping a close eye on the woman's movements. Shh, I'll tell you, she whispered. Come. He didn't like this. Her voice was shaking. She was nervous. It didn't strike him as Pavienka's style to send an assassin, but in these times, who knew? And as they followed her cautiously into the bedchamber, he prepared for a sudden attack, and the possibility he might need to kill a woman with his bare hands. But no such thing occurred. Your Highness, said Lady Osina as she carefully shut the bedroom door without a sound, I bring word from Esprenzo Vamir. Lamfina gasped and clapped her hands over her mouth. Esprenzo? Oh, dear Esprenzo, he's here? I had no idea. Yes, he has been the Codish emissary ever since your father expelled him from your court. The Codish emissary? Asked Sir Gilkrist with rising tension. Yes, said the princess. He and I are old friends. He used to be an Amarel. We worked together to prevent the war, but alas, you knew my father. Indeed. He hoped he wouldn't have to introduce himself to this Esprenzo fellow. You must forgive him, said Osina. He would have come himself, but Pavienka holds him in suspicion for taking King Vashean's side when he confronted the Grand Mage. Wait, what? King Vashean? My brother is here too? He was. He came in secret to implore Narankeri to extradite the Grand Mage. He said many things, unbelievable things, such as that my brother Olgris is alive. I am afraid it's true, said Sir Gilkrist. I crossed blades with him myself. Thanks be to the heroine, I triumphed. Then you have my deepest gratitude, my lord. Sir Gilkrist gave a quick bow. But at the time no one would believe his majesty. No one could. I think he foresaw this. He was certain the Grand Mage was the enemy. And I confess I do not truly understand his ambitions myself. But it seems he arranged his own assassination to frame the Grand Mage. Lamfina rolled her eyes. Of course he did. But this ridiculous plan was unsuccessful, tell me. It went afoul, and his sergeant was killed instead. But he managed to use this to advance his purpose. Narankeri was forced to listen to him. At first, he was subject to ridicule and accusations. But then Esprenzo and Ramsay Nightingale came to his aid, and they cornered the Grand Mage together. That's when the fight broke out. I don't think even King Vashean expected the Grand Mage to have so much influence within the palace. Narankeri kidnapped, her father murdered, so many dead. It was terrible. A Shayle's tears, whispered Sir Gilkrist. And where is my brother now? Lamfina asked. In her sister's absence, Pavienka became the Princess Regent, but she is deeply grieved over what happened. She is not thinking clearly. She was intent on blaming him, and against the advice of her knights, she ordered him placed under arrest. However, Sir Pilvenor, I think, believed him from the beginning. Instead of throwing him in the dungeon, he took him with him to help find Narankeri. Pavienka was outraged. I'm afraid it has only caused her to further mistrust those around her. And in her mind, it confirmed your brother's aggressions. And so she intends to keep me prisoner and use me as leverage, said Lamfina. Lady Osina nodded. Exactly. Esprenzo does not believe you are in immediate danger. However, if anything happens to Narankari, you will be. For your safety, he thinks it best for you to return to Akas. He has arranged for a ship to leave tonight." "And just how has he arranged something like that?" asked Sir Gilkrist. "They've blockaded the harbor. The entire city is locked down. We're not likely to escape this room, let alone board a ship." The lady lowered her eyes as if embarrassed. "I'm sure you've heard Zerai has a reputation for corruption. As soon as Esprenzo heard you were imprisoned here, he dispatched his servants. It will humiliate him for you to know this, but he has spent the last of his personal assets on bribes. The palace guards, the harbor master. Tonight, you will meet no resistance." "Oh, dear Esprenzo." Lamphina took Lady Osina by the hands. "You will tell him I will not forget this kindness, won't you? I believe he would prefer to receive your gratitude once you are safe in your own kingdom, your highness." "Indeed," said Sir Gilkrist. "You'll come for us, then?" "Yes," said Lady Osina. "There are still some last arrangements to make, but I shall return to take you to the harbor." "We'll be ready." He looked to the princess. "I suppose we'll have to leave Kerstin behind." It seemed almost like a sort of betrayal. But she was where she belonged. One dungeon was as good as another, after all. And Her Highness could always negotiate for her extradition once things calmed down. Until then, she would be far more secure than she would be in their company. "No," said Hinkle. She was standing with her back to them at the far side of the bedroom, clutching the pilgrim staff that was the silver spear in her hands. "No, we can't leave her." "Oh, for the love of—" The princess sent him a glance, her chin raised slightly, a faint trace of annoyance showing on her brow. "Why ever not?" "Because I think—" She wrung her hands on the staff. "Because I think she was right. I think we need to investigate the tower like she said." Lamphina's lip curled disdainfully. "You've some nerve, girl. You know that? Some nerve." Hinkle winced. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't think this before when—" She turned and he saw she was afraid. "If it was only me, I'd say we leave her. Of course I would. But it's just, I feel—" "You're suggesting we break her out of the dungeon, you realize that," said Lamphina, angrier by the second. "No," said Lady Osina, shaking her head. "No, it's too dangerous. Those guards have not been bribed. This was not part of the plan." "No," said the princess, "it wasn't. Other people have sacrificed too much as it is. It's out of the question." "But we must," said Hinkle. I can't explain it, but I feel very strongly if we don't rescue her, something very terrible will happen." She was looking at him now, her eyes pleading for him to take her side. The urgency of her expression made his hair stand on end. He was embarrassed to admit it openly, but he placed high faith in the girl's premonitions. Especially now. The Ascenti spoke to her. Or Morag. Ashali himself, even. It was clear to him. Yes. Blood and damnation, yes. He believed her. He believed everything she said. About him and her, and this girl, Saya. He would tell her when he next had a chance. He would tell her. Next time they were alone. But what she was asking for now... "Hinkle," he said, interjecting as the princess drew in a breath to take a strip off her again. The three of them stared at him silently, waiting for him to continue. He wished he could rally to her side. He wished he could stand next to her at a time like this, when she wanted him, needed him. Instead, he felt that familiar self-loathing. "I'm sorry. You may well be right. I, for one, believe you. But it's no use. Our first duty is to Her Highness, and we cannot jeopardize her escape, no matter what feelings you may have. But if you believe me, Kerstin stays here, and that's final. He felt a cold feeling in his gut, and though he was sure he'd done the right thing, he felt, as he watched the girl cast her eyes to the floor in defeat, he'd only wronged her once again. His lordship speaks true, said Lymphina, adopting a more sympathetic tone. I know you mean well and wish to make up for earlier, but this is how it must be. Very well, Your Highness, said Hinkle quietly. He looked up and met Lady Osina's eye. We'll proceed with the original plan. Lady Osina nodded nervously. The ship leaves at midnight. I'll return for you soon. Chapter 14. The sun had set over the Sarma River. Its still waters reflected the darkening sky, purplish silver, like a ribbon of mirror, undisrupted save by a faint ripple in the breeze or the occasional plop of a biting fish. King Vashean sat on the dark hill, tugging at the grass, the campfire crackling at his back, the men's voices droning on in Akasian and Kerrigan. One of the horses whinnied further off. They were still a half-day's ride from Castle Waz. They should be pressing on with all haste. The smell of something savory cooking, coupled with the smell of smoke, made his stomach grumble and his head ache. He took a sip of water from a skin and looked up as footsteps approached him from behind. "Tea, Your Majesty?" asked Sir Pilvenor, slumping down on the grass beside him. He held 2 tiny glasses and a small metal teapot, which appeared to have suffered much abuse. "No, thank you." Steam hissed from the spout of the teapot as the Kerrigan knight filled one of the tulip-shaped glasses. "We'll arrive mid-afternoon tomorrow." "We could have pressed on and arrived just after midnight." Sir Pilvenor blew on his tea, then lowered the glass from his lips. "The horses need rest, and so do the men, and the moon is waning." "Then we'll light torches. The men are tired? We'll have a quick rest and a meal, and drive on. Lady Osina rode the distance in 3 nights and a day. We're all hardened men. Why can't we push through one more night for Narankari's sake?" The Kerrigan knight looked out at the darkness over the river, and he sensed he might have struck a nerve. "Yes," he said. "Lady Osina rode the distance non-stop, without food and without sleep. But she weighed only half what a man weighs without armor, and we are heavy laden with battle gear. More strain on our horses, and her brother's men were in pursuit. She had the strength of desperation, and don't forget, she spent more than a week in the care of the Queen's physicians after she arrived. Surely when we reach Castle Waz, you wish to arrive ready to do battle, not be a burden on your men." "Yes," he sighed. "Yes, Sir Pilvenor, you are right. I'm sorry. You know, perhaps I will have a glass of tea. Thank you." They sat in silence, the crickets chirping in the dark, the men muttering at the fire behind them. He was a good man, Sir Pilvenor. A good ally to have at your side. He said a prayer of thanks for him in his heart. He would not have gotten far without him. After a while, Sir Pilvenor asked, "Do you really think we'll find the Grand Mage at Castle Waz? I mean, do you really think he will take refuge in a castle already under siege?" "I do," said King Vashean, sipping his tea.
I believe it is the stronghold where all his plans are set. The reappearance of Count Olgris assures me of that. Unfortunately, I expect his plans involve the princess. That is, Queen Narankari. Hence my reckless urgency. Also, I do expect Lord Magnus to meet heavy resistance there. Zildok Nassar is no fool, and we've seen the breadth of his influence. We may have routed him from the palace, but he is far from vanquished. His vengeance will be swift and terrible, but we'll be ready. With Ashali's help, we will overcome whatever horrors he may conjure.
Indeed, said Sir Pilvenor. But there's one thing I don't understand. How did you come to send Magnus to Castle Waz, and then set for Zora yourself? The timing of all this is... How did you know?
I didn't, really. After we retook Clom, I felt the pressure mounting to respond to the attack. Castle Waz was an obvious destination, and I saw an opportunity to draw everyone's attention while I sought after my true purpose, to remove the Grand Mage from power as swiftly as possible, though even about that I had my doubts. This is just how it all worked out.
Sir Pilvenor rested his tea-glass on his knee. You see Ashali's hands in this, then?
I see his hand in all things, Sir Pilvenor.
The Kerrigan knight paused, his one eye staring into the dark. It is strange to me that you can say that, when there is so much evil and suffering in the world. King Vashean tapped his finger against the side of his glass.
Do you not think that evil may be allowed to exist, so that good may triumph over it?
Sir Pilvenor frowned. And when has that ever happened?
In every mercy, in every kindness, in every act of selfless love, when the poor are fed, when the unnoticed are noticed, when the strong give of themselves for the sake of the weak, and expect nothing in return. Such things are the spark of the divine in us, and it may be that such things do not happen as often as they should, and that light burns only dimly. But it is there. Yes, we are corrupt. We are fallen. We are insufficient to help ourselves. But we are still made in the image of the Most High, and through all the darkness and grime, and the things we do to each other, He sees that spark, and He sees that we're worth it, that we're worth fighting for, that we're worth dying for.
King Vashean sighed.
The world is not as it should be, Sir Pilvenor. But a time is coming when all will be restored, when all will be well. And it's that hope, that faith in Ashali's goodness and nearness that allows me to see his hand in all things. When Morag found Ashali dead in the forest of Kurban, she buried him, then stood before his grave, overcome with despair. But then, did she not hear a voice call her name, and turn to see Ashali standing there, alive and well, his face radiant in the morning sun? If we believe in his sacrifice, and the hope he offers, we too must turn from death, and look upon the Lord of Life.
He drained his glass as Sir Pilvenor frowned thoughtfully into the night.
Thank you for the tea. Now I will take your advice and make the most of this time to rest. Chapter 15. Hinkle had a bad feeling. She'd hoped this sense of impending disaster would go away after Sir Gilkrist and Lymphina made it clear no effort would be made to rescue Kerstin. After all, she'd done all she could do. They weren't going to listen, but that wasn't her fault. But no, the need for urgent action had only grown, looming over her like a cold and heavy shadow. At about 2 hours to midnight, Sir Gilkrist had asked her to put out the lights. Now she sat across from him in the bluish gloom, perched on the edge of her seat, her breath shivering, her stomach tensed as if to receive a blow. Why didn't he ever listen? "She'll be here at any moment," she heard him whisper. "Fear not." "I'll feel better once we're aboard ship and are putting off," said the princess. "I confess that sitting here in this dark room reminds me too much of my cell in the Scaravisi's dungeon." "It won't be long." They looked up as the door opened with a soft click, and Lady Osina leaned in, the paler blue of her face partially concealed by a dark hood. "Are you ready? Come," she whispered, beckoning them out with quick gestures of her hand. "We must go." Hinkle's dread increased as she pulled up her own hood and followed the others into the hall. Sconces cast long, flickering shadows across the breadth of the corridor. She shuddered at the resemblance to the halls of Stel Colgade. Osina stole a wary glance in either direction, then beckoned them again. "This way," she hissed nervously. "We must hurry. The guards have forsaken their posts long enough for us to leave unseen, but they will return soon. If they see us, they will have no choice but to arrest us, for while laziness and negligence might incur some punishment, to overlook suspicious intruders in the palace would be their death sentence." They stole through the torchlit hallways, breath snatching, cloaks fluttering, their hasty footsteps padding softly on the marble floors. All the while Hinkle's sense of foreboding disaster grew, swelling up inside her until the cold grip of premonition clutched her heart, and she could withstand it no more. They were crossing lengthwise through an immense gallery lined with tall windows on one side. Starlight streamed through the open curtains in rays of paler blue. "Wait," said Hinkle. The others stopped a little ahead and turned to face her. "We can't. I can't do this." In the dark, she saw Lymphina's brow knit into a frown. "Hinkle," she said, "not now." "Please," said Osina, the starlight reflecting in her spectacles. "We have little time. We must hurry." But for Hinkle the way was clear. There was nothing left to think about. Whatever happened, she was resigned to her fate. "Go on without me. I'm going back for Kerstin." "Don't be ridiculous," Lymphina hissed. "You'll never manage it. Now come along." "No," said Hinkle firmly, and she felt quite proud. "You've some nerve to defy me to my face," said the princess. "I'd have half a mind to let you stay and get yourself arrested, if I wasn't so certain Pavienka would hang you for espionage. Now I say again, come at once." Hinkle shook her head. "I'm staying." "See here, you are coming with us, even if his lordship has to carry you over his shoulder. Sir Gilkrist, if you please." But Sir Gilkrist did not move to obey. He stood still, watching her as if in deep thought. Finally he spoke. "You're sure of this?" Lymphina flashed the whites of her eyes and shot him a disbelieving look. "I am," said Hinkle. "I know I'll probably just end up in the dungeon myself, but—" "Probably. You most certainly will," spat the princess. "There's no question." "Even so, I have to try, even if it is impossible to do it alone.
even if it's certain that I'll fail. I believe it is a Shaylee's will. And the weight—" Tears stung her eyes, and her voice cracked into a sob. "And the weight of that belief is crushing my heart." Sir Gilkrist sighed and took a step toward her. "Say no more," he said. "I am with you." "Sir Gilkrist," hissed Lymphina. "Sir Gilkrist, are you mad?" "Mad? No. The guardian of the Silver Spear has spoken a Shaylee's will. And for once, I will act accordingly." As he said this, he placed his hand on Hinkle's shoulder, and she could have melted under his touch. He was actually listening to her, trusting her, taking her side. But she felt a sadness in him, and she knew, at least in part, it was because of her. She had still not forgiven him. Not really. She knew also he did not believe a Shaylee had forgiven him either. She felt words bubbling up in her, things she was sure he needed to hear, that would help him see clearly. But now was not the right time, and she pushed them down again. "Madam," said Sir Gilkrist, turning to Lady Osina, "would you please see Her Highness safely out of the palace?" "Yes, of course, but—" Princess Lymphina threw up her hands. "Ugh, the two of you will be the death of me, I swear it. Have either of you been here before, to the palace?" Hinkle shook her head. "I have been here before, yes," said Sir Gilkrist. "Years ago with my father. But I confess, you don't even know where you're going. Lady Osina, please explain our situation to Esprenzo and give him my profuse apologies. We are to meet him outside the harem entrance, correct?" "Yes, Your Highness." "Very good. If by God's grace we are successful, we'll see him there in half an hour. If not, well, you can tell him I was unwilling to abandon my servants to their stupidity, and was compelled to join them. Now go. We've wasted enough time." Lady Osina nodded nervously, and hurried away down the gallery. "Come on, then," snapped the princess, barging between Hinkle and Sir Gilkrist. "The dungeon is back this way." "Careful," whispered Sir Gilkrist, as they reached the place where earlier in the day Pavienka's men had divided their company and take Kerstin in the other direction. "There will be guards about here who have not been bribed." Princess Lymphina slowed her pace until her footsteps fell silently on the polished marble as they crept up to the end of the corridor and peeked around the corner. "It's a long stretch," she said. "We'd better make a dash for it, lest we be caught in the open." Sir Gilkrist glanced behind him, then nodded, and Hinkle again felt his warm hand squeeze her shoulder. "Go," he said. "Now!" Hinkle darted around the corner and sprinted down the dark hall as quietly as she could, her cloak floating behind her on the rushing air. Sir Gilkrist and Lymphina followed close behind. "I should have asked earlier," huffed the princess, "but how do you propose we go about this?" Hinkle stammered. I don't know." The question had caught her off guard. She hadn't gotten much farther than that Kerstin needed to be rescued. The how of it hadn't occurred to her. "You don't know?" She stopped, causing Hinkle and Sir Gilkrist to halt as well. "You mean you have not even the slightest notion of a plan?" Cold rushed into Hinkle's cheeks. Of course she didn't have a plan. Breaking into the palace dungeon? She didn't know how to do that. And yet, she had convinced them this was something they must do. She had convinced herself. A Shaylee's will or not, it felt very stupid now. "It'll be fine," hissed Sir Gilkrist, his eyes fixed on the darkness ahead. "We'll figure something out. We can't stop here." Suddenly, Hinkle's heart leapt into her throat, and she let out a gasp as a yellowish glow appeared behind them on the wall of the corridor from which they had come. The murmuring of Kerrigan voices reached her ears. Palace guards, and they were about to round the corner. "Oh," hissed Lymphina, "we're buggered." But Sir Gilkrist was already striding back towards them, fist clenched. "You two, into the shadows!" Hinkle heard his knuckles cracking and hastened to obey, but the princess stood gawking after him. "Sir Gilkrist, what are you doing?" she whispered. "You can't. You're unarmed and one-handed." "Don't underestimate the element of surprise," he said, and broke headlong into a run. Kerstin tilted her head back against the crude rock. She sat on the damp stone floor, hugging herself in the dark. The dim glow of a torch emitting through the little barred window in the heavy door was the only source of light in her tiny cell. So this was it then. She was finished. She'd given much thought to escape in the hour since. A spell she might work. How she might seduce the guards when they brought her bread. There was little hope of that, however, for when last they came it was in pairs. She was ordered to place her hands on the far wall as one of them entered with a drawn sword and set her plate and tin cup on the floor, while his partner aimed a crossbow at her back. She had seen this because she'd looked back as he entered and smiled as sensuously as she could manage under the circumstances. But for doing so, was spoken to so brutally she was nearly brought to tears. She'd have a better chance at seducing a pair of angry dogs. And as for magic, without candles or means to inscribe the necessary forms of her craft, she was left with only petty charms of little use. No, she was helpless to free herself. The only way she'd get out was if Pavienka let her go. And that was unlikely, given that she'd ordered her arrest the very second she'd learned her true identity. Alternatively, she'd need to be rescued. But by whom? Who would come for her? Sir Gilkrist? He might be the one person who cared. Or at least had cared. But he'd not risk the princess on her behalf. No, this was it for her. There'd be a trial at some point, she supposed. They might even extradite her back to Akos for her execution. Or they might do it here. 1/2 or the other, really. Best to get it over with. Then a dreadful notion occurred to her. Perhaps Pavienka might assume she was in league with the Grand Mage, and that she knew something of the whereabouts of her sister. If that was the case, they would cut, peel, twist, and burn the answer out of her. The only reason they hadn't done so yet was one she knew from experience. Any torturer worth their salt conducted their interrogations in the dead of night, when the subject would be disoriented after being abruptly awoken at an hour unnatural to them, and their torment would be made all the more miserable. They might come for her at any moment. Her throat tightened, and an itchy feeling crawled up her arms, and she felt an unpleasant pinch in her belly. What she wouldn't give for a drag of her pipe about now, to calm her nerves and clear her mind. A door boomed shut somewhere, and fear rose in her as the murmur of distant voices reached her ears. One of the voices belonged to a woman, and her stomach dropped as she heard her demand where the Witch of Clom was kept. They were coming now to ask their questions. Her taste of such proceedings in the dungeons of Amarel, however brief, prevented her from meeting a similar experience with a brave face. So desperate was she to avoid it, she looked frantically around herself for some final means of escape, and with a terrible resolve, ripped her skirt, and began tearing a long strip off the hem. Damn if she let anyone torture her again. She wrapped the ribbon of torn cloth around her neck, fingers working quickly as she tied a tight little knot. The clopping of numerous boots grew nearer, and as she leaned her head against the small window in the door and looped the remainder of the cloth around one of the iron bars, she saw the glow of torches grow brighter, until she heard the flame rustling close by. She hadn't finished the second knot when a face appeared in the window. She stared, frozen, into the menacing pair of eyes above the green face scarf. "Boon the dish," he sneered, noticing the strip of cloth. "Ho!" She flinched as his scimitar clanged across the iron bars. "The back of the cell," he barked, jabbing his finger at her. "Now! Turn around! Hands on the wall!" "No! Sick dear! Arsehole! Don't come in! Don't—" The sound of the heavy door opening undid her, and she backed herself into the furthest corner of the cell. No! Sick dear! Sick dear! No!" She turned her face away and sobbed into the damp stone as the guards came in to take her. "Oh, please, God, no!" There was a dull thud, and one of the guards sank to their knees with a groan and slumped over against the wall. The man beside him whirled around, but took a stiff thrust with a saber pommel to the stomach, followed by a hard crack over the head with the flat of the blade, and went down without a sound. Kerstin looked up bewildered at the third guard, who had just laid out his comrades. His left arm was bent strangely, as though he were clutching something against his chest, or it was tied in a sling. "Come, quickly," said Sir Gilkrist, pulling down the green face scarf. "We have not much time." She let out a gasp of emotion, and her voice trembled. You came for me. Again." "That I did," he said. "But it was Hinkle who convinced us." Her niece stood in the open doorway next to Princess Limfina, who also wore the green turban and garb of her jailers. Her mind was still reeling from the sudden shift in direction, but managed to derive they had somehow stolen these uniforms and had impersonated the palace guards under the pretense of escorting Hinkle to the dungeon as their prisoner. That was simple enough, but why? "I felt that what I did was wrong," said Hinkle, as though the question were written upon her face. "And I believe you were right. We should have listened to you." Well, of course that was true, but she decided against mentioning it. "I suppose you've earned a little trust," said Limfina, somewhat reluctantly. She held the pilgrim staff and parasol under her arm. "Thank you for keeping up your enchantment. Provided you don't intend to murder us, I think it would be all right if you had this back, for the time being." She tossed the parasol on the cell floor. Kerstin stared at it in shock, breathless, then shot out her hand and seized it. At once the glamour was dispelled, and she was gripping the gray, rune-notched staff of her blackened besom broom. She clutched it close, shuddering like she might burst into tears. "No promises," she sniffled. Then she looked up. "Am I to presume, then, Your Highness, that I am no longer under arrest?" Princess Limfina quickly passed the silver spear, returned now to its resplendent form, to its rightful keeper. "Well, now, I'm not sure about—" "I should say we need not discuss that now," hissed Sir Gilkrist, tugging the face scarf back over his nose. "We have no time to waste. Let us be off." A short while later, they emerged from the palace harem in a secluded corner of the garden, where Lady Osina was anxiously awaiting them next to a carriage. With her was a courtesan in a pink veil, and an olive-skinned gentleman clad in black and gold, with grey, curly hair. "Esprenzo!" cried Limfina as she rushed into his arms. He embraced her tightly before dropping to one knee and kissing her fingers with tender affection. "Your Highness, I'm so glad to see you safe. Lady Osina, you know, and this is Madame Guzela," he said, gesturing to the courtesan, who dipped into a curtsy. "I relied much on her assistance to make the necessary arrangements. So much, in fact, that it will no longer be safe for her in Caragol, and she must flee the kingdom with you." "Much obliged," said Limfina. "And these are my companions, Sir Gilkrist of Lothalay, who rescued me, the maid Hinkle, and her aunt, Kerstin." The emissary narrowed his eyes. "Kerstin, the Witch of Clom?" Kerstin raised her chin. "The very same." "Yes." "Ahem. Well, I am sure there is a tale, and I should like to hear it. But right now we must focus on getting you back on Acacian soil." "Indeed," said Limfina. "But that's just the thing." She took the Kodish emissary by the hands. "You have risked too much for me already, and I am forever in your debt. But, dear Esprenzo, I am afraid there is something we must do first before going to the harbor." "Our lives are at your disposal, Your Highness. What is it we must do?" "We must visit the Grand Tower," said Kerstin impatiently. His face grew pale in the dim lamplight, and his high collar moved as he swallowed. He glanced at Lady Osina, who gave a slight shake of her head, as if to indicate such a thing was impossible. "Such a discretion will place your Highness in significant peril," he said, "when as it is your escape is far from guaranteed." "I understand. But please, my friend, this is something we must do." "Very well. If your Highness wishes, we shall go." He opened the door of the carriage. "Now please, if you would all get in." Chapter 16. The Grand Tower rose from the middle of a lake in the noble district of the city. A masterwork of architecture, built of dark green stone, it loomed over the rooftops like a giant, petalless flower stem. It might have been beautiful in the daylight, but by the shadow of night it looked dreadfully sinister. It was accessible only by a stone bridge that spanned over the starlit waters. Sir Gilkrist eyed it out of the carriage window, his lip curling with disdain. "I don't like this," he said. "Is there no other way in? Or out?" "Not unless you have a boat," said Esprenzo. He sat between him and Lady Osina, and the two of them had spent most of the way staring at the silver spear. It had been an awkward carriage ride. Hinkle had done her best to avoid eye contact, and neither had asked, though she knew they were dying to know. "Should we be waylaid here," said Sir Gilkrist, "we shall have no means of escape." "A risk we'll just have to take," Kerstin snapped. In the brief period since they'd set her free and given her back her broom, a change had come over her aunt. Almost instantaneously, she'd become nastier. Though she'd never trusted her, Hinkle felt that while she was their prisoner, Kerstin would not have done any of them any real harm, if given the opportunity. Now, she was not so sure. The carriage rattled to a halt. "His lordship is not wrong," said Esprenzo, as Sir Gilkrist opened the door to the coach, and they began to get out. "Her Highness would not wish to be cornered in the tower unaware. You four go into the tower. Find what you need. I will keep watch at the bridge. Madame Guzela and Lady Osina will take the carriage out of sight, and wait for our signal, so as to draw less attention, and to avoid the vehicle of your escape being confiscated, should it come to it." "Yes," said Limfina. "I think that is best." Better be on your way, then. We'll signal when we're ready. Madame Goosela nodded from the box seat as Lady Osina climbed up next to her. Then she cracked the reins, and the carriage rumbled away. Beyond the silhouettes of trees and ramparts, the palace lights twinkled above the city in the distance behind them. Stars shimmered in the black waters, interrupted only by the slight ripples from a faint, cool wind. The road leading up to the tower seemed to circle the entire lake, and beyond it, on the far shore, rose a mass of lumpy shadows. "Is that a forest on the other side of the lake?" Hinkle asked. "Indeed," said Esprenzo. "This lake abuts the grounds of the Royal University. There is a park there, and those woods are the start of it." "Okay, I'll wait here. How long do you intend to be? We do not have much time before your ship disembarks." "Well, I have no intention of dawdling," said Kerstin, eyeing him narrowly. "But neither do I intend to leave before I have found what I need." Esprenzo glanced unsurely to the princess, who gave him an apologetic look. "We'll be as quick as we can," she said. "I assure you." As they hurried across the bridge, Hinkle wondered if Kerstin knew how much Esprenzo was sacrificing for this mission, if she would speak to him with a bit more consideration. It was unlikely. "I suppose it's locked," said Lymphina, as they reached the tall, imposing doors. Huge gargoyles with folded wings glared down at them from either side, the one frowning grimly, the other's mouth gaping in grotesque expression. Even from where she stood, Hinkle felt her skin tingling. These doors were sealed by powerful sorcery. "I don't know about locked," said Kerstin. "'Tis warded." She reached out her hand between the gargoyles, her fingers crooked, then withdrew it sharply with a hiss. "Indeed, these doors are bespelled with the devil's magic. I can undo it, but—" She cleared her throat. "Admittedly, it will take some time." The princess glanced impatiently at Sir Gilkrist. Kerstin rolled her eyes into the back of her head, her hand stroking the air as if in time to some slow and sensual melody, muttering under her breath. Then she took out a stick of chalk, knelt, and scribbled a rune on the stone. Still crouching, she again waved her hand back and forth like a conductor, chattering quietly, then drew a new symbol beside the first, and crossed the old one out. Sir Gilkrist exhaled slowly through his nostrils. Hinkle understood what Kerstin was doing, and she was right. It was going to take some time. Also, it was incredibly dangerous. A single mistake could trigger the spell. One rune drawn imperfectly or too close to another, and they'd all be... Well, with a spell like that, who knew what would happen? Fortunately, her aunt was meticulous when it came to such work, and as much of an expert as there ever was. Still, doing this sort of thing when time was their enemy. She squeezed her hand around the shaft of the silver spear, nervous excitement welling up in her chest. Perhaps there was a better way. Suddenly, Kerstin froze. She whispered an oath and began wiping away her runes and symbols. To begin again. "A Shayle's tears," snarled Sir Gilkrist. "How bloody long is this going to take?" Kerstin whirled upon him. "Begging your pardon, your lordship, but do you know what will happen if I muff this up? Hold your tongue and leave me be." Hinkle stepped over Kerstin's smeared-out chalk. "Excuse me." "Hinkle, what are you—" "Whoa, wait! No! Hinkle!" Ignoring her aunt's protests, Hinkle placed herself between the two gargoyles, lightning crackling in her hair as she entered the magical field, and extended the silver spear toward the tower doors. The sharpened tip touched the crease in the graven stone, and at once, whitish, translucent forms like wafts of mist, were drawn shrieking out of the gargoyles, twisting around Hinkle and the silver spear like a ghostly cyclone. Then the eerie vapors shot up the silver point and disappeared, and there was a second of deafening silence. Then the doors burst open with a thunderclap. Kerstin stared at her, eyes wide and mouth open, still braced as if for impending disaster. "Well, that's one way to get about it," said Lymphina, lowering her arm from her face. "Come then, time is against us." Yes," said Kerstin. "But I mean... Wait, shouldn't we..." "Shouldn't we what?" asked Hinkle. "Make sure it's safe? Kerstin, don't you understand? Black magic has no power in the presence of holy things. And what could be a more sacred object than the silver spear which pierced the heart of Vashean himself? The magic is dispelled. All of it. Any sorcery or illusion that might have been cannot remain in the tower now." "Well, I see I'm no longer the expert here," said Kerstin, with an air of annoyance. "Very well." Lymphina gave Hinkle a wink, and Sir Gilkrist nodded with approval as they followed Kerstin into the tower. A blue carpet dusted with silver stars and lined on either side with silver lampstands ran across the circular chamber to an open archway. To the left were steps going down. To the right, a great many more steps spiraled up into the darkness. The endless stairway was visible through tall Gothic arches. There was no ceiling, and it seemed no upper floor until much further up. Hinkle was sure in the shadows high above she could see a narrow bridge. "Come, this way," said Kerstin, ignoring the grey flames that hissed to life as she hurried through the lampstands to the stairs. As they began their ascent, Hinkle could not help wondering what was down the steps below. It reminded her of Stelkogade. She shuddered at the thought of a dungeon or laboratory deep in the bowels of this tower, where the Grand Mage conducted horrifying experiments upon the outcasts of the city. Up and up they went, around and around. Soon, looking out through the arches, the main floor seemed a long way down. Sconces on the walls flickered to life with silver flame as they passed by, here and there illuminating the frowning portrait of a Grand Mage of the past. At one point, instead of a portrait, there was a coat of arms on a shield with two swords crossed beneath it. Sir Gilkrist pulled it all off the wall, half drew one of the swords, and seeing it was sharp, slid it into his belt. They pressed upward. Hinkle's legs were burning from the grueling climb. Kerstin had slowed her pace and was panting, her hand pressed against her side. They were all breathing heavily when at last the stairs came to an end at a bridge. Though bridge might have been too generous a term. A stone beam no more than 3 feet wide spanned out over the open air toward a giant cube of marble, shot with blue luminescent veins which seemed to shift and reform as the eye moved over them. The cube did not appear to be attached to anything, and seemed to float impossibly in the air. "Blood and damnation," huffed Sir Gilkrist. "What madness of architecture is this?" "Not the kind you're used to," said Kerstin. "Things here are not what they seem. Or should I say, they are what they seem, but they will seem different depending on how you look at them, and where you look at them from." "And what does that mean exactly?" "It means, Sir Gilkrist, that this tower, whilst tall from the outside, was not nearly as tall as it is from within. An illusion." Hinkle frowned. "I should have thought the silver spear had dispelled any such magic." My dear, there is nothing illusionary about it. It really is taller on the inside than the outside. As for magic, yes, you dispelled Zildok's wards, which were bound by the names of Lokari spirits. But the magic which is woven into the mortar of every brick in this tower is white magic. What is that cube? Asked Limfina. That be the grand vault of the arcane, the heart and purpose of this tower. Entry is permitted only to the Grand Mage of Karagol. Zildok Nassar sought the position for the sole reason of gaining access to the ancient and forbidden secrets stored within. I must say, it does not look like there can be much stored in it. I imagine, said Kerstin, it is bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. She started across the bridge, one hand held out for balance. Limfina drew in her breath and followed after. Hinkle went next, her knees and feet tingling cold as she looked over the side at the long, long drop to the blue carpet and silver-flamed lamps below. Sir Gilkrist came last, inching his way along, stiff and slow. I have little fondness for high places, he hissed. Little fondness indeed. If the vault was designed so it was accessible only to the Grand Mage, asked Limfina, when they were about halfway across, how do you intend to enter it, pray tell? Kerstin did not answer. She approached the cube and placed her hand flat upon the marble surface. The blue veins scattered from her touch. Holding her broomstick straight out to one side, she began chanting in dark tones. Her utterances echoed hauntingly throughout the tower, her voice whispering as many from above and below. But the words which left her lips were neither Akasian nor Kerrigan, nor any language Hinkle knew. As her aunt finished her incantation, the blue veins fixed themselves in final rearrangement and shone with even brighter luminance. There was a humming sound, like a descending musical note. Then the surface of the cube facing them faded like fog clearing from a mirror, revealing further ascending steps. How Kerstin had come to learn the words to open the grand vault of the arcane, Hinkle supposed she shouldn't be surprised. Something glimmered in her eye as she followed her aunt up into the cube, like the glint of sun upon water seen from below its surface. And as she looked about, the hair on her arms went stiff, and she drew in a sharp breath. She was in the library of Stelkogade, with its rows and rows of bookshelves, some smashed and overturned, and books scattered on the floor. The moon, white and glowing, shone through immense windows from beyond ghostly wisps of cloud. Hinkle whirled about. The stairs behind were gone. Only the great doors of Lestel's library remained. How could this be? This had all been destroyed, buried in the landslide. It was an illusion. It had to be. She checked her growing terror with the knowledge that they were in the Grand Tower, a magical place where such encounters might not be unusual. She must accept what she was seeing for what it was. Kerstin seemed to pay no mind to their surroundings. She stopped for merely a second and said, "Oh," smiling as though the surprise was a pleasant one, and strode into the bookshelves with a purpose. Hinkle was, however, worried about how Limfina might react. She would be as horrified as herself, if perhaps not more, she was certain. Surely as one who had spent 3 years imprisoned in this dreadful place, finding herself suddenly transported here would set her in a terrible panic. Yet the princess merely frowned about in wonder, as though she thought the occurrence strange, but not upsetting. Sir Gilkrist, too, was peering suspiciously at their surroundings, gripping the hilt of his sword. "What is this devilry?" he hissed. "How have we come into Count Ulrich's library, when Fort Nightingale is more than 200 miles south? And what has it to do with the Vault of the Arcane?"
Fort Nightingale? What on earth do you mean? Asked Lamphina, who was looking at him strangely as well. This be St. Samad's library in Amarel, where my brother spent so much of his time. The seminary? No, your highness, I assure you this is... To me it appears as the library of Prince Lestel. They both looked at her, aghast. Stalcogade, whispered Lamphina. You mean... It's different for each of us. Not as an illusion, but as subjective reality. We really are in the places we seem to be in. Or more like, the places we seem to be in really are in the tower simultaneously. And not at all. And where are we in her reality, I wonder, said Lamphina, narrowing her eyes. Castle Clom, sang Kerstin from deeper in. Hinkle's right. There be a wealth of knowledge in this vault. It would take lifetimes to learn all its secrets, and each Grand Mage has added volumes of their own discoveries. Thus the vault manifests itself in a means familiar to each individual, and arranges the texts and artifacts in locations most intuitive to them. You will each have an internal sense of where to find me, even if you weren't following my voice, just as I knew exactly where to find what I was looking for. That be the magic of the Vault of the Arcane. Otherwise I'd never have been able to locate it. So you have found what you were looking for, then? Asked the princess. I've found where I will find it, said Kerstin. They passed through the shelves, and Hinkle noticed that the books and artifacts upon them were different than what she'd seen in Stalcogade. She noticed, too, that Sir Gilkrist seemed to be keeping quite close to her. She'd given up on reminding him she was angry. She was not. Not since he'd taken her side. Not since he'd listened, and for once had taken her seriously. No, that had redeemed him. The way she'd felt in that moment when he'd stood at her side, trusting her and speaking in her favor. The warmth he'd made her feel, like she was valued and legitimate, visible, like he'd noticed, like he cared. All that outweighed whatever else he'd said and done. She would cling to that moment, and no matter how badly he'd used her in the past, nor how badly he would treat her in the future, she would always think of how he'd made her feel then. She was no longer conflicted. Where before she could not decide whether to run to him or to run from him, loving and hating him at once. Now she only wanted to be his. Though what form that might take, and whether or not it was to ever be. Her hand brushed against his, and she sharply withdrew it, fearing he'd think she'd done it on purpose. But he let his hand linger. She let her hand down to her side again. Their fingers were nearly touching, but not quite. The nearness of his touch was like a fire's warmth buzzing on her skin. She felt a heat rising in her cheeks. She should forgive him. He needed her to. She would tell him. At the first opportune moment, she would tell him. She would forgive him and free him from his self-loathing. Just as suspected, Kerstin was at the desk, where in the true library of Stalcogade, she'd read about the history of the Silver Spear. Though the books were different, and instead of a great cobwebbed tome, her aunt flipped through an oily paged volume quite similar to the spellbook she'd discovered in the ruined chapel. The three of them stood watching her, muttering to herself, and tracing her painted fingernail hastily across the lines of text. Lamphina huffed impatiently and wandered off toward the window, and Hinkle was left with Sir Gilkrist, alone as she might be with him in the presence of company. "Sir Gilkrist," she said quietly. He looked down at her, and she averted her eyes to the floor.
blushing. Her heart was pounding. "Your lordship, I've been thinking about what you said that night, when you came to speak to me outside of camp, and about what I said. And I just want to let you know." She made herself look him in the eye. She owed him that much. He turned towards her, his face serious and quite vulnerable, as though what she might say now was deeply important to him. "Sir Gilkrist, I just want to let you know that They both looked up as Kerstin cried out in discovery and bolted up from the chair, hunching over the great book. "Aha! Yes! Here it is! Oh, God in heaven!" "What is it? Have you found something?" asked Sir Gilkrist. Kerstin turned to them, her face pale with fear. "'Tis worse than I imagined. His plans are nearly complete. Sir Gilkrist, if that spellbook falls into his hands now—" "Indeed, as soon as Her Highness is safely upon Acacian soil, we shall make for Clom with all haste, and it's sure it remains where we left it." Kerstin shook her head. "Your lordship forgets the words I spoke over the ruined chapel before our departure. You will recall that spell was set off. You witnessed the life force go out of me. In my inability to do anything about it at the time, I allowed myself to entertain the notion that it was merely coincidence. Some unfortunate youth exploring the forest, an animal, or what have you. Now I fear it was a result of more deliberate intentions, and that we shall not find the spellbook in Clom." "Then just what do you propose?" he growled. "I should say we head straight for Castle Waz. That's where His Majesty expected to meet resistance, and you and I know well he has been using it as a bastion for his undead army. Where else should he be but there?" Hinkle squeezed her grip tighter on the silver spear. It was possible that, perhaps, again, Kerstin was right. But before either of them could reply, a gasp from the princess drew their attention to the window. "Riders approaching," said Lamfina. "Pavienka!" They hurried to her side, and Hinkle felt a shudder in her brain as she looked out from the Scaravisi's library down onto the streets of Zerai. Sure enough, the Princess Regent and a dozen horsemen were galloping to the head of the bridge. The Codish emissary was walking out to meet them, his hands raised. "Oh no," whispered the princess. "Esprenzo!" Even from such a distance, the exchange of voices could be heard, though it was impossible to discern what was being said. Suddenly, as Pavienka's men moved as to arrest him, Esprenzo gave a loud shout of warning, then doubled over from stiff blows from his captors. Lamfina clapped her hand over her mouth as they continued to beat him, while Pavienka jabbed her finger furiously toward the tower, screaming orders at the top of her lungs as the remaining horsemen thundered past her. "Let's go," snapped Sir Gilkrist. "Now! Now!" But there was nowhere to go but down. Were they to rush straight into the hands of their pursuers? There seemed to be no other option but to hope they might somehow beat them to the bottom of the stairs. They hurried out of the library, and again Hinkle's vision glimmered, and she felt that shudder through her brain. She nearly tripped as, instead of exiting through the doors into the Scaravisi's hall, she found herself running down the steps out of the Vault of the Arcane and onto the narrow bridge over the open air. Sir Gilkrist was in front, and tore headlong across it, apparently fearless in their urgent danger. Hinkle's nerves screamed as she followed close behind, cold pins pricking her knees and the soles of her feet. Then they were flying down the stairs, feet fluttering on the steps as they made their way around and around, ever downward. Hinkle hoped desperately that the good magic which made the inside of the tower larger than the outside might somehow work in their favor. She feared that at any second the dark shapes of Pavienka's men would burst in on the ground floor. The nearer they came to the bottom, the more certain she was that they would. But it was only when at last they were dashing down the final twist of the winding stairs that she could hear the clamor of their gear and mail and the snorting of their horses as they urgently dismounted. "Durr!" Hinkle nearly jumped out of her skin as they shouted in alarm and rushed in among the silvery flamed lampposts with drawn swords. "Corelice adina, durr!" But Sir Gilkrist kept on. Reaching the ground floor, he continued straight down the steps going below. The stairs descending were not open like the steps above, but enclosed by stone walls on both sides, with the occasional door on the left leading into a chamber in the central base of the tower. A little further down, there was a door to the right in the outer wall. It was open a crack, and pale light shone through. Sir Gilkrist paid it no heed, and shot past it, but it gave Hinkle pause. Where could a door in the outer wall lead? She stopped and pushed it open, and gasped. It was a boathouse. "Hinkle, what are you—" spat Lamphina, nearly slamming into her. "Oh!" "Sir Gilkrist!" Hinkle cried. "Sir Gilkrist, this way!" He came dashing back up toward them, and they hurried into the boathouse, the men clambering behind, their angry shouts echoing down the stairwell. There was a long rowboat moored along the dock, and a broad open arch leading out to the lake, at the top of which the iron spikes of a raised portcullis glistened in the lamplight like the fangs of a gaping jaw. "Quickly, let's get in," said Hinkle, climbing down and stumbling unsteadily to the fore. The others piled in recklessly, causing the boat to rock from side to side. Kerstin scrambled up next to her in the fore, while Lamphina slid the oars out from under the benches, and Sir Gilkrist worked to untie the moorings with his one good hand. They pushed off. Water squelched and rippled, but instead of gliding smoothly out through the arch, they yawed sharply right, then left, as Kerstin pushed her oar when she pulled. "Hinkle, where are you going? Row in time with me." "I'm trying. You're just impossible to—" "Stop!" hissed Sir Gilkrist. "Stop! On my count. Stroke! And stroke!" Lamphina jerked back her head as soldiers spilled into the gatehouse with great commotion, yelling and pointing, and rushing around the sides of the dock. But Sir Gilkrist remained facing forward. "Don't look at them. Look at me," he said. "Stroke! And stroke! Just Hinkle now. Stroke! And stroke! Now together!" Two men were at the winch cranking the lever, and Hinkle's heart beat faster as she heard the grate clicking slowly down behind them. But she could see in Sir Gilkrist's face that they would make it. The men could see it too, and were shouting about how the grate wasn't lowering quickly enough. Just then, one of the soldiers on the edge of the dock raised a crossbow to his shoulder. "Look out!" The boat rocked as Lamphina stood up in the aft, her arms spread wide. "Venez ver Jacques Mouzin," she cried. "Dare you shoot the Princess of Écosse?" His comrade slapped down his crossbow, and the commander cried for the others not to shoot. The soldiers stood around the dock for a moment, watching helplessly as they rode through the arch under the descending gate, then filed out of the boathouse back up the stairs. "They'll try to cut us off," said Lamphina. Sir Gilkrist nodded and slid his sword from the scabbard and held it up in the starlight, twisting it back and forth so it glinted silvery white. He lowered it for a moment, then did it again. Water trickled from their oars and sloshed against the sides of the boat. The tower was fading slowly away from them. They were about halfway across the lake. Kerstin was huffing and blowing, but Hinkle was still rowing strong and slowed her pace only to keep in time with her aunt. I just need 5 seconds, panted Kerstin. Sir Gilkrist nodded, and Hinkle rested her oar, her heartbeat pounding in her temples. "Your Highness," she said, "I'm sorry about Esprenzo. He obviously cares for you very much."
Please don't mention it, said Lymphina. It breaks my heart to think about how much he has sacrificed on my behalf. When we return to Akos, I will at once begin negotiations for his release. Speaking of which, said Kerstin, do I understand you expect me to go with you? Because I have no intention of going willingly. Just keep rowing, said Sir Gilkrist. Kerstin swore and spat over the side of the boat, and she and Hinkle dipped their oars together. Sir Gilkrist's blade flickered in the starlight as he signalled with his sword once more. There, said Lymphina, pointing to the shore. Our carriage awaits. The shadowy form of a horse-drawn carriage drew to a halt on the road encircling the lake. Madame Guzela and Lady Osina had seen Sir Gilkrist's signal and had come to meet them. They reached the shore and climbed hastily out of the boat, splashing the hems of their dresses, boots squelching in the scummy bank. Ascending to the road, Madame Guzela looked down from the driver's seat, and Lady Osina opened the coach door. Quickly! They're coming! Sure enough, Hinkle could make out the black forms of riders galloping around the lake toward them, hooves thundering in the distance. Lymphina climbed into the carriage. Sir Gilkrist stood aside expectantly, intending to be the last one in. But Hinkle was reluctant. She clutched the silver spear even tighter. What are you waiting for? Get in! Hinkle shut her eyes as a dark grin spread across Kerstin's lips. She'd known her aunt would take advantage of this moment. She'd known as if she'd already seen it happen. Damn if I'm getting in that coach, Sir Gilkrist. Kerstin, he snarled. Kerstin stepped back, blue eyes flashing as he lowered his hand to his sword. I wouldn't, she said, tilting her broom toward him. Fine, he growled, shooting a glance at the approaching riders. Fine. Away with you then. Be gone. I'm going with her, said Hinkle quietly. Sir Gilkrist looked stunned. Hurt, even. Lymphina gawked in disbelief from the carriage, and Lady Osina looked down thoughtfully. You what? Scoffed Kerstin. You're doing no such thing. I have not agreed to your company, and I cannot say 'tis wanted. You said yourself, said Hinkle, you and I should be riding with the broom and the silver spear to where we're needed the most, while his lordship escorts her highness back to safety. If you're parting ways, I suggest you do it soon, said the courtesan from the driver's seat, her voice strained with nervousness. Yes, but you... Oh, blah. Fine. Let's bloody well be off, then. Lady Osina climbed out of the carriage. I'll show you two out of the city. Your Highness, please forgive me. There's nothing to forgive, said Lymphina irritably. But you'd better go. Kerstin stole towards the trees, Lady Osina behind her. Hinkle was about to dart after them, but Sir Gilkrist caught her by the hand. You're sure about this? He was staring into her eyes, intensely, vulnerably, and she knew something had changed. He cared. He cared about her in a way she knew he hadn't before. She could see it in his face. She could feel it radiating from his touch. And in that moment, she wanted nothing more than to be closer to him, for him to seize her by the small of her back and pull her against him, for him to press his lips to hers. He looked like he might. She could see in his eyes he wanted to very badly. He was leaning down toward her, pulling her in gently by the wrist. Her heart was pounding like she was about to leap off a cliff into the sea. Warmth exploded in her chest. Heat rushed into her cheeks, and the danger and the urgency all seemed to fade away as her lips parted slightly to receive his kiss. Hinkle, what are you doing? Hinkle cried from the woods. Are you coming or not? Let's go! Sir Gilkrist withdrew a little, as if her aunt's voice had suddenly called him back to reality. Whatever she had just seen in his eyes now withered into disappointment. He smiled sadly, and squeezed her hand. "Farewell," he said. "Now go." Hinkle darted off toward the woods. She heard the carriage door shut and the thump of Sir Gilkrist's fist upon the roof. Then Madame Goosela cracking the reins with a shout, the squeak and clink of harnesses, clopping hooves at a quickening pace, and the clatter of wheels on the cobbled pave as the carriage rattled off. Seconds later, as she reached the trees and looked back from within the concealing darkness, the pursuing horsemen thundered by. They would make it. She was sure they would. Sir Gilkrist would see to that. But what had just happened? She leaned against a tree, breathing heavily. He'd been about to, and she had. But then, and now who knew when she'd ever see him again? She could have burst into tears. She gasped as she felt a cold hand on her arm, and met her aunt's cool gaze. Her blue eyes sparkled frostily, and long shadows stretched across her white face. Her black lips curled into a sneer. Was she jealous? Lady Osina was crouching behind her, glasses glinting in the dim starlight. "Come," she said. "I'll lead you to the nearest gate."
Chapter 17. The carriage barreled through the streets, the four-horse team galloping furiously on, driven by cracks of the courtesan's whip as she shouted over the pounding hooves and rumbling wheels. Sir Gilkrist sat in the coach, steadying himself with his one good hand as the carriage shook and trembled, causing his teeth to chatter and his brain to rattle against his skull. Buildings flew by in a dizzy blur of dark blue and gray. Across from him, Princess Limfina leaned out the window to look behind, her dark hair fluttering in the cool wind. "They're gaining on us!" She turned forward. "Can't we go any faster?" The courtesan shouted a reply he couldn't quite make out, but he knew she was driving the horses hard as she might. A team of hackneys drew the carriage. Fine horses, hackneys. Strong, fast animals with excellent stamina and endurance. But they'd never outrun the destriers of Pavienka and her knights. He could hear them now behind them. The galloping hooves, the grunting horses, their snarling riders urging them to a faster pace. Suddenly Limfina gave a cry. "They mean to jam the wheels!" Sir Gilkrist hissed an oath. "Did Esprenzo not think to bring any weapons? Ask her!" The princess shouted the question to the front, and there came the courtesan's muffled reply. Then Limfina withdrew back into the coach. "She said there should be a crossbow under the seat." Sir Gilkrist dropped to one knee and swept his hand under the bench. There was something there indeed, something heavy. He dragged it out. Crossbow? It was a bloody siege engine. It was an arbalist with a steel bow, set with a windlass lever loading mechanism. He knew at a glance the draw weight exceeded 1,000 pounds. "Do you know how to load one of these things?" The princess shot one look at the mass of thick cords and shook her head. What was he thinking? Of course she didn't. He sat up on the bench, put his foot through the stirrup, braced the stock between his knees as he began to wind the crank with his one hand. "You'll have to shoot it then." He felt the tension release as the bow cable set into place. He grabbed the cords of the windlass and pulled them out toward him, causing the crank levers to spin around and hit him in the face. Bloody arbalasts. He pulled the cords tight and unhooked the windlass from the bow cable and disconnected it from the butt and let it clank to the floor. Then he set a feathered bolt to the flight groove and handed it to the princess. "This has a heavy trigger. Hold it tight against your shoulder when you shoot it, or it will kick back." She nodded and leaned out the window with it, causing their pursuers to shout in warning to one another. "Aim for the horses," he said. and try not to kill anyone."
"I'll try."
The princess raised the arbalest unsteadily to her shoulder, took aim, and squeezed up on the trigger lever. The metallic clack was so loud it set his ears ringing, and somewhere behind them a horse gave a startled whinny, followed by a sharp cry of alarm from its rider.
"That's one down," said Lamphina, pulling in from the window. "Reload!"
He snatched the weapon from her, once more thrust his foot through the stirrup, and set to reattaching the windlass. But if he couldn't bloody see what he was doing, and if the bloody carriage rattling didn't make the pulleys swing about and get the damn cords tangled. Bloody windlass. At last he got the hook set properly on the bow cable. He adjusted the trigger nut to the right position and started winding the crank lever with frantic urgency. "Hurry, Sir Gilkrist!" The bow cable engaged the trigger nut, and he pulled the cables loose and tore off the windlass device, fit another bolt in the flight groove, and handed it to the princess. "No," he said, yanking her back from the window. "Other side this time." Lamphina stumbled precariously to the right side of the coach. "Watch where you point that thing!" She leaned out and took aim, but just as she squeezed her hand up on the trigger, the carriage veered sharply around a turn. "Miss! Reload!" He growled an oath, grabbed the arbalest, and once more fit his foot through the stirrup. But as he began the spanning process for a third time, Lamphina cried out and pointed at a figure in the left side window. They were not going for the wheels, but the driver. Sir Gilkrist threw down the arbalest and shot to his feet, but in the recesses of his mind he heard Madame Gouzela call out a warning just as he dove for the carriage door. He slammed into it, and as it burst open, he swung out with it, clinging to the door with his arm through the window, and aimed a hard kick at the galloping rider. But the carriage jolted suddenly, tilting abruptly backward as if ascending an upward slope. His feet struck air, and he was carried with the door's swinging motion. Starlight shimmered bewilderingly in the water below. They were going over a bridge. He thudded against the side of the carriage, but was ripped away again at once as the door swung back. The horseman shouted a Kerrigan war cry, sword raised high. But this time, Sir Gilkrist did not aim for the rider, but the mount, and as the door whipped backward with top speed, he shouted and kicked the horse in the teeth with all his might. A satisfying scream filled his ears as the beast threw its master, and both fell away tumbling one over the other. He pulled himself back into the coach with help from Lamphina, pointed the arbalest to the floor, and put his foot through the stirrup, breathing hard. "That's two down," he huffed. All was still and quiet in this part of the city, the windows of the bluish buildings all dark, and the alleys and side streets swathed in shadow. A dog barked somewhere in the distance, and then was silent. The wind whispered gently in the trees. Lady Osina crept out from the park woods onto the avenue, looked both ways, and motioned for them to follow. There was the squeak of boots on damp grass, snatching breath, and padded footsteps as they hurried across the open pave and into the safety of darkness, all of which seemed obtrusively loud in the sleeping city. In the shadows, Hinkle pressed herself against the wall next to Kerstin, her heart pounding in her ears as she tried to still her labored breathing, blood rushing hot in her face and neck. She was eager to get beyond to the other side of the wall and away from the city where they'd no longer have to worry about being discovered or encountering the guards. Just how they would get through the gate, though. They slunk through the dark alley after Lady Osina, who, upon reaching the end of it, held up her hand and looked out carefully. "Just across the next block," she whispered. "Then we'll head up the avenue. There's a turn, and the street dips down under a tunnel. Then we'll be at the gate." "Lead the way," said Kerstin pleasantly. Hinkle had expected her to question Osina about how she planned to get them through, but apparently it did not concern her. They ducked across into the far alley, and emerging on the other side, raced along the avenue, driven by the anxiety of being caught in the open. Wind rushed in Hinkle's ears as she sprinted over the cobbled pave, the silver spear clutched close to her chest, Kerstin's cloak flapping in front of her. Suddenly Lady Osina stopped, held up her hand, and peeked around the corner, then beckoned them to follow her as she darted down a side street toward the dark mouth of a tunnel. About halfway through they stopped. There were voices ahead, and at the other end of the tunnel, where the cobblestones sloped upward again in the bluish light, the orange glow of fire glimmered on the pave. It was a guard post, watching the gate out of the city. 2 sentries stood chatting around a brazier, scarves pulled down under their chins. Firelight flickered on their faces. One was clean-shaven with high cheekbones. The other had a thin, black mustache. Neither looked much more than 20. The 2 men looked as light spilled out of the gatehouse, and a voice spoke to them from within, and a hand held out a black tea kettle. The man with the mustache took it and hung it on a hook over the brazier. Hinkle's stomach was in knots. "How are we going to get through?" I'll create a diversion," said Osina anxiously. "I'll run back that way and start screaming and draw them away from the gate." Kerstin glanced at her apathetically from the corner of her eye. Distracting the guards was well and good, but what about the gate? Recalling her futile efforts in the winch house of Stelkogade, Hinkle wasn't confident she and her aunt would be able to open it. Certainly not in the short time before the guards returned. "Wait, aren't you coming with us?" Lady Osina shook her head. "I'm going to give myself up." "What?" "I'd only slow you down," she said. "And besides, I never intended to act against the Princess Regent. Everything I have done has been in service to the crown. I will prove my loyalty and turn myself in to Pavienka, and wait for you to return with her sister, even if it is from within a prison cell. Now, once you're through the gate, there's a farmhouse about a mile down the road. There's a stable there, with horses. You'll have to steal them, but it is for Her Majesty's sake." "Thank you," said Hinkle, "for everything, and for listening." "Just save the Queen," said Lady Osina, backing into the shadows. "Stay hidden and wait for my cries to distract the guards. Farewell, and good luck." She turned and ran back up the way she'd come and disappeared around the corner. But before any feigned call of distress reached her ears, Hinkle noticed Kerstin was no longer next to her. She had ventured out into the open and was sauntering straight toward the gate. "Kerstin, what are you—" The guards had stopped their chattering and looked up from the brazier suspiciously. "Iyak Zelmash," Kerstin crooned. The shaven man with high cheekbones smiled and returned the greeting, but the man with the mustache frowned. "Oriakim Gadar," he said. "Who goes there?" "Kerstin," she said. "The Witch of Clom." Their eyes shot wide, and Hinkle drew in her breath as her aunt raised the brim above her head and reached out her black-nailed hand, and began a hushed incantation. Eerily, disembodied voices seemed to echo her whispered chant from all around. The guards cried out in alarm and rushed toward her, fumbling with their spears, but a sudden gust of wind howled through the street, blowing up Kerstin's cloak and hair. They stopped abruptly, each wearing a painful expression, like they had been struck by an invisible blow. Then Kerstin thrust the broom toward them and drew back her hand. They cried out in agony and terror, jerking this way and that, their faces shriveling up like raisins. Then poof! They burst into clouds of dust. Their spears clattered to the ground. Kerstin tilted back her head and sighed with deep satisfaction, then moved on toward the gatehouse, floating through the lingering plume of disintegrated remains, like a dark queen in splendor. The lights in the gatehouse had been extinguished at the first sound of commotion, and as Kerstin crossed the threshold, there was a furious shout, and Hinkle saw Kerstin dart to one side. There were sounds of a struggle, the clang of steel on stone, rustling cloth, her aunt swearing, an angry yell and a crash, and pottery smashing, then screams of protest, and a long, shuddering wail. Then it was quiet. Hinkle stood frozen in the middle of the street. Her aunt had. Kerstin had. There had been no need. She slowly stumbled toward the gatehouse. There was a crackling sound, and a little orange flame rustled to life inside, the pulsing glow casting a demonic light on her aunt's face as she lit her pipe. Kerstin waved out the match and glanced at her sidelong as she blew out a long puff of fragrant smoke. A swirling cloud of dust shimmered in the dark behind her. "Kerstin," she said, her voice tense with anger. Her aunt sniffed. "Come now, what's that face for?" Hinkle gripped her hands tightly around the silver spear. "You killed them! You killed those men!" Kerstin knitted her brow, her blue eyes flickering down toward the sacred weapon, then back up to meet her gaze. "In a manner of speaking, yes. I killed them. So what?" "How can you say that?" Hinkle snarled. "We were supposed to let Osina distract them." "Well, I'm not sure I had all that much faith that a woman screaming would cause all 3 trained guards to simply abandon their post while the city is on high alert hunting for the king's assassins." She blew a stream of smoke up in the air and smiled sardonically as a shriek rang out in the distance. "So you had to murder 3 innocent people instead?" Kerstin glared at her. "Innocent? Innocent? Hinkle, we are fugitives. Pavienka herself is pursuing us. Do you understand what that means? Do you? She thinks we might know something about her sister, or the Grand Mage, that maybe, somehow, we are involved. Were they to apprehend us now, oh, they'd make you wish you knew something. Bloody innocent. You know what a war is, Hinkle? Innocent people killing each other. Sometimes 'tis good people killing bad people, and sometimes 'tis bad people killing good people. But by and large, the average man who sticks his sword into another man on the battlefield does not know him, and has nothing against him save that he was in his way. These men were in our way. I killed them. I killed them because they were between us and the gate. I killed them because I needed their life force to power my broom. I killed them because it be a 3-day ride to Castle Waz, once we acquire some horses, and we shall need food for the journey. And now we have wine, bread, dates, Kerstin, and if my nose doesn't deceive me, someone's sweetheart packed them the most mouth-watering pilaf for their night shift. I'm not eating a dead man's lunch." Kerstin shrugged. "Suit yourself, then, if you want to arrive on an empty stomach." She tapped the ash out of her pipe and stamped it out with her foot. "Come along, then. I'll need you to help in the winch room." Unlike Kerstin had expected, the winch room was nothing like her experience in Stelkogade. The winch was well-oiled and of a newer design, so that the mechanical advantage made its operation rather light work. One of them could have probably raised the portcullis on their own. However, the time it took, and the shinking, rattling noise it made, caused Hinkle to contemplate the efficacy of Lady Osina's plan. It didn't sit well with her what they'd done, and as they hurried down out of the gatehouse, she wondered what would become of the woman who had helped them. "You're welcome, by the way," said Kerstin as they ducked under the iron gate and stole into the night. Hinkle frowned. For what? Her aunt set her eyes ahead in a cold way. For taking care of it all myself. She was quiet for a moment, and they ventured along in silence. Then she sighed. You're lucky, you know. You've never been forced to do the things I have. There's no blood on your hands. Chapter 18. Pavienka galloped hard after the carriage. Dame Mikra and her knights rode close alongside her, capes flapping, hooves pummeling furiously over the cobbles. They were nearly to the docks, which in their foolishness seemed to be their destination. That traitor Esprenzo may have used his connections to set something up for them. Perhaps a Koda's ship, with special permission to leave the harbor. But they'd have to stop and board, and then they'd fall upon them like sheep among wolves, clap them in irons. Then the questions would begin. One of her knights shouted a warning, and she drew her steed sharply to the left as Princess Lemfina leaned out the window and sent a quarrel whistling past. Lemfina. Could she trust anything she'd said up till now? How was she involved? Had she genuinely disappeared for the last 3 years? Or was it all some kind of conspiracy? And Vashean, was he truly the enemy of Zildok Nassar? Was he merely taking advantage of the turmoil in their kingdoms to further his own ambitions? Or were they all in league together, seeking her family's blood? One thing was certain. They were no friends of Caragol. She gritted her teeth, tears stinging her eyes, as in her mind she once more replayed that confusing scene in the throne room. If she'd done things differently, if she'd seen the signs. But how could she have known that everyone had been set against them all along? Vashean, Nightingale, Esprenzo, Sir Pilvenor, Lady Osina, Nassar, and so many others. But she'd make them pay. Oh, she'd make them pay. For their betrayal, there'd be a bill in blood. A steep bill in blood indeed. Zula Rendagal! Stay on their left, she shouted. We'll herd them into the alley. Madame Guzela pulled hard on the reins as 4 riders overtook the left side of the coach and cut off their route. There was nowhere to go but straight into the alley, though she was not sure it was wide enough for the carriage. Hold on! There was an ear-splitting screech as one of the hubcaps grazed the stone wall with a shower of white sparks. Then the carriage leveled out and sailed freely through the alleyway. But there was another problem. There was a light at the end of the alley, dead ahead. Firelight from a brazier. Men with spears in silhouette. A guard post to seal off access to the harbor. Durmark! Came their harsh commands. They formed up in the alleyway, spears tilted upward, butts braced against the pave. But there was no stopping. Ya! Ya! Madame Guzela cracked the reins, driving the team of hackneys to even faster pace. They would either make it through, or they wouldn't. Seeing that they'd only increased their speed, the guardsmen lost their nerve and scattered from their position at the final second. Madame Guzela stood up in the driver's seat and reached for the oil lantern dangling from one corner of the coach. Get down! She screamed, and hurled it on the pave as they blew through the guard post, knocking over the brazier. There was an explosion behind them, a flash of orange light and the roar of flames, and as she drove onto the dock, Madame Guzela glanced over her shoulder at the wall of fire blocking the way out of the alley. Pavienka shielded her face from the blasting heat. Her steed reared back from the flames, braying wildly. Her knights were shouting, their horses whinnying as they tried to rein them around in the congested alley. Gary, Varadon! Back that way! Dame Mikra roared, waving her arm furiously. Around the block! But Pavienka knew that would take a moment too long. They'd catch up to them just in time to see them putting off. And damn if she let them get away. Damn indeed. She galloped back through the alley after Dame Mikra and her men, then pulled her horse around, drawing her saber, and gave the beast the spurs. "Your Highness! What are you doing?" cried Dame Mikra, looking back. "Your Highness!" Pavienka ignored her and bent low against the horse's mane, blade outstretched as they charged toward the billowing flames. "Yah! Yah!" The beast's pace quickened, and they took flight, the fire roaring in her ears as they sailed through the blaze. They clopped onto the pave, the harbor before them, the orange glow flickering on the hulls of ships moored along the dock. The guards were shouting to her, "Hanimim! Jenny Orson! Jenny Orson!" She glanced down and patted out the flames on the hem of her surcoat, then shook her saber. "Put that alley out! Hiya!" She charged after the carriage. It was still in sight, and it would stop soon. At one of these ships, they would stop and get out. Sure enough, the carriage slowed, the coach door opened, and she made out the shadowy forms of two women hurrying up the gangplank of a ship. On the deck, the sailors were waving to them and shouting for them to hurry. She could hear them. Over her horse's pounding cadence, and her heartbeat hammering in her temples, she could hear their voices. Codish voices. It made her blood boil. They were traitors, every one of them, aiding and abetting the enemies of the crown. She'd put every mother's son of them to the sword, and dragged that witch Lemphina away by the hair. But as she came near the ship, she saw someone walking toward her from the carriage. That knight, Sir Gilkrist of Lothalay, the boy who'd taken her place as Dame Tanith's squire. His face was grave. His hair and cloak flapped in the salty wind. She gritted her teeth and drew her steed to a halt. "Step aside, Sir Gilkrist! Surrender now, and I might yet spare you. Draw steel with me, and I swear—" He slowly slid his sword from the scabbard, and the blade gleamed in the fiery glow. "Your Highness," he said, "I pray you come no further. I've no wish to kill you, but if I have to, I will." Pavienka scoffed in disgust. Pompous fool. She glanced up at the sailors bustling about on the deck of the ship, casting off lines, drawing in the gangplank. However quickly she might dispense with him, it would not be soon enough to prevent their departure. And Dame Mikra had yet to arrive. If Sir Gilkrist intended to sacrifice himself to buy his princess enough time to escape, he would likely succeed. At least she'd have one prisoner to put to the question. It occurred to her then that there had been 4 of them, and only 3 were presently accounted for. But Lemphina and another woman were looking down from the taffrail, a Kerrigan by the look of her, perhaps a courtesan from the palace harem. Who knew where her adversaries found their agents? But then, what of the maid, Hinkle, and— A sudden fear gripped her. "Where is the Witch of Clom?" she snapped. But Sir Gilkrist only shook his head and raised his sword on guard. It could be a trap. The woman could be hidden in the coach, preparing a spell to blast her as soon as she stepped in range. She might be in the shadows, training a crossbow on her heart, only waiting for her to come nearer until she was confident of her shot. But Pavienka did not shrink away from danger. She charged headlong into it. She shook her shield off her arm and swung down from the saddle, then tucked her left fist behind the small of her back. "Because your arm is in a sling, I shall face you one-handed," she said. "Chivalry demands we fight fairly, and that I derive no advantage from your injury." "Your Highness might soon wish you had an advantage," he said grimly, holding her in his gaze all the while. "How dare you patronize me?" she snarled. They circled each other, each watching the other's form, each careful to match their steps with the other. But in the back of her mind, Pavienka was aware that if she kept on, She would soon put her back to the coach, and whoever might be hiding in it. She took another step, and as she put her foot down, she shoved off, darting across the space between them with a roar. Steel rang. She swung, swiped, lunged, the very air vibrating with the warbling clangs of Sir Gilkrist's blade knocking against hers. Finishing their exchange, she leapt back from a broad cut, and they began to circle again. This time, he came at her. He was strong, Sir Gilkrist, and his swordplay was beyond reproach, but there was something cumbersome about his movements. He did not have the razor's edge finesse she had expected from another pupil of Dame Tanith's. He was quick, yes, deadly quick, but rather than striking with the surgical precision of a highly disciplined blade master, his sword plowed into hers like a charging bull, hacking, chopping, bashing with the fighting style of a butcher. Excellent warrior that he was, it was clear his specialty was not facing other knights in single combat and on foot. He had been groomed for another purpose, to commit wholesale murder on the battlefield. If that had been Dame Tanith's intention for her, her efforts had been overwritten by the Knight of the Briar Rose. He had made her into a duelist whom no single knight could overcome. He was strong, Sir Gilkrist, and a superb swordsman, but she was his superior in every way. Pavienka ducked nimbly aside from a downward slash, and dealt him a quick nick on the shoulder that sent him staggering back. She was on him before he could recover, yelling and raining fast blows to keep him on the defense. But as she backed him into the carriage, he swung his back foot behind him and pivoted away. She turned to face him, channeling the momentum into a hard backswing. He raised his sword to deflect it, but as their blades scraped together, a terrible thought struck her. She had turned her back on the carriage. The shock of this realization, and the horror that the Witch of Clom might be waiting there, caused her to make a grievous error. She looked behind her, and she knew, as soon as she turned her head, that she had made a fatal mistake. Light burst in her eyes with a ringing clap. A consecutive blow knocked the scimitar clanging from her hand, and before she knew it, she was facing away from him toward the carriage, her cheek cold and throbbing, her hands raised with instinctive caution as a sharp metal point pressed against the back of her neck. "I yield," she huffed. "You have bested me." And now he would kill her. She had no illusions of mercy. Not from Dame Tanith, Squire. Not from a man in league with her father's killer. He gave her a shove with the hilt of his sword that sent her staggering. "On your knees!" He forced her down with a swift kick to the back of her leg. She glanced sidelong toward the dark buildings. Where were Dame Mikra and the others? Sailors were shouting, and from the corner of her eye she saw the last line cast off. The ship was slowly drifting away from the dock. "Sir Gilkrist, what are you doing? Hurry!" Lamphina's voice. She lifted her chin as he teased the side of her neck with the cold edge of his blade. "Yes, just get on with it already." Her breath came in short hisses as he bid her close his eyes. "Sir Gilkrist." She wouldn't beg. She would not beg. But this had come about so suddenly. There was so much left undone. Her sister. "Sir Gilkrist, if there is any honor in you—" She drew in her breath as she saw in his shadow that he was raising his sword. "Any honor I had perished in the flames of Morrowa. Farewell, your highness." She squeezed her eyes shut and thought of her mother and waited for his sword to descend. But it never did. She heard a splash behind her, and she snapped her eyes open and whipped around. Sir Gilkrist was... He'd made a fool out of her. Or had he? A rope was thrown down from the deck of the departing ship, and Pavienka rose to her feet as Sir Gilkrist was hauled dripping from the harbor with a smirk on his face. The sound of galloping hooves grew louder, and her knights rode up around her. "Your Highness, are you all right?" asked Dame Mikra, her eyes wild. "Fire arrows! We'll set her sails ablaze and make her dead in the water. Then we'll board and—" Pavienka shook her head. She gazed up at Lamphina on the deck, her dark hair fluttering in the wind. Sir Gilkrist and the other woman next to her. "No. We'll let them go. They've shown their true colors." "Your Highness?" "I've been a fool. I've been afraid of something that isn't there. So afraid that I've lost sight of what is right in front of me." She looked up at Dame Mikra. "Summon every horseman in Zerai. Have them assemble at noon tomorrow. It shall be done. But what does your Highness intend to do?" Pavienka clenched her fist. "What we should have done all along." Chapter 19. Count Olgris breathed in the crisp morning air and looked once more through the spyglass. A large force had assembled outside the enemy camp. More than 100 men by his estimation. And that was only the first wave. He handed the spyglass back to Captain Blaine. They'd been watching them since before the sun had risen, but they'd still not moved. Olgris squirmed impatiently. Come on already!" As predicted, Lord Magnus had breached the outer wall sometime after midnight. Now he was about to mount his offensive. That first wave would come marching across the lowlands, past the trebuchets, over the ground where he'd hurt Volarina to the death, and scale the steep slope to where he stood waiting in the gap in the battered stone. They saw them up there, he knew. Magnus himself might be looking at him right now through his own spyglass. Ha ha! Trying to imagine what sort of numbers he had concealed behind the wall. What was he sending his men into up there at the top of the hill? How long could they hold it? Yes, Magnus was expecting him to stand in the breach, to defend the castle. What Magnus would not be expecting was the very thing he was about to do. He would show that little pissant just how effective 100 men could be against 1,000. Captain Blaine drew in a sharp breath. Here they come. Olgris snatched the spyglass from his hand. But before he could even look through it, the faint boom of drums made his stomach flip. He shut one eye and squinted through the lens. The enemy was on the move, advancing across the low ground, blue and silver banners flapping in the chill wind, helms, shields, mail glittering in the first light of dawn. He blew out a quivering breath. His plan was not for the faint of heart. It would be a lie to say he did not have the butterflies. He lowered the spyglass and glanced at the men in black and orange beside him. They were brave boys to stand with him now. Not that they had any choice. Ha! Still, some of them were looking pretty pale. Captain Blaine not least of all. "Has everyone visited the latrine?" asked Olgris, looking back through the spyglass. "Aye, for what difference it'll make," said the captain. "I'll probably still wet my armor." The Igronel formation was nearly halfway down the hill and advancing toward the trebuchets. Olgris could almost discern the silver panther heads emblazoned on their shields. That woman better have her act together. He refocused the lens on the tree line, several hundred yards from the approaching force, grinning as he made out vague movement in the shadows. "Prepare to mount!" "Prepare to mount!" barked Captain Blaine. The men scrambled to action with the rustle of cloth and the clinking of chain and metal gear. Horses whinnied and stamped, grunting and twitching their heads as they were led up to the gap from where they had been kept out of sight behind the wall. Olgris gripped the bridle as his steed was brought to him. "Mount horses! Mount horses!" Olgris swung himself up into the saddle, steadying the beast with his knees, sitting up stiff and straight. Men were pulling on their helms, buckling the straps under their chins. "There," said Blaine. "Here they come." A dark wave spilled out of the forest, a mass of grayish forms sprinting and thrashing across the field. Eyeless corpses, lips rotted away from blackened teeth, shreds of blue skin hanging from purple-black muscle and grayish bone, yellowish hair long and wild, skeletons brown with age, dressed in rusted plate and blackened chain, armed with axes and cleavers. They were fast, much faster than he'd expected. They'd already closed half the distance between the forest and approaching men. He could hear the commanders bellowing out orders below as they braced for the charge. "Check your horns!" called Captain Blaine. Olgris looked down from the spyglass and took the bone stopper out of the bull's horn hung at his chest. Inside, hot coals pulsed red in the morning wind. Yes, when they gathered speed, that would catch nicely. He replaced the stopper and checked the jar of oil was fastened tightly to his belt. He looked back through the lens, grinning. It was just as he'd predicted. The Igranel troops had broken ranks and were reforming behind a single unit. This unit wore the same uniform as their comrades and stood several paces ahead of the rest of the formation. There were about a dozen of them, spread about 2 arms' length apart, beneath a plain, black banner. It was too much. He could hardly believe it. And as that army of corpses swept towards them like a wave of death, it was as if an invisible line had been drawn across the field. A line which, as soon as any of the dead crossed it and entered within a certain proximity of those men, the dark flame which galvanized them was snuffed out, and they collapsed, lifeless. Olgris licked his lips, his heart pounding in his throat, as he pulled on his black-winged helm. "Prepare to charge!" roared Captain Blaine. Behind him, men breathed tersely inside their helms. Horses stamped nervously, sensing the rising tension. There was the sound of someone retching in the rear, and a splatter. Olgris drew his scimitar. "This is what they do not expect! This is what no one expects! Huzzah! Ver Hadi!" he screamed, whirling his blade over his head. "Ver Hadi!" He reared his steed, then stabbed at the black unit, voice tearing in his throat. "Salder it!" He gave his horse the spurs, and the beast lurched into motion, the shouts of his men filling his ears. Hooves thundered. They burst through the gap in the wall, vaulting over the crest of the high, steep slope. Olgris felt his stomach rise into his throat. His horse whinnied in panic, pummeling the loose earth of that sharp decline, carrying him faster, faster. His teeth rattled together as they barreled down the hill with perilous velocity, the rumbling movements jarring his brain. He squeezed his thighs against the saddle, leaning low over the animal's neck, her mane flapping against the face of his helm. Reaching the bottom of the slope, Olgris felt a woozy sensation as he galloped onto level ground. He hadn't heard any cries of alarm, but he looked back to see if anyone had fallen in the descent. All his men were still riding hard behind him. He locked his eyes on the black banner ahead. The enemy had seen them coming and was maneuvering again. The black unit was pulling back into formation, and the left and right wings were fanning out to reform the first and second ranks. The black unit, those priests in disguise, were now safely out of harm's way, just as predicted. The dead pressed on, falling in lifeless heaps not 10 feet from the front line. To the enemy, it might appear to be a wasted effort, but it was keeping them pinned in place, and most importantly, preparing them from forming the hollow square, which would be the bane of his plan. Over the rushing wind and thundering hooves, Olgris heard the enemy commander shouting. A crescent of men fanned out from the rear. Archers. He whirled his blade twice and held it out to one side. "Spread out! Spread out!" Arrowheads flashed in the sun, hissing toward them, buzzing in his ears as they whistled by. One, at least, found its mark, and there was the familiar squeal of a tumbling horse, then a hissing boom. Olgris glanced back to see the thrown rider on his feet, reeling and flaying next to his thrashing mount, both screaming as they burned alive. Olgris ground his teeth, snarling curses in his horse's ear, bouncing viciously in the saddle, urging the beast to an even faster pace. Through the narrow slit in his helm, the left wing of the formation pounded closer and closer with every bump and jog. They knew what they were in for now, those Igornels. Oh, yes. He could practically smell the fear, the desperation. Ha ha! Nothing incited terror like watching another person's agonizing demise. Another volley ripped through their formation, and more men went down, Blaine among them. More wild shrieking. But this was not the moment to think about that. It was nearly time. They were nearly there. Now! He raised his scimitar, then slid it back into the scabbard. Hands rattling with his charger's gait, he plucked the stopper from the bull's horn and tugged the clay jar from his belt. He raised the horn and let the embers catch the wind. Flames rustled to life, billowing back from the brim, and he lifted the clay jar so the cloth wick jammed in the spout, met the fire in the horn. He was close enough now to hear his enemies' groans of dismay, to see the horror on their faces, their frantic eyes behind their helms. "Please don't be me! Please don't be me!" With surprisingly good timing, the living dead ceased pressing forward and suddenly pulled back, creating a corridor between the forces. Olgris burst through it, trampling over the heap of bodies, his horse stumbling, faltering on their shifting mass. Grinning madly inside his helm, he held the clay jar high as he blew along the front line, eyes locked on that limp black banner, cloth wick blazing bright. "Ul Picklar!" he screamed, and hurled the jar over the first and second rank. Pottery smashed. Liquid fire swept through the formation, and sharp squeals pierced the air. His men did the same, pelting their foes with jars of oil. Breaking clay tinkled. Fire hissed and roared. Men shrieked, faces glowing, waving arms wrapped in yellow flame. Olgris looked back as he galloped beyond the far wing of the Igornel formation. By his guess, some 200 or 300 were set ablaze, the black unit among them. Their banner itself was alight, tilting back and forth in the black smoke above the burning men. That would teach those priests to disguise themselves as soldiers. And now for the fun. Ha! Yaha! Olgris drew his scimitar and whirled it over his head, leading his men to the left, circling around the necrotic army. Riding around the flank, he veered his horse straight into their midst, trampling living corpses and skeletons as they scurried ahead of him. Yes, they were pressing the attack again, but this time there was no churchly presence to dispel the powers which animated them. The soldiers of the dead broke upon the Igornel ranks like a tidal wave of rotting flesh and bone. Swords flashed. Steel shimmered in the burning light. Blood arced up in spurts of black. Gawking heads went spinning off. Men squealed and went down, pulled beneath the crushing tide. Skeletons crumpled, skulls cleft through. And then Olgris hit the front line. He plowed through the living and the dead alike, flanked by 100 riders in wedge formation, a rumbling juggernaut of many tons of horseflesh. A giddy feeling rose in him, an electric buzzing in his heart, a warmth like good wine in his stomach. and he giggled madly, slashing at the shattered men below in deadly, glinting arcs. Too soon he broke through the rear, splattered in gore, a path of flattened corpses splayed out behind him. He reined his horse around, his men rallying around him as he prepared to charge again. But the battle was already won. The Igranel troops were breaking formation and fleeing the field. Olgris held up his fist. "Hold your ground! Hold!" The men were twirling their messy blades, horses rearing and stamping aggressively. They wanted more blood, more killing, to give in to that deep craving, that fiery yearning to ride down their fleeing foes and slay one man after another. But in war, restraint was as important as courage. Apparently, that woman didn't know that. The dead were pressing the attack, chasing after the running men with no sign of letting up. Occasionally, one sorry individual wasn't quick enough and went down squealing under that thrashing wave. The man next to him was indignant. "Your Grace," he hissed, "we are letting them steal all the—" "Shut your mouth! Those idiots don't know what they're doing." Indeed, as the Igranel troops fled back toward their camp, a silver wave glittered at the top of the hill, then spilled over the crest. Horsemen, knights and heavy cavalry thundering down the grassy slope. Unlike the others who were all in blue and silver, their leader was in a cream and cyan surcoat and had a black emblem on his shield. Sir Cranmer of Turth, the knight commander, covering the retreat of the terror-stricken infantry. They crashed over the warriors of the dead like a living landslide, trampling them into the mud, sending them sprawling, rolling as they swept through them from one end to the other. Many of them rose again, but crooked, bones broken or out of joint. Some crawled pathetically, hissing and rasping, pulling themselves through the mud with fleshless fingers. Some, Olgris saw, did not get up, skulls crushed or taken off in the charge. Still the dead pressed on, and Sir Cranmer and his knights rallied and plowed through them again. It was time they quit the field. They had accomplished their objective. Astartes' forces might be impervious to pain and fear, but they were not invincible. Yes, in her ignorance, she'd keep waging the assault. But it was one thing to rattle the enemy, to break their hearts, to strike them with terror and dismay, and drive them away before you. It was another thing to back them into a corner. You wanted the enemy to flee in desperation, not fight you like there was no tomorrow. He waved his hand in a circle and gave his horse the spurs, his men falling in behind him as he galloped back toward the castle. To their right, yellow flames still billowed among the bodies of the fallen. Corpses were strewn across the field. Hundreds, thousands dead. Lord Magnus wouldn't dare attempt to gather their remains. No, they belonged to Astarte now. Ahead, one of his men who'd gone down in the charge was on his feet, limping toward them from his dead horse, broken-off arrow in his thigh. "Blaine!" He gestured to his men, and two of them dismounted to help the captain. Captain Blaine put his hand on his hip, wincing. "Olgris, you did it! You actually... I confess, I didn't think we'd really pull it off." Olgris sucked his teeth. "It behooves you, Captain, to have a little more weight in my designs." "Indeed. Right you are," the captain growled, as he was helped up into the saddle of a riderless horse. "Did you at least get to watch our maneuver?" "Me? No, I had my hands full trying not to bleed out. But he saw it all." Olgris looked up at the cloaked figure haunting the ramparts of his castle. "You'll be in his favor now," said Blaine. Yes, Olgris had impressed the master. He grinned as he thought of how jealous that priestess would be. Stupid old bitch! She'd be walking on eggshells around him now. He breathed in the crisp, smoky air, smelt the burning flesh and leather, and listened to the screams and clashing swords in the distance as the wind dried the blood on his face. It was a good day. Oh, it was a good day indeed. And it was barely even morning. Chapter 20. Dame Tanith, Countess of Peril and Lady Marshal of His Majesty's forces, to the lords and ladies of the Kingdom of Ecos. Urgent news. The traitor of Clom is now known. Enemy captives have broken under interrogation and confirmed this most nefarious individual to be none other than the rogue sorceress, Kerstin, the Witch of Clom. Indeed, she is the mastermind behind this heinous design. Therefore, for crimes of high treason and insurrection, the murder of one Brother Bardus of Clom, for acting as an accomplice in the murder of Lord Hammond Clementis, and the systematic murder of many men and women of the Church, and for suspicion of necromancy and the devil's witchcraft, I hereby, in the name of His Majesty and with the blessing of the Church, issue a warrant for her immediate arrest. She is to be taken dead or alive. All knights and men-at-arms are to be informed. With her are believed to be two other persons of interest. Kerstin's niece, Hinkle of Sweetwater, wanted as an accessory to the crimes of her aunt, as well as for suspicion of witchcraft and false testimony concerning holy visions, and her master, Sir Gilkrist of Lothley, wanted for desertion, and as a suspected accessory to all other aforementioned crimes. Both are to be taken alive for questioning, if possible. See the enclosed descriptions of their appearances. These drawings are to be copied and posted in every village square. Any sightings must be reported to the nearest constable. Be warned, all three fugitives are considered extremely dangerous. Godspeed. It was a fine day for a hanging. A fine day. The weather was favorable. Not a cloud in the sky, and not too hot, nor too cold. The sort of day when folk were eager to be outside. And they were. It was market day in Clom, and the public was out in droves. The Bazaar Square was packed with people and animals all bustling about, haggling, greeting each other, shouting at their children. It was noisy as a battlefield, and about as congested. But as the good citizens carried on their business, there was a sense of foreboding, of gathering excitement. Young boys and girls kept looking up at the scaffold, which had been set up earlier in the week, and asking impatiently when it was going to happen. Their excitement rose as lavender-clad men-at-arms gathered around the scaffold. Gradually, the marketplace crowd transformed into a waiting audience, as people began to stop and watch, murmuring that it was about to begin. There was some laughter and cheering as a youngster dodged between the guards and got up in front of everyone and started wriggling and choking himself and sticking out his tongue. The Duke chuckled, his whole fat body jiggling as the men-at-arms seized the boy and carried him back down to his mother. "Did you see that?" he muttered, one pudgy hand resting on his cane. Dame Tanith sat next to him in a covered balcony overlooking the square. "Did you say something, Your Grace?" "I said, did you see that little... Never mind." Dame Tanith smiled insincerely, her mind otherwise engaged. The noise died down as rut-tutting snare drums announced the arrival of the condemned, and the crowd turned and began to make way for the procession. Sir Welby on horseback and in full armour led the way, followed by a squad of men-at-arms carrying pikes and banners. After them came the drummers, the hangman in a leather mask, several priests who had not gone with the black unit, and lastly, a mule-drawn cart in which sat 5 pitiful creatures. The jeering started. Rocks, sticks, and vegetables pelted the cart as it rumbled slowly through the multitude. Dame Tanith realized the Duke had been speaking to her. "Sorry, what was that?" Lord Kendrick glared at her. "Are you deaf, madam? I said here comes Sir Welby with the prisoners." Ah, yes. I'm a little distracted this afternoon." "I should say so," he muttered. Squire Janessa leaned in over her shoulder. "Are you in pain, madam? Is your wound bothering you? Shall I fetch the physician?" No, it's not that. I was just thinking about the details, about the many, many details of this elaborate deception. The lies she had to keep meticulous track of, the moving pieces she had to coordinate, the mounting pressures of the unknown, living in the thick of it every second of every day, always analyzing, always calculating, always holding in her mind the perspectives of the various key players, always wondering what elements lurked beyond the scope of her perception. I was thinking about Sir Gilkrist. She felt Janessa's hand on her shoulder. It's just such a pity. He was an excellent squire and knight. He had, in fact, been far too sensitive. That she had been able to hone him into a merciless killer was a testament to her mastery. But even then, she'd never been able to rid him of his inclination towards superstition and leaping to radical conclusions. He did not possess the best judgment. She put her hand over Janessa's. This discovery has upset me, I'll admit. I find myself making excuses for him, telling myself he was acting under duress, that those women put a spell on him or influenced him somehow. I know they call me the Iron Countess, but this has left me feeling vulnerable and very old. You cared about him, madam. I did. I do. I trained him, Janessa. I fought next to him. I crawled with him through the gore and mud of the Samaran battlefields. He rode at my side in every charge. And then, to hear him named as a traitor alongside the witch. It felt like he had betrayed you personally. Yes, Janessa. It's caused me to question everything. Was he really who I thought he was? Was I? And if he deceived me, who else might be pulling the wool over my eyes? I no longer feel confident to discern truth from falsehood. Oh, madam, she blew out a long breath. I just didn't see it coming. She'd actually known Sir Gilkrist would have to take the fall when she learned his girl Hinkle had been working as his maidservant and was the witch's niece. She'd been planning this lie since that moment as a means to corroborate her design. It strengthened her story, being caught off guard, shocked and unsettled by the discovery of the involvement of her former apprentice. And not even the Iron Countess was entirely devoid of sentiment. She merely used it to her advantage, leaning into it to cast a more convincing deception. The best lies, after all, were all but true. "Well, I still can't see it," muttered the Duke. "Because of the part he played in breaking the so-called siege? I've said before, it's quite possible, probable even, that was their intention all along, engineering the attack so they could thwart it themselves. It's not at all unfeasible. King Torg would have—" The Duke waved his hand. "No, not that. The three of them working together, I mean. Look here. Essentially, you're saying they've come up with this grand scheme and conspired against the realm. Now the witch? More than capable, more than likely,
Track her down and hang her just in case. But her and Sir Gilkrist? Partners in crime? Why, they could hardly stand to be in the same room together. I was there when he found out Hinkle was the witch's niece. The boy was apoplectic, had his sword out. I thought he was going to open the poor girl up for lying to him. And she was about as terrified as I've ever seen a young woman. And you're telling me what? The whole thing was an act? Bah! I don't believe it. The lad wasn't smart enough.
And yet, Your Grace, you must observe the facts. Who arrived in Clom just in the nick of time? Sir Gilkrist and Hinkle. Who flanked and disarmed the enemy trebuchets? Sir Gilkrist and Hinkle. Who worked together to explode the bridges and halt the enemy's advance? Sir Gilkrist and Kerstin. Who thwarted the second offensive when they sent the barges? Hinkle, Sir Gilkrist, and Kerstin. Who came to you claiming to have a vision from the heroine about the location of the Duke's door? Hinkle and...
Well, that's it there. There's no way they could have known about that.
No? Who had access to the castle library and spent all her time studying lore and secrets? Is it so impossible she might find something like that in books no one has bothered to read for generations? The Duke clenched his fist. We must not underestimate these persons, Your Grace. Not Kerstin, not the girl, certainly not Sir Gilkrist. After all, I trained him. I made him into who he is. It is to his advantage to have you think of him as a superstitious hothead, as an arrogant fool. But in reality, he is cruel, calculating, and devious. Do not forget, Your Grace. This man gave the order at Morua.
By the heroine. You're right, aren't you? How could we not have seen it? Right in front of us.
She placed her hand on his arm. Such things only seem obvious in hindsight. He set his jaw.
Well, if I wasn't in the mood for a hanging before, I am now. I really am.
Dame Tanith smiled darkly and looked down to where the men-at-arms were leading the condemned from the cart up to the gallows. The first three, shaking and teary-eyed, but otherwise healthy, were Kerrigan refugees she'd selected to make examples. Entirely innocent, save that they had a guilty sort of look. Then came the Knight of the Briar Rose, stumbling up the steps, barely able to walk on his own, but pushing onward with a sort of determination, like he was eager for the noose, to finally reach the end. Lastly came poor Selenera of Taliza, who had to be carried under the arms. The girl was deathly pale, sick-looking. Her dark hair hung in sweaty strands, half covering her face. Her eyes were rimmed in pink, blank, distant, broken. She shivered in the cool breeze, her sackcloth garb too thin to offer any warmth. Why had she served under Count Olgris? What had she been doing in Clom? The Knight of the Briar Rose, she understood, had embedded himself in Olgris's forces under the guise of disenchantment, and devoted himself to sabotaging his plans whenever he could, carrying out his lady's will, continuing to avenge her with his every living breath. But Selenera? What had this young woman hoped to accomplish? She'd thrown her life away. And for what? It was a pity, but she'd never know. Sir Welby faced the crowd and unrolled a scroll stamped with a green wax seal.
Hear ye, hear ye. On this day... She'd penned the death warrant herself and recalled every syllable.
refugees found guilty of such and such, defected knights having confessed under torture. The wording was vitally important. This proclamation would influence the public mind. It would name Kerstin as the traitor of Clom and the mastermind behind all their afflictions. Yes, this rumor had been floating about, even long before Dame Tanith's arrival, but the fact that it had been announced at a hanging, that convicted felons were being put to death on this basis, took it from one of many possible theories and solidified it as an actual reality. Once the hangman pulled that lever, her lies would be made truth. The master's name would be cleared. Kerstin's doom would be assured, and she would be all but out of danger. "To be hanged by the neck until dead." Sir Welby rolled up the scroll and stepped away from the edge of the scaffold as the priest began to wave a blessing over each of the condemned. "Madam, does it ever strike you as strange that there were no footprints?" But she barely paid her squire any mind, focused instead on the hangman fitting the noose over the soon-to-be departed. "What's that? Footprints, you say?" "Aye, from the dungeon, madam. The night Count Olgris escaped. Of course, there were footprints everywhere in the upper levels where the fighting was, but you'd think there would have been some leading out of the torture chamber as well." "What are you talking about, Janessa? What bloody footprints?" "Well, that's just it, madam. Bloody footprints." Dame Tanith felt the chill wash through her veins. "It's just, I can't get it out of my mind. I mean, he killed 6 people, nearly 7. There must have been an inch of blood on the floor. He literally stomped his old's head in. You'd think it would have been all over his boots, and that he would have tracked it all over the place. I mean, your own boots, madam, were red up to the ankles." Dame Tanith leaned toward her squire. "And what conclusion do you draw from this observation?" I don't really know, madam. It just seems strange is all. Like something doesn't quite—" "Strange things happen, Janessa. You're hung up on the footprints. You know what I've been asking myself over and over? Why did Olgris kill his own man and take his sweet time murdering his old, but let me live? Why not stomp my face to a gory pulp? What do you say to that? Because I don't have an answer." "I'm sorry, madam." Dame Tanith resituated herself in the chair, rubbing her midriff as though the stitches were bothering her. "Sometimes things just don't make sense. Sometimes you think you see a connection, but in the end it goes nowhere, and you never find out what it means. You'll go mad thinking about it." There was a drum roll on the scaffold. "Olgris escaped. 6 people are dead. I lived. That's all there is to it. I don't want to hear about that night again. Is that clear?" The hangman pulled the lever, and there was the squeak of hinges and the creaking of thick ropes pulled taut. "As you wish, madam." Chapter 21. The camp was in chaos. Troops rushed about, spears waving, armor clinking, faces tight and pale. Knights on horseback turned this way and that, shouting at the top of their lungs at what seemed like no one in particular. Workmen carrying sharpened logs on their shoulders waved through the commotion in double time. All around the surgeon's tent, the wounded groaned and wailed, calling out for someone, anyone. No one seemed to notice the newcomers. The few who did looked up in surprise, faces brightening with hope, until they saw what little help had come. King Vashean had a sinking feeling as he dismounted. Whatever had happened, the situation was desperate. The fear was palpable. The men were on the brink of dismay. There was a woman nearby in a blue and silver uniform, sitting cross-legged in front of a tent, spear resting against her shoulder.
"You there," he said. "Might you direct us to—"
His voice trailed off as the woman looked up, and he felt a chill as she stared right through him, her face blank as a sleepwalker's. "Not much point of talking to her, your majesty," said a man in a leather apron, as he wiped his hands on a grease-stained cloth. "She was in the thick of it this morning, aye, she was. Be a while afore she snaps out of that daze, by my reckoning."
"This morning? What happened this morning?"
The man chuckled darkly. "It's not for me to be the bearer of bad news to a king, your majesty. Better you speak to the young count-in-waiting. His tent's that way, if you will."
"Thank you."
The man bowed and stepped back out of the way as Vashean led his horse and his men in the direction he'd pointed. "Make way!" someone shouted from behind him. "Make way for the king!" Bewildered troops cleared a path, pulling horses and materials aside. The guards outside Lord Magnus's tent stamped to attention, eyes straight ahead, faces grim.
"Sir Pilvenor, with me,"
said King Vashean, handing off his steed to Squire Blatchford. Inside the tent, Lord Magnus was sitting at a table with Sir Cranmer and several other knights, hands pressed together before his lips, as someone offering counsel pointed to the map. Your Majesty," he gasped, bolting up from his seat and pitching over into a bow.
"Lord Magnus, Knights of Igornell and Turth," said King Vashean as he joined the table. "This is Sir Pilvenor, Marshal of the Kerrigan army. Sir Pilvenor, please explain your presence."
"The king is dead. Murdered." King Vashean raised his hand as the knights began to murmur in bewilderment. "Narin Kerry is now queen, but she has been abducted by the Grand Mage. We believe she is being held in the castle." Lord Magnus stroked his brow, the added pressure showing on his face. "I see."
"Lord Magnus, what has happened here?"
Right. Yes, of course. Knight Commander, will you please explain our situation to His Majesty?" King Vashean's heart sank as he listened to Sir Cranmer's sickening account of the morning. He shut his eyes, knuckles cracking as he squeezed his fists, the rash on the back of his hand beginning to itch unbearably. The Black Unit. Those poor souls. It had all been his idea. The danger had been there when they volunteered, yes. But he had not expected this. Not at all. And he would have to break the news to Bishop Allen. An urgent letter. No, in person. Face to face. Worst of all, Olgris was. "We've been preparing for a counterattack," said Lord Magnus. "The men and women of the Black Unit were our primary defense against the dark magics of the enemy. So we can expect them to—"
"Were all of them? Everyone?"
"All that went out this morning," said Sir Cranmer.
"There was a priest who stayed behind on account of stomach issues, and a young novice we kept in camp, as she is barely 17. As you can imagine, both are rather shaken up. We were not expecting this."
"No," said the king.
"Nor was I."
"Night will soon fall," said Lord Magnus. "Olgris clearly knew what we were up to with the Black Unit. He'll know, too, that without them, we'll be all but powerless to fend off an attack from the necromancers."
"Tell me of your defenses," said Sir Pilvenor.
"Knight Commander?"
Sir Cranmer gestured to the map. "We've dug trenches and built fortifications around the camp, allowing for focus points here, here, and here. We have a regiment in position here to guard our flank. Based on the enemy's previous activity, we can expect them to hit us hardest here. That's where my men and I will be." King Vashean shook his head. There won't be a counter-attack. Everyone at the table all turned to him in confusion. There won't, Your Majesty? Asked Lord Magnus. We have yet to identify the traitor in Clom. Whoever that person is helped Olgris escape. They told him of the Black Unit. They must have. It's the only possible way he could have known. And we must assume they recovered the spell book as well, that they gave it to him, and had him carry it with all haste back to the Grand Mage. Otherwise, why release him? The risk of their discovery would be too great. But what does that mean for us, Your Majesty? Asked one of the other knights. Assuming what you say is true. It means the Grand Mage will have everything he needs. His spellbook, secret knowledge from the arcane vault, and a sacrifice of royal blood. The new moon is tomorrow night. The Grand Mage and his necromancers will be preparing for the ritual. What sort of ritual, Your Majesty? Lord Magnus asked quietly. King Vashean pressed his fist against the table. A ritual that will undo the seal of Morag, and free Selsibil and the Okari from their infernal bonds. They stared at him in silence, faces pale and grim. Your Majesty, said Sir Cranmer, my Samarin, Wolgwa, is a man skilled in stealth and quiet killings. On your order, I will send him into the castle to assassinate the Grand Mage, and retrieve the spellbook. No, I will not send an assassin against the Grand Mage. A man like him, so in tune with the dark spiritual forces, would surely detect his presence. We would only be sending a man to an unspeakable demise. Magnus, when is the next wave of reinforcements due to arrive? This time tomorrow, Your Majesty. We've been receiving their messengers. There it was. It had all led to this, to the following evening. He had done his work with the scalpel. Now it was time for the battle axe. They must take the castle at all costs. Prepare for a mass attack. We'll hit them with everything we have at sunset tomorrow. The men around the table stomped to attention and struck their breasts. Yes, Your Majesty! Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to encourage the men. Olgris scurried down the tower steps, spyglass in hand. His stomach was in knots. His own eyes had confirmed what his scouts had told him. King Vashean was in the enemy camp. Torches rustled as he hurried past, urgent footsteps echoing in the stone corridor. He clenched his fists as he neared the great hall, and that woman's voice reached his ears. We'll move these tables out. We'll draw the magic circle here in the center, with a 5-pointed star facing west. At each point will be the prescribed runes and numbers to the powers of 6 and 8. Hoy! Olgris felt his skin crawl as Astarte and a dozen black-robed acolytes turned to face him. That woman was holding the spellbook, the spellbook, in her long-nailed hands. He hated her. He despised her. Disgusting old one-eyed witch, taking over his great hall, moving out his tables, drawing magic circles on his floor. Kat lagamjik. What do you want? She said sourly. Where is the master? He is in the dungeon with the sacrifice. You mean the queen? The priestess raised her chin, her one eye widening madly. With the sacrifice. Now get out! Olgris stuck out his jaw. Chicken Carlasidomas, he whispered as he turned to leave. What was that? Nothing. Olgris neared the way to the dungeon.
Guards in black and orange stomped to attention as he barged past them, feet fluttering on the downward steps. He could hear the master's dry, cutting voice echoing up from below, though he could not yet discern what he was saying. He met Captain Blaine at the bottom with 2 more sentries. The captain looked at him inquisitively. He wore boots and a tunic, but his muscular legs were bare, one thigh wrapped in a bloody bandage. "I must speak with the master." "I would wait. He won't like being interrupted." "I can't." The captain winced but did not move. "Well, go get him." Blaine mouthed an oath and limped off down the torchlit corridor. A woman was speaking now. The queen, and Olgris ventured in a little further to overhear. "You'll never get away with this. Never. My sister will come for me. And King Vashean, he knew about you all along. Ekos and Kerrigal will stand together. The whole world will unite against you when they discover what you're after." The master's dry chuckling deterred Olgris from proceeding further.
"Perhaps, but it shall be too late. Tomorrow night we shall conduct our ritual, when darkness falls and there is no moon. But you, my dear, you shall be the vessel of a new age. Your womb shall be the gate between hell and earth, through which the true prince of this world shall burst violently forth. Your blood shall be the breast milk that nurtures him back to glorious regeneration." "You're mad," whimpered Narenkeri. "You're a madman." "Mad? No. No, my dear, it is not so. I am simply unafraid of doing what it takes to—" "Yes? What?" There was a long hissing sigh.
"Very well. I'm afraid I must take my leave of your majesty. Enjoy your last 24 hours. I pray they pass ever so slowly, as you consider your harrowing demise." Olgris swallowed uneasily as Blaine led the master toward him. As he came near, torchlight played up the lines of his face and cast strange shadows under his bushy brows, making him appear even crueler than usual, and all the more terrifying. The captain gave a nod and left the 2 of them alone. "What is it, Olgris?" I just felt that I should probably mention—" "Spit it out already." Olgris winced, quite unsure how the master was going to receive this news. "King Vashean has arrived in the enemy camp, your unholiness." The Grand Mage stared at him like he expected more. "So what?" "So, isn't that bad? He will inspire the men. We dealt a hard blow to their morale this morning, but now they have the king among them." The master relaxed a little, his face adopting the expression of a patient teacher. "My son, you give King Vashean too much credit, and yourself not enough. His arrival may raise their spirits some, but it will not negate the fact that you utterly crushed them earlier in the day. Why, it's hardly been 12 hours. I'll bet it's barely sunken in. And now their king's arrived. What's he going to do? Pray with them? Encourage them? Give them a rousing speech? Does he have a plan? Does he have some new scheme or weapon that could make any real difference?" Perhaps things had changed now that they had the spellbook and were on the verge of conducting their long-awaited ritual. But it seemed the master had forgotten that up until very recently he had been wallowing in despair because of him, that he had seen through his wiles and gone after him with surgical precision, that he had defeated them at every turn. But Olgris had not forgotten. No, King Vashean was the key to their undoing. He was rightfully concerned about his arrival. He'd never got that unsettling image out of his mind. The image of King Vashean throwing himself in front of him, arms outstretched. What kind of king did that? Leaping in the way of his enemies, to defend them from the sword. Isn't it possible that his presence might counteract the magic? And why do you think that? He is not a priest or monk or any part of the church. No, but he is a holy man. Indeed, the spirit of Vashean rested on him, if it rested on anyone. Everyone else seemed to think so too. The thought unsettled him. It was one thing to wreak havoc in Clom before he was captured. It was another thing to do what he'd done to the Black Unit after King Vashean had spared him. Even if it was only to be tried properly at a later date. It niggled at his mind that there would be a reckoning. Why, said the master, because he fasts? Because he sits around reading the scripts of Morag? Because he prays to a Shaylee? Because he maybe even seems a little bit like a Shaylee? Olgris nodded. Ah, my son, you are afraid of him. You are. The master threw back his head and laughed, and much to his discomfort, placed his hands on his shoulders. Olgris, let me tell you about King Vashean. He is a wise man, an intelligent man with the hard job of being king over a nation. He sees many things that trouble him, that he wishes he could change, things that are outside of his control. And rather than worry about things he can do nothing about, he prays to an all-powerful deity. As in the case with his missing sister, it makes him feel like these things are being looked after, like he's filling the cracks of his shortcomings. But here it is. He is only talking to himself. This god of his, this Ashali, is only a construct of his imagination. There is no just and benevolent being watching over us from some heavenly realm. There is no one listening. No one sees. The only God, the only Ashali there ever was, died in the forest of Kurban, murdered by our Lord and his followers, when they saw he had taken the form of a man. He has been dead ever since. The heroine Morag proved a greater adversary than the god she claimed to serve. Look around you, boy. Does this really seem like a world watched over by an all-powerful being of love and goodness? When you imagine that there is no God, is the world a worse place? Or is it the same? And when you imagine there is a God, is the world the way it is now? Or is it a gentler, happier place? I tell you the truth, Olgris. If there is a God, he is blind and deaf. This world is his bastard. He has abandoned us, left us to our own devices. He either is actually dead, or he might as well be. Take your pick. Power is the only truth. But of course, Your Holiness. What scares me about King Vashean is his intuition. I think we should be prepared. He's learned by now about this morning, and that I was involved. I think he will assume that if I have escaped and come here, that I had the spell book. And putting two and two together, with you having Queen Narankari in captivity, and the new moon tomorrow night, I think he'll have a hunch as to what we're up to.
And what if he does? So what?
Well, he's got a lot of men. I passed the second wave on my way here. They'll be due to arrive sometime tomorrow. Of course, for a man like King Vashean, or even Lord Magnus, no one man is expendable. They will do whatever they can to avoid casualties. But if King Vashean expects we're going to do what we're going to do, I think he will accept the heavy losses and hit us with everything he has.
The master arched a bushy brow. You're worried about a mass attack?
Yes, if they attack en masse quickly and from multiple directions, it might be a Pyrrhic victory for them. But we are at risk of being overwhelmed, even with the necromancers.
The master chuckled, then began to laugh. That dry, cutting laughter that seemed to sweep through him like a cold, cruel wind. Olgris, my boy, you are too quick to forget your accomplishments.
What do you mean by this? I killed the black unit?
Yes.
Why? So that bitch, I mean that woman, could stop Lord Magnus with her dead things?
No.
No!
Well, yes, in part. But also so I could use my magic. I haven't only been preparing for tomorrow night's summoning. I've also been preparing a little something for our guests. A spell fit for a king. A mass attack. Yes, indeed. Wish for it. Pray that it happens. Watch and be ready. For if Vashean attempts to interfere with the ritual, you will witness a marvelous power.
This has been The Broken Chain, written and narrated by Timothy J. R. Raines.